All right. Good morning, good evening, everyone. This is the iOS Developers Global Summit. So we have the entire team here for the intro. So let me welcome everyone to the stage. Welcome, Paul. Welcome, Ed, and welcome, Anna.
Hello, hello, hello. So happy to see you guys here and all our audience today. Wow, what a day. Hello.
Hi. How are you doing
Hi
today?
here.
Yeah, hi. Well, this is our very first event about the iOS, and I'm so excited to see how it goes. So, yeah, we have here Anna with us. She's the community manager of this event, and yeah, her beautiful smile, and her like all this job she has done about this event. So, yeah, Anna, tell us more about your event, your feelings. What do you feel now?
First of all, hi everybody. I'm so glad to see all of you, and I'm so happy to see my team here also, since we're all over the world, and it's really great opportunity to see each other at least online at our events. So it's really good point to meet you. And yes, so I'll tell you more about the event, about this our first iOS Developers Global Summit, and I hope not last one. So we have so many great speakers, exactly 26th one. We have 2 days. First is today is for junior developers. And I'm really happy to see here everybody who is already watching, who will join during the day, because we have 9 hours today, and I'm sure that It's quite hard to watch all content non-stop, so I see who will join, who will come us later. Also, tomorrow we also have 9 hours content, and it will be even better than today because we have that for senior developers. It is really for those who already knows a lot, and we will have a lot of use cases. We will have a lot of live coding, some practical cases, because I know that theory is good, and you can Google it, honestly, yes. But we have those who can share a practical way, what problems they had, they faced, and now they show how they fix it, how they're going on, and you also can take something.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is like few words about these 2 days.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And as I know, I believe we have some small gifts, or maybe not that small, for those people who will watch this event like from beginning to the end, like all this way down. Don't we? You're surprised, guys. Yeah,
We can have.
of course.
Oh, actually, it's what we usually have prepared. So yeah, what I haven't mentioned is that we have Q&A sessions, and will be having a giveaway through for people who will be asking questions. So at the end of the day, you will either get a ticket for tomorrow, or if you already have a ticket for tomorrow for another event we have this year or at the beginning of the next month. So yeah, that's actually not a surprise, not a surprise for anyone.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. And by the way, right now I'm in France. Paul and Nick is in Ukraine. Anna is in India, and we struggling to know where you guys right now. So type in the chat what city, what country, maybe what room you are watching us from. So yeah, just let us know. Let us just know each other better. So this
Also-
event, it's what is it, Paul?
Yeah, and also we have some awesome sponsors. I just wanted to mention
yeah,
that we have that's my part, that's my job, and I just wanted to say a couple words about the Bitrise, and I just wanted to say thank you to the whole team and for their help with the preparation and also for the submitting. Pretty cool, awesome practical talk, and yeah, definitely if you need some CI/CD for mobile applications or like DevOps tooling, then definitely check out Bitrise. They have super cool product, and they have lots of big companies like Rakuten and Bose among their clients. So yeah, definitely have a look and give it a try. Yeah, and we will have the presentation from their speakers. So watch closely. And I think it will be pretty awesome. It will be pretty cool. Yeah, and also what Nick mentioned and what Ab mentioned. So basically, you can pick any event. So if you're a winner, if you're interested in software architecture, or maybe you're interested in QA, yeah, you can
Or
get
React.
your ticket, or maybe React. Yeah, and yeah, or maybe Flutter if you're doing some kind of cross-platform. Yeah, you can definitely check that one out. And also, I believe we will have, besides that, we will have special promo codes. So let's say even if you don't win the free ticket, we will have super special promo codes. And also, I believe we will have the opened registration for the next iOS. So if you want to secure the place for the next event, also, and if you want to grab the lowest and the probably the best price you can do, we will have it today or maybe tomorrow. We'll check with the technical team when we have the tickets, and also check your emails, because if we don't have the promo code or the link in the chat today, you will definitely have the email and the link, the post event in the post event email, and you can claim your early bird ticket for the next one already today. Yeah.
Cool, awesome. Thank you, Paul. And yes, in on YouTube, I see Korea, I see Rome, Italy, Istanbul. Greetings to you guys, Kiev, Ukraine, and also I see Odessa, Ukraine, and Georgia, and someone say Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Poland and Delhi, India. I want to keep reading this because it's so precious, so important for me. Hello from Indonesia, Budapest, Hungary, Germany, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Wow, that's guys. I believe it's night there, but how? Yeah, my appreciations. Madrid, Spain,
Lithuania.
Lithuania, yeah, Germany, but my soul is in Iran. Yeah, and yeah, we with you guys. Again, India, again, Armenia, Germany, yeah, Netherlands. From oh my God, so many countries. France.
And I think it looks really like great way to show that online event still matters and it can connect people from all over the world.
Yeah, it's Egypt and it's Lviv. Yeah, unfortunately, not everybody has this opportunity to join Portugal, to join offline conferences, because this is our why we exist, why Geekle exists. Our aim is to provide high quality content and networking and use cases and updates for people who firstly don't have any opportunity to join the fancy events which are expensive and all this, and even if you are junior, you have free day. We separated, split it on two parts, this content. Free content for juniors, because we say if you are a junior, sometimes you don't even have money for food, and you think how to make some dollars to feed your family, so you don't have to pay for this knowledge. Just come, take, and grow. Once you're already middle and senior or whatever, you may be a king or I don't know, superstar, yeah, you can afford this not super heavy price of Geekle senior track where we discuss really deep technical topics. So yeah, that's how we decided, and that's how we exist. Kyrgyzstan, I see, South Korea, Venezia, and Uzbekistan and South Africa, yeah, and going, Naples, Hungary, Indonesia, guys.
It's inspiring a lot. It's really inspiring too much.
I see people from the other side of the earth, and I realize you guys have not nighttime now, and I'm so happy. Anyway, yeah, kind of networking.
I just have one word that I really have to mention, because otherwise people will stop talking to me forever. I just want to say thank you to our program committee members who were so patient to me, who could handle all my one more topic, and these 5 more, and what do you think again? So yeah, thank you guys so much. Without you, it could be impossible for us to get this high level content. And yeah, again, thank you so much, and I hope that you don't mind that I will bother you again for next event, because I really love working with you. So guys, be ready that just right after end of senior day, I'll again text you with, hi guys, we are gonna have a nice iOS Developers Global Summit. So thank you so much, and yeah, just
Georgia, Turkey, Uzbekistan, again, yeah, and coming, yeah, thank you. And I will disclosure, yeah. What was that?
This is a live event. This is how you know that this is indeed a live event. You have a cat walking in front of your camera.
Yeah, I want to disclosure a little, how do we manage this content, how we create that high quality content, because yeah, we invite everyone, every speaker who has experience or don't have, hey, join us as a speaker and give us your CFP. But after that, we have these super professionals in our program committee, and they read a lot, they consult and decide what topic should be on what day, and whether this topic worth to be talked on this conference, or it's something already known and it's better to choose another one. So we have really deep work, we really filter, we really sort out what topics we do or what would not. And again, yeah, thank you very much for every committee member. Yeah. I don't know, maybe you need to say something more, or Nick, I don't
Well,
know.
I have definitely something I need to state, like so everybody knows, like, yeah, answering the most popular question. This will be recorded. That will be available. Especially the first day will be available right where you're watching it right now as a YouTube on our platform. And also mentioning our platform, consider joining and our chat from there, because it's obviously better place to chat. We have our own chat there. We have a dedicated Q&A tab. So if you are watching this right now on YouTube, just look at the description. There is a link to our platform, geekle.us/dashboard. And if you are already on our platform, there is a Q&A dedicated tab for your questions. And we have a dedicated time for questions. So you'll have time, even if you, even if you think you will be watching this recorded, still consider joining for a live Q&A session, because they if you miss them, you won't be able to catch up. Yeah,
and
like
one of the most important thing, that if you want to keep watching us on YouTube and to show this to your other friends, colleagues, please don't forget, like, share, subscribe. It will help us to create content, and more people can see it for free and without any other extra actions. So
yeah,
please
and you
don't
definitely
forget,
should check,
like, follow, subscribe.
Yeah, and you should definitely check our other live streams. We have so many on our channel already.
My hellos and my waves and my appreciation goes to Greece and Serbia, and what we have in India again, and Australia again, Philippines. Oh, guys, Serbia and Nepal, like Korea. Yeah, so happy. I'm really excited. So, no more
I think we
chatting.
can move to our first moderator, where I'll introduce him. We will talk a little bit more. We'll have some kind of small talk, and it will be time for our first speaker as well. So,
congratulations on start of this very first event. I wish you luck and a great conference.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and happy watching the event, everyone. Bye.
So I'll stay with you for some time. I'll introduce our first moderator. Hi, Ulad, how are you doing?
Hello, good, you?
I'm fine. And also I have to mention that Ulad is our speaker as well. So he will share his knowledge with all of you, or his practical side. So you can just say a few words about yourself.
Yeah, so I work at a company called Bumble. I work actually as a QA engineer, but I've been involved in testing areas. So that's why I'm here. And my talk will also be about testing. So if you want to learn more about it, then join it later tonight.
Yeah, so I think that we can, I can leave stage for you. And guys, don't worry, I'll come back, because I have one block to moderate and some awesome speakers that I will moderate. So yeah, I'll see you all later. Ulad, stage is yours. Please introduce our first speaker, and good luck to all of us. See you.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm Lot. I'm glad to be here with you today. And so I'm joining stream from sunny London, and I hope the weather at your place is also nice, and I hope you're ready for a great conference. I'll be moderating the next 3 talks, so make yourself comfortable, prepare the questions, prepare to chat to other fellow attendees in the chat and in the Q&A session, and don't hesitate to share your thoughts as well. So having that said, let's welcome our first speaker for today. This is Eduardo Bocato from Amsterdam, who is iOS lead at Adidas, and his talk will be about dependency injection from passing parameters to property wrappers. This will be a recorded talk, but you'll learn a lot. You'll learn about the basic dependency injection, singletons, factories, service locators, lots of stuff. So without further ado, please welcome Eduardo.
Hi, I'm Eduardo. I'm going to talk a little bit about dependency injection. So about me, I've been working with iOS since 2010, but before that I did a little bit of backend, web frontend, Android, Windows Phone, and Linux infrastructure. But only in 2016 I was solely focusing on iOS. I'm from Brazil, and nowadays I live in Amsterdam. And here I work as an iOS lead and also manager for the confirmed app from Adidas. And I'm also working on the iOS Foundations team. So the agenda for today is we're going to look a little bit of what is dependency injection and the basic most common types. Then go into advanced techniques regarding this. And a little bit later, look how can we use all techniques and also leverage property wrappers on that. So how does it work? It's not rocket science. It's actually pretty simple, and we're going to see this soon. What is DI? Basically, DI is when you're going to have, let's say you call an implementation from a library, and then you just say, okay, library this, do that. Instead of calling directly the implementation of that class, you're going to have a contract or interface, and we're going to call this abstraction instead. Doing that, you kind of invert the control where you don't directly depend on the library, but instead you depend on the contract. And that's basically it in a nutshell. So if you have a class A, then it's some methods of B. You just inject B into A, and then that's a dependency. Pros and cons. So when you use dependency injection, you can loosen the coupling, you can get a little bit more of testability, reusability. Your code also is easier to read, and then you can even help on separating what you need to do here and there. So separation of concepts. A bad part could be, it can be a little bit complex to set up. It could mean more code. And depending on how you do that, you can use, for example, SwiftUI or something. You're going to be strongly coupled to this framework that does dependency injection for you. And as you said, every time we look at dependency injection, you directly relate to tests. So if you don't use the dependency injection, that doesn't mean that you won't be able to test your application, but it can be a little bit harder than if you use it. And now let's go on the basic types. So for the basic types, we have initializer-based, property-based, and parameter-based, which can also be called a method injection. We're going to go into detail for each one of those. For the initializer-based, it's basically you're going to have your initializer, and the dependencies will be passed over to the object on that. So as we do with almost everything. So if you have a network protocol and a network implementation, you're going to just pass along for your user service, for example. You go here on line 18, you're going to just say, okay, network, pass the protocol, so the contract, as we said. And you can also leverage the default initializers or a default value in the initializer and just say, okay, the concrete implementation is network.shared. This way, you're already using dependency injection and you're making your code testable, because then instead of relying on network and on the singleton you had before, now you rely on the protocol. And how this would be tested. So to test this, you basically need to create a mock, as we say. In this case, is a special type of mocking, the stub, which will basically just return what you need. And you can just you conform to this, the network protocol, create your stub, and then, as we were saying, you prepare your scenario. And as we were saying, the SUT, so the system under test, is the user service we saw before, and we just initialize it with the stubbed or the mock implementation, and then you can follow along with your test. So in a nutshell, initializer-based dependency injection is nothing more than just passing arguments. The next type is the property-based one, which is, again, if we try to simplify as much as we can, it's just a property that has that you can modify externally. So again, if we go back to the network protocol, we will just initialize it or set this property to the concrete one here. And we're going to see later on how to modify, but basically it's a property that you can initialize for outside. A good use of this is, let's say you have an application that still use storyboards, so you don't have full access to the initializer. You could put all dependencies as properties, setting the default values for them, or maybe implicitly unwrapped and setting from somewhere else. And then you have dependency injection. How this affects the test. So on the test, again, you have somehow a mock. In this case here, we have a spy, another special type of mock. And simplifying a lot, you initialize your view controller somehow, and then you just need to go there and say, okay, this property network, instead of using the default value I put there before, now use my spy, and then you can just follow along with your test. Okay, the next one is the parameter-based or method injection, and this one is a very important one. We kind of do this every time we're using a function that has parameters, and there's a very good example. So, for example, on interviews, I see a lot of people that want to go there and load an image from an UI and image view, and then they directly call network.shared, for example. So how could you move this? So when you see here on line 15 and on line 16, we are also simplifying. So you could just set URL and that's it, but you're making it testable. And as we saw on the initializer and the property, the difference here is that instead of directly calling dispatch queue.main and directly calling network.shared, you simply inject them as properties on the method and use them down below. And this is also a very important option. Let's say you're refactoring something for testability, and then you're using this shared all along and this main queue all along, and you don't want to break the rest. So you just set the default value here. Everything keeps the same, but you still have the possibility to test this method. Okay, next. So the next one is how the test would be here. Again, very simple. If you go back there on the initializer, it's going to be the same. But instead of passing the dependency to the initializer, you're going to pass now as one of the properties of your method. So you set all your stage for the test on the given block. And then on line 22, when you're really calling something, you have network as the network stub and make you as global. So you're injecting different implementations of that based on the contracts or base types. And that's it for basic types. So really simple: initializers, properties, and properties or methods. There's nothing very fancy about that. And now we can go into a little bit more advanced. And you see that one method will complement the other or extend the other, in a sense that if you want to use just a basic type, you can. And maybe you can choose one of the advanced ones just to help you decouple more things. Okay, so we have here singletons. So everyone says, okay, there's a singleton. First, sorry for the little problem here. I forgot to change this one, but okay. So singletons, what are singletons? They're basically creational design pattern that will tell you, okay, I just want a single instance of this class. So no one should be able to create it just to access this shared thing. And this happens is that most of them, they just make the initializer private, and then you have global access to these shared or default and so on. A very common example is the user session. So you need to keep it in memory. You should have only one, ideally. And good part of singletons is that you have a global access to something and you have shared state. But this is also the bad part of it. Because let's say if you decide to modify something in some different part of the application, you may lose control over who is modifying at which moment, and you don't know which is the correct state you want for that. Okay, and there's one thing that we see a lot that's basically, okay, singletons are bad, don't use them. Oh, you cannot test singletons. If you're using singletons, you're not using dependency injection, and that's not exactly the case. So it depends a lot on how, when, and why you're using them. You can create an application that rely on a singleton for dependency injection. If it's simple enough, that's fine. So again, it's very important to understand, okay, how I'm going to use this, why do I need the singleton, and when I'm using this. One very important thing is, if you decide to go with that, don't put everything there. Don't make them a God class with lots and lots of responsibilities. Try to make them very single purpose, and so that they just take care of a single aspect of the application. So as we were saying, the user session, if it's user session, it's going to take care of user session related things. And that's it. Don't try to make it bloated and look into other crazy stuff just because it's easier. So can we turn a singleton testable? Yes, and it's pretty simple. So basically, if you extract a protocol, an interface from your singleton with the methods you need, you can just simply use any of the basic dependency injection types we looked before. So for example, here, instead of relying directly, so you would see normally user session dot share dot whatever. Now you can just inject from your initializer, and you can use techniques like we used back on the network and set a default value or bring this from somewhere else. So singletons are not that bad if you know how to use them. And how to apply them directly to the UI. So let's imagine you have a very simple application. You don't have lots of dependencies, and you want to, again, make something really simple and still have a way to control the dependencies of your application. You could create a singleton to hold all those dependencies and still have a shared part and pass it along. So for example, if you have a library, again, or a very simple project, you could just create this environment thing for the whole application as a singleton and keep this going. A way to also use this is that you can separate which dependencies you have into small containers or single parts with a protocol composition. So you can say, okay, if I want URL session, I have a protocol that provides this to me. If I want user defaults, a protocol that provides this, and so on. So your container will implement all of those. But if you want to use them separately, like in line 13, you can just say, okay, my dependencies are only user session and user defaults. This is a very good option for simple things, as I said, but it could become an issue if you have a big application, if it's modularized. So if you want to avoid passing all those dependencies all the time, you should not use singletons. But if it's a simple thing on a single target, this could be a good start. And there's a really good talk about it from Point 3, not exactly this way, but the whole idea, which is called How to Control the World. So then we see the singleton, and we still have this problem of the shared instance and how to test this. So how could we evolve the singleton or extend it? We can simply create an initializer for that. And this is not something really crazy. You can observe this on user defaults, URL session, on the Apple ecosystem. So it's pretty simple. So you just create a singleton without the private initializer, and that's normally those classes there are either open or have this initializer. So on your test, you're able to simply create a new instance of that. So there's one example here. If we go back, so we have this persistence manager. It is a singleton, so it has a shared instance, but it also has an initializer. And then it goes back again to it goes back again to what we're using there. So the dependency here is user defaults. User defaults, we know that from the system, it is a singleton, and we normally use this standard thing here. So, and user defaults is also an open class, so it's a singleton extended. What you can do, you simply go there, you inherit from it, you override the functions you need, and on your test, you can just pass this as a dependency, and you follow along with your test. So singletons, again, are not that bad. Depends on how you use them and when. Okay, next part would be, what else can we do? So let's go back to design patterns and see something that can also help us to apply dependency injection. And that is factories. So a factory is basically a design pattern that will help you to encapsulate how things are created. So in a nutshell, what you need is, I want to say, factory, create this for me. I shouldn't care about the details, what's happening inside. This is the factory's purpose. So for example, if you want to create a view controller, you don't need to know exactly which specific dependencies the view controller has. Just say factory, give me view controller, and that's it. So a good advantage of this is that it's really simple. Then you just pass, you can just depend on the factory instead of depending on all dependencies that small thing could need. We're going to see an example soon. But here we are just going into the basics. So if you want to know more, go and look for factory method, abstract factory, and some other factories in general. Good. So how can we control this? So let's imagine we have a Pokemon list view controller, and then when you tap on the row, you need to open another controller, which is the Pokemon Trade View controller. And Pokemon Trade View controller needs some dependencies. So it needs a Pokemon, it needs a user ID, a trading manager, and a Pokemon service. For the Pokemon service, we have this on the list view because we're using it here. But for the trading manager, we don't have. So I could just simply go here and initialize it. How this could be a problem? It could be bad because if you need to test, you have no control over this. So you have no control over what is being sent here because you cannot just define this part. You cannot control how the view controller is being created. What you could do, again, you can create a factory like we said, and then you can leverage the singleton that we used before with the environment and all, and say, okay, so to create this controller, we need those dependencies, so Pokemon service and trading manager. The dependencies can come from the environment, which is a shared singleton and all, and your interface for creating the view controller is just gonna need the basic things that don't rely on the environment. So you pass the Pokemon you want and the user ID, and that's it. And internally, now you can just use your environment to pass along those dependencies. After some refactor, what you can see here is that now you depend on the view controller factory, and then when you want to go there, you just say, okay, factory, create for me this view controller with these basic things that I can't control because they are dependencies from here. And you just push your view controller. So if you wanted to test this controller and say, okay, I'm navigating to trade view controller, you could just mock the factory. And the dependencies of this view controller, you just test the factory, what happens inside the factory. So what happens inside here. The next advanced technique is called service locator. All the types we saw before, they can be complementary to each other. So a service locator is basically a big singleton of instances. So it's a place to hold other instances or to tell you how to build things. So you in a service locator, you basically have factories and a cache or a place to hold the instances you already created. So it's gonna provide and retain services or dependencies. And how to implement it? So a service locator basically needs a resolver and a container. So the resolver will tell you how you resolve something for a name, a type, or something. And a container will hold the dependencies. So on the container, you have the register methods, and then on the resolver, you had the resolve method, basically. Here's a very, very simple implementation of a service locator. As we saw, it's just a singleton. It's shared all along. In this case, you have a single container for everything. You could have multiple ones, but we don't need to go there specifically. And here we have two possibilities. So you have the lazy instances and the singleton instances. By lazy, it's basically something that you just need to use, and then it's gonna die. And the singleton instances is something that's gonna be kept alive for the whole app lifecycle. Okay, so here we go into the implementation details. So the container will register things somewhere and hold them somewhere. So you have a map to hold and connect, okay, this specific type with this name has this instance. It works for the instances and lazy instances. The difference again is that lazy instances, they're gonna be something that come and go. So you can use this NS map table that will kind of control when they need to die or not for you, because the values are of a weak type. And you can see a little bit more details about it on the documentation here. So when you register something, you just get the key or something that will define the identifier, and you save there on your dictionary for names setting to instances. When you register something that's basically a lazy instance, you register a factory for it. So it's a a closure that is going to create that, and then again connect the specific key, which is the name of the dependency, to the factory or how to build it. This is more implementation details for that. So internally, how to get the instance and how to get a lazy instance and so on. So important part of here is when you're talking about normal instances, if it's a lazy instance, you need to create this if it's the first time and then save on the cache. If it's a singleton instance, you just go there, grab it. If it doesn't exist, you return new. So that's basically it. So we basically created a dependency to manage our dependencies. And how would you use this? So you need to have it in a start point of your application. So the simplest place you could put them is on the app delegate. So on the app delegate, you hold an instance to your service locator, or you just start it and register dependencies. So let's say you have a user session that's going to be used all around. You can just say, okay, register this instance. It's the shared one. And the type for this is also the protocol URL session. If you have a logging service, you can say, okay, logging service protocol will be connected to the concrete implementation, which is the logging service here. Same for the others. And how to use this? Let's imagine you have a view module that needs login service and user session. You can do this in two possible ways. You could use some other options, but the basic ones are this. So if you want to expose if you don't want to expose the service locator, you could just say, okay, you have the initializer like we saw before. If nothing is passed here, auto-resolve from the service locator. So the important part here is that you don't need to know the concrete implementation. You just know the service locator and the protocol for the services you need, the dependencies you need. Another option would also be setting this resolution thing on the initializer as default values, but then you expose your service locator, and sometimes you don't want that. Good. So how can we make this better? We can make it pretty using property wrappers. So let's see how we can go about that. So first, a property wrapper is basically a structure that's gonna encapsulate the access to a property and add some behavior on top. Again, this is just a very simple explanation. So let's say we wanna encapsulate the behavior of capitalizing something. You can just create a property wrapper where you have this wrapped value. Wrapped value is going to be the value that you get when you just access this property. And when you initialize with a value, and then the wrapped value turns into the capitalized one. So to use that, you just say @capitalized and then first name. If you go here and try to print the user that has capitalized properties, you're going to now be able to see them capitalized when initially you didn't do that. So bringing back to the dependency injection, what you can do is first you can create a property wrapper to wrap a dependency. This dependency definition needs a resolver to be able to go there and get your dependencies. By resolving, what you can do is basically get the implementation you need. So if you go here on the convenient initializer, you have the resolve value. So you didn't resolve anything. The resolver, so how to get this, and a failure handler if something goes the other way. So here we can just implement the logic and control the access to our properties, and also define error messages. Basically, what's going to happen is when you want the wrapped value, you try to resolve it, which called this resolve if needed. If you can resolve it from your resolver, It's great. You just set the value. If you can't, you're gonna just say, hey guys, you didn't register something. So please, you need to register it before trying to resolve. And also, this is something that you try to resolve it just once. So you can also put some logic to avoid calling this on and on. Advantages of this is that now you don't need to expose and go around with the service locator, and things can be even simpler. So you can, instead of having this very bloated with lots of things, you can just say add dependency, login service with login service protocol, and that's it. And it's more Swifty, so it's closer to what we see day to day. But we're not addressing tests here. How can we do that? So to address the test, if we go back a little bit, you're going to see that the initializer that passes everything is private. And the initializer that we see doesn't have any parameter. So we could address this in a simple way. So we create a special initializer on the scope of that file. And this would enable you from mocking from outside and saying, okay, don't need a resolver, I don't need a failure handler because I already have the value. A very important part of this is to wrap it into if debug, because basically you just need this for the tests. You shouldn't be resolving everything all the time. So on production builds, this will not be there, and you can still leverage this on tests. On the test, what you can do is, since you have your dependencies there with add dependency, you could, for example, extract them to an environment or dependency container, whatever, some place to hold them. And then you can use those resolved things that we saw before to set an environment that's mocking those dependencies. So in your test, when you want to test the view model, you can just pass the environment that's mocking login service and user session. And that's basically it. Now you know dependency injection with many different ways. So thanks. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Eduardo, for the talk. As I wrote in the chat, unfortunately, Eduardo cannot join us for the Q&A session, so please forward your questions to Eduardo on social media. You can find links in his profile on the conference website. But we can jump straight to our next speaker, who is Diego. Diego, hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good, you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
So you're joining us from Sevilla, right? Is it nice weather there? Great.
Well, you know, it's getting colder, but it's nice weather here.
Probably Diego doesn't know, but actually I've met him a month ago in Wales, where the weather wasn't that nice. And I've been to his talk about macOS command line interface scripts with Swift. So it was a great talk. Today is another great talk about DocC. So you learn how to compile your documentation like a pro. And also, on top of that, I know that Diego is a huge fan of retro computers. So if you have any questions about retro computers, you can also forward them to Diego. And on this note, so Diego, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you switch me to the presentation or should I? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about DocC. This is what we are going to do. Well, first of all, I'm Diego. I'm a developer advocate at MongoDB, and that's my Twitter handle in case you want to follow me. So we are going to talk about documentation, and this is the first time you are going to hear that documentation is exciting and it's interesting, because it is. So we are going to see why we want to basically write developer documentation, how to build DocC using Xcode or the command line interface, and how to create really nice articles and even tutorials. and add them to our documentation. Also, how to share this documentation and how to host it, because in the end, we can host this thing online. So let's start. What is DocC? Well, DocC is the documentation compiler. Apple introduced it in Xcode 13. It's available in Xcode 13 and 14. They added like a bit of new features in the latest Xcode. So if you don't have it, go grab it, because it has like more things and better things. And basically, what this thing is doing is generating a doc package from our code comments. So the only thing we have to do is install Xcode and write our code comments, and that's all. So how can I get it? Yeah, just get Xcode, and you will get like IDE and also CLI options. So you can generate the documentation both directly from Xcode, as I'm going to show you later, and directly from the command line. So you can build the things from the command line also. So what is developer documentation? Because I know that I should add maybe comments. Well, this is a a heated debate, no, in the community, if you should write comments or not. I'm not the smartest person in the world, so I tend to write comments for myself like in 2 weeks, because I know I'm going to forget about everything. So I tend to document at least the public parts of my implementations, which I think is the really interesting part. What is this thing and how do I use this thing? Not how this thing is built internally. That maybe that shouldn't be commented. And also all these comments like this is property of whatever organization, and well, they don't add much. No. So what is DocC? It will work with developer comments. If you look closely, this is a one-line comment, but it has like 3 slashes, so not 2 slashes. So the difference between a regular comment, which is not going to be picked up by DocC, and a documentation comment is like this one has 3 slashes. Also, the block comment for a documentation is /***. So that marks this comment as a block comment. These block comments are bigger, obviously, and they are easier to work because big news, developer comments accepts Markdown. So you can write, if you know how to do Markdown, like how to do bold, italic, how to put something like it looks like code, or you can use that. You can add links, you can add images. So it's really, really nice that you can do that just writing developer comments. So that's really, really nice. Okay, so why is important to write documentation? Well, I have these 3 reasons, but you can invent your own. I only document the public interface of my classes and protocols. So it's not, it's not that hard to do. It's not that much work to just document the public interface. Also, the second the second point is the most important. Sometimes we write a function, and this function is taking, let's say, an array, no, and we write our code, it's working. Maybe we write tests or not, but if we don't write tests, what happens if the array is empty? Can you pass in a nil array if this thing is also optional? What happens then? What happens if the array has like objects and those objects are not correctly formatted, or they don't have the data that I expect? So if I can't explain all these edge cases clearly, like, okay, this function takes this array of people and print them on the console. If the array is empty, it's going to return like, please pass me some data. If I can explain this in simple words, I don't understand my own code. And I've been there so many times where I've been writing something, and somebody maybe is thinking right now, how can you just not understand your own code? Well, it's like being a developer. That's how. So if you can explain in plain words how your function or how your code works, then you don't understand it. And writing the documentations forces you to think about how this thing works from the outside. What do I have to pass in? What am I getting out? That's all. I'm not thinking about how the stuff inside is working. I don't care about the algorithm that I'm using inside my function. I'm just caring right now about how this thing works from the outside. So also this will help us immensely writing tests after describing how something works, because you know that in Xcode you can just hover and you can alt click like a function name, we'll see later, and the documentation pops up. So if you write the documentation, instantly you have a clear idea how your functions and your classes and your structs work. So they are easier to test, because basically you've been thinking about how you're going to test them ahead of time. Like if you know what's going to happen when you pass this empty array, you are going to write a test passing an empty array and and checking that your assumptions are right. So again, writing docs important for your future self. Will love you, because I tend to forget everything like after 1 hour. Secondly, it's easier because it's easier to test, because it's forcing you to test ahead of time. And also, once the documentation is written there, just alt clicking a symbol will pop up the documentation, and you can read your own documentation later. Well, you or anyone in your team. Okay, so is this something new, writing developer documentation? No, this has been in languages forever and in Xcode since forever. So writing developer documentation has been in Xcode since forever, because this has been something regular in all other languages. But DocC allows for more things, not only comments. Okay, so as Linus Torvalds says okay, talk is cheap, show me the code. This is, you are going just to to show me some slides. No, how can I build DocC from Xcode or CLI? Well, to generate the docs from Xcode, you just go to product and just select build documentation. So let's do it. I think I have here a couple projects. So here I have this project, and here I have this different project. So this one is, I hope you can see it, is a package. So this is not an app. This is not an iOS app. This is a package. It's called binary tree, because it implements the most probably the saddest and simplest binary tree you can ever implement. Don't ask me how to reverse a binary tree without looking in a book, because I don't know how to do that. I will fail all the lead code interviews, so sorry about that. But I have this binary tree package. As you can see, this thing has here, if I go to, not here, if I go to the sources and I go to binary tree, but inside here, you will see that this has like a bunch of comments, like the three slash comments, as I was talking before. So as you can see, documentation comment is something like this, but here nil is going to be highlighted as code, because I'm using here Markdown. But here I'm using something even cooler. You can connect between your symbols. So I know that there's something called children here. Children should be down here. So I can even jump to the definition of children. Oh, it's not fine. Thank you, Xcode, for being Xcode. Maybe I change that. Oh, no, it's here. So command click works, but jump to definition doesn't work. So somebody please file rather. So file a back to Apple, because Xcode being Xcode. So other than that, you can link these symbols, and it works. So using this double backticks, you can link things. And the cool thing is that they autocomplete. So if I want to put something about data here, I can just do like data. And as you can see, this string is getting auto-completion, and I can navigate here. So it's really, really nice that you can add to your documentation. For instance, this class or this track is related to that other, part of my code, and you can link parts of your code in the documentation. I mean, so it's super easy to navigate during code sessions, but also to navigate after those coding sessions while you are just reading the documentation. Again, just use documentation comments for public stuff. So here, as you can see, this is public, this is public, this is public. So what I'm doing here is just documenting the public stuff. I don't know if there's something private here. Well, this is just if something is a leaf, if something is a parent, doesn't matter, the code really. We are just focusing on the comments. And in Apple documentation, they will show you how to add all this kind of stuff, like, returns or parameters that you have, like these ones. So you can perfectly add all these, parameters and all this stuff. And finally, there's a shortcut to generate the documentation code. So I'm going to cut this one. If you are before an init or any function, it's just Command Alt slash. So I'll do it again so you can see it. So it's just a Command Alt slash. It will add a placeholder for the description and then all the parameters that your function has. If you add more things to your function, well, it won't get automatically updated. You will have to add it, by hand. But if you already know, okay, this function is going to be public, it's going to have like these 3 or 4 parameters, you can just generate super fast the documentation, which is really nice. I'm going to put my documentation back because it was nice. And we are saying that generating the documentation is super simple. It's just a shortcut way. We have all these special parts like parameters. We are going to see them later in the generated documentation. We have all these returns, but even better, you can even write like whole chunks of code here. So this is markdown. And if you recognize the 3 backticks, this is defining like a code block. And I'm putting here something that will appear rendered as a block of code. Really, what I'm doing here is painting something using some kind of ASCII, but you will see it later. Well, later, no, right now, because, also in Tree Traversable here, I have like more documentation comments. This is a block documentation comment, as you can see. And here I'm doing this kind of painting using ASCII. So how do I generate my DocC documentation? As I told you, you just go to product, and here we have a nice build documentation, which has this super simple Control Shift Command D, which I'm pretty sure everybody of you who has like 10 fingers in one hand can do. So I'm going to click here. For me, it's super hard to do this. This is going to take your project and it's going to build everything. So this is going to build your project. Like the compiler is going to build the code because it needs all the symbols. Because as you've seen before, we have all these possibilities to link the symbols and stuff. So it's going to look at your symbols, and if you have errors, it's going to add you some warnings like, okay, I can find this symbol anywhere. So your documentation is wrong. Maybe you changed the name of a function, but you haven't updated a link in the documentation. So it's going to warn you about, I can find this image that you try to show in your documentation. You are mentioning here an article. I don't see that article. So it's really cool, So once we have this thing generated, as you can see, my documentation is only this part. It's only this. This is a package I'm using, which is Realm. And all these other things are documentation from Apple, packages, which are really nice. But I would love, you can filter here and just focus on your binary tree stuff. But other than that, I don't want to see, all the other stuff. But well, it's here. Okay, so I have my binary tree thing. I'm going to delete the filter because if not, it looks really strange. And I have here a really nice how to use thing. And I can go to the Realm binary tree, which was this file. Remember this file that I have here with a binary tree, has a root node and etc. etc. So I can go here and read here. And as you can see, everything that you want to appear here has to be written here. So I can put here, hey, iOS devs. So things like that. I can save it. I can go to product, build documentation. And when this thing is generated, it should appear like here. Oh, it's failing. No, don't tell me. A binary tree has wrote. I'm going to build the documentation. Maybe it's failing. Now it's saying, okay, it's failing. So this is like the, okay, it's a demo, no? Seems like to be like the demo gods don't want to update that. But believe me, it will eventually be updated. Maybe I have to clean the project, but I don't want to rebuild everything. Okay, so everything you put here will appear here. Or maybe this is, I'm watching the imported documentation. Yeah, maybe I'm stupid, and that's what is happening here. This is imported documentation, so this is a static version of my documentation that I imported before. So I'm not watching the changes because I'm watching at something that I imported, and it's not going to change. But if I go here, most probably this is the documentation being generated from Xcode right now. So most probably here, ooh, it's working. So in this case, the bug was between the chair and the keyboard. That was the, where the bug was located. So once we have this thing, it's super easy to change it to, you can see it evolving, which is really nice because it's like even is addicted. So you can go here to tree traversal, which is this one that had this function map pre-order and all this stuff. So I can go to these ones, and as you can see the declaration, and in the discussion, I've added, I've added this really nice documentation comment, like just to show something like this little thing, just to explain you, okay, if you have this tree, it's going to be ordered like that way. This is good to have this kind of comments, because when I'm going to test this stuff again, I will need, some kind of hints on if I pass in this, I expect the test to, to bring me that. So speaking about tests, I have here like, really simple tests. So one of these tests, I'm not going to focus too much on testing. It's just I create a test tree which contains something. I just do the map in order of this stuff. I'm printing that I'm visiting node whatever, and I'm appending the node data to the result, and I expect the result to be this one. So if I go and do an in order, traversing of the tree, I suppose that I'm going to visit these nodes 4, 2, 5, whatever. So the nice thing is tree map in order. If you click, you press option, you can click, and it should has. It doesn't have like documentation. Okay, documentation here is appearing. Map in order doesn't have documentation. Oh, that's another. Okay, it's not popping up here in place, which is sad again. But I can at last. Oh, this thing doesn't have. Okay, this thing doesn't have any. Oh, okay. The documentation is all in the protocol. So the problem is the documentation in the past was inheriting the comments. I mean, this is an implementation of the tree traversable protocol. So here I just have the name of the function, and I'm providing you with a default implementation is what this thing is called. So if something uses tree traversal, it doesn't need to write how the map in order is going to be done. I already have done it for you, but you can obviously create your own implementation if you want something different. But okay, I thought that you were going to be able to see the comments of map in order, which are here, these comments, in the default implementation, but it seems like no. Okay, the more you know. So if instead of testing this thing, I go to the real binary tree, okay, as you can see here, it's working. So command click, no, alt click, not command click, is going to show me the summary, and this is what is appearing again in my documentation. So after all this demo failing, I'm going back to the comfort of my slides. So you can build the documentation doing this, or and you are going to get this. Basically, you write just something and you get a documentation. A little bit later, we will see how to do this kind of articles. And you can also generate docs from CLI. So you can open your terminal and using Xcode build, as you can see, we are building the project. So we are really compiling everything. So there's like a switch for Xcode build, like a command you can pass in, which is doc build. It's self-explanatory. So here we are telling Xcode build, okay, build the documentation for this project. In the case that we are building the documentation for a project, for an iOS app or iPad app or watch app or Mac app, okay, and use this SDK. You have to pass in the SDKs because when you build, basically you have to select some architecture. You have to select the chips in the machine that you are building for, because the binaries are going to be different. And at least we have two different chipsets these days: Intel-based chipsets and all the ARM-based chipsets. So you have to pass in an SDK just to tell Xcode build, okay, generate binaries for an Intel-based machine or for an M1-based machine, for instance. Okay, so this is what you do to build this thing. Inside a folder, there's generated a DocC archive file, which we are going to see also. And if you want to build a package, it's just the same, Xcode build, doc build, but then we don't have a project. We don't have an XC project because it's just a package. So what we do is use a scheme with the name of our project. And then in this case, I'm telling also Xcode build, don't use derived data, build everything here in doc build. So put the output of all the binaries you're building in doc build, because I want to have easy access. And the destination again is iOS simulator using Sun simulator. Okay, and then I'm finding again the DocC archive. So just to show you, I think we can do an Xcode build. I don't know if you can see all this stuff here. I hope it's big again. If I hit here, it will start like building everything. It will take like some time and use 100% of my CPU. And as this is an Intel machine, it's going to get like 100 degrees. So I'm going to Control C this thing, but you get the idea. It's just, you can do it from command line. Why is important to do things from command line also? Because if you are using a continuous integration server, so if you build your application not only in your local machine, but there's some server that takes your code from, say, GitHub or any other control version repository, takes your code from there, builds it, pass all the tests, and creates like an archive, even sends the thing to the app store every single day, maybe, or every single week, you can do it. Then there you can go and find the menu to build the documentation. So you need to do it using the CLI. That's why this thing exists. Just to clarify why it's important to know how to build from command line. Because if you are going to use a continuous integration server, you need this. Okay, so this is nice. It was the documentation that I was writing, but I also want to add articles and tutorials. And what are those? So first, to add more content to your documentation bundle, you need to add the documentation bundle. So you just press Command N and add a documentation catalog. Okay, so the documentation catalog will hold everything you need to create articles and tutorials. It will look something like that. We're going to see it in real life. So once you create the documentation catalog, you can create like a starting out. You can separate your classes, and you will have tutorials if you want. So these two are articles. This is just the regular documentation generated by the classes. So this is just documentation tied to code. Those are articles, and these are tutorials, which are really cool. So articles, markdown docs that you can use. They render as a web page. You can add images. If you want to add the images, just copy them to the resources folder and you refer them in your markdown like this. This is the typical markdown that you use to create an image. So it's just, exclamation mark. In between the brackets, you can put some description, just the alternate description for blind or people with eyesight problems, and then the image that you are using. So, okay, it's nice, Diego. I want to see one of those articles. So let's see one of those. So as you can see here, I have the sources, the binary tree, and this is my documentation catalog that is already here being created. So as you can see, I have here, well, collapse everything. I have here a binary tree, and I have something called binary tree MD. This is the main page of my documentation. So it has to be called as the package or as the project that you are creating. So in this case, it's binary tree MD because this package is called binary tree. This will create like the main point entry, for my application. So as you can see in the generated documentation, if it's still around, yeah, it's here. So here, if I go to binary tree, this is the first thing that I see when I click in there. This is a simple implementation of a binary tree. And here I'm using or I'm adding some kind of binary tree. This is simple, the overview. I'm adding here, I'm blind, so I'm adding here the tree. So this tree is that one. As you can see, it's exactly what you write here will appear here. You can use the links that we were talking before, the double ticks. This will check that those links are correct. And you can even connect to other documents that you have or other tutorials that you have. The super cool thing is once you put in here doc column, you will have auto completion. So you can select here and put the right one. You shouldn't make errors, but maybe somebody can make an error here or maybe here. No, you can add errors. So what happens when you build the documentation? When you build the documentation, ooh, I can see warnings here. Topic reference. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what you're talking to me here. So, oh, you better use the auto completion that is working here, or write it correctly the first time. So I will do just here a build documentation again. All the warnings are gone, and reading my super nice documentation again. Everything is linked, so I can go to how to use it. Let's see how this article works. This is just an article. An article is just a markdown document. So if you write for Dev2 or you write markdown documents like readmes in GitHub, or I write mostly everything using markdown. So it's super simple to understand that here there's a code block, and as you can see, it renders as a code block. Here I have more code blocks just showing this stuff. The good thing is this understands also the backticks with the language. So if you want to show, hey, you need to start like a JavaScript server using Node.js and do this and that and the other thing, you can put in there JavaScript and it will treat the code as JavaScript. So it's really nice. It's highlighting all the syntax, in this case using Swift. And so it's just regular Markdown. If you know how to do your Markdown, you know how to do this. Just add new things. There's no way to arrive to this how to use if you don't link it from here. So what I'm doing is linking it here. So you have like a link to reach there. And then we have tutorials. Tutorials are the second way to create really, really amazing stuff. So I think I have here something about tutorials, and tutorials are step by step. So the difference is in an article, you are going to explain something. Maybe you can explain everything and not use a tutorial, but tutorials are the fancier way to do things. So why fancier? Because here I have two tutorials. One is here, traversing a tree. And as you can see, I'm going to move this thing to the center. I'm here in step 1, and I'm telling you, I want to traverse this tree. And there's only a comment here. I don't know if you can see it, but there's only a comment. So when you scroll, you go to step 2, And so we add a function to create this test tree. Oops, the function appears. See that? It's really nice. And as you are scrolling down, you can see step by step how your code changes, how you need to add more code. So it's super simple to follow. These are like the Apple way to do the documentation. You can see here it says no preview because I haven't added previews. This is even more outstanding because you can add screen captures of your simulator device. So you can put in there your iOS application and show what will be shown in screen as the code, is moving. So this is maybe a really nice way to write a tutorial or even a book on SwiftUI. I want to show you, if you write this SwiftUI code, this will appear, this other thing will appear. So as you move, not only the code will change, also the preview will change. So it will, it will show you what will appear. What is better, to use this or to use a playground? Not sure. Not sure because this is it needs a little bit more work doing it like in this way, but it's really nice. No, it's really, really impressive. No, so we have these tutorials. It will take. Did you put even the minutes that you think it will take you? So where is my tutorial? This is traversing trees, and this is my tutorial. So a tutorial looks like something out of JSON, but it's not. This is, again, a Swift code using something that we just seen before. So using these property wrappers is like building the thing. And here you have this intro, how to traverse trees, and with this image. And then I'm going back. And then you have this section, and you can create as many sections as you want with, like different steps. So you have the different steps here, and each step is tied to a file. So you need to write the code for all these steps in separate files. This is something that surprised me the first time. So my advice here is write the whole thing, duplicate it. In this case, I want 4 steps. So duplicate the same file 4 times and start deleting. It's easier that way. So where are these files? These files are these 02 traverse in order or 01, whatever, are inside resources. As you can see, inside resources, I have code and I have images. These are the images I'm using throughout, all this documentation, and I have all the steps here. So if I take create tree, as you can see, the second step is a little bit more. The third one is a bit more. The traverse in order is just a comment, bit more, the whole code. No, so it's easier to start from here, duplicate it 4 times, change the names, and start deleting stuff. So it appears. No, it's easier to create it in reverse. So now we know how to create all these resources, all this nice stuff. What else can we do with all this stuff, Diego? So we can share our documentation. And how can I do that? We can export the DocC archive. So going back to my documentation, I have my documentation here. This is the one that is being generated by Xcode right now. And once it's generated, this one, for instance, binary tree, I can go here, binary tree. There's 3 dots here. And clicking them is just export. And it will tell you, okay, where should I export all this stuff? Maybe in desktop or in a shared file or in any other place. And it will create something called DocC archive. So inside desktop, I'm going to create a folder called docs. And I'm going to export there the DocC archive. So what is this DocC archive thing? So I'm going to the desktop and I'm going to docs. And I see that this is a DocC archive. If you send this thing that looks like a file or a folder, but it's not, it's a folder. It looks like a file, but it's not. If you send this to a fellow developer or generate in a shared folder, you just double click it and it will appear here. It will appear here in this section called imported documentation. Remember, if you are doing a live demo, that imported documentation won't be updated. Okay, so that's important. So if you double click this thing, I have like a new version of the binary tree imported here, and really nice. I can start removing them. No, so you can see like the last one. So you just add it, it will appear here. So, but just remember, it won't update if you are doing like a live demo. So this is a folder really. So doing a double click, no, a right click. I call it double click because I use the 2-finger thing. So yeah. So show package contents, and as you can see, there's stuff here. What is this stuff? This is a web page basically. So what the content is generating here is index HTML. If you know a bit about HTML development, you know, there's CSS, there's JavaScript here. So this is a static website. That's what this thing is. So we can share the documentation as a DocC archive, but then you have to have a Mac and you have to have a Xcode installed. If everybody in the team has that, no problem. But what happens if I have a library and I want to publish my documentation on the internet? So then there's a problem. Well, not really, because that's already a website. In the past, I mean, in Xcode 13, you also had to set up some really nasty redirection rules. Not anymore. You can run this thing directly. So what I'm going to do to share my documentation here is I'm going to run here. I think I have a Docker image. This Docker image, what it's going to do is it's going to run a container. Okay, this container has a web server, and this web server is going to take the website that is in binary tree docs binary tree DocC archive. So basically, what this thing is doing is running a virtual machine. Well, really, it's a container, and this container is running a web server. That web server is serving the HTML code and pages that are in my binary tree DocC archive. So how can I visit this thing? So let's have a look. It's listening import 8080. So let's change it here. Just a sec. So in theory, if I go here and I go to localhost documentation, boom, binary tree is working. So yeah, here you have it. This is how you are going to see your documentation in the internet. So here I have all my documentation is the same. You have the, you know, the traversing trees thing. It works the same because it's JavaScript. So basically it's the same. You can check out all your classes, all your, if you have some, you know, something here, it will appear. So yeah, it's really, really simple and nice. So you can go here, instance method, and see everything. And this is being served right now in my local host. And I'm using Docker and a container because it's the simplest way to be sure that this thing is going to look like I want, you know, later. Or you can use other local web server that you have around for testing. You just copy the contents of the DocC archive. You just copy that to the root of your web server, and that's all. If your web server is not going to be at the root, which could happen. So what I mean is, this thing is at the root of my web server. My web server is called localhost. It's called localhost 8080, and that's all. What I mean is at the beginning of my web server. It's not inside my product, my second product, my third product documentation, whatever. No? If you have like a path before arriving the DocC documentation, you need to tell Xcode about that. So there's a setting in Xcode. If you are doing this in a project, so if you are doing this in a project here, there's a DocC setting, but this is a bit more advanced. I don't want to go into that. But in build settings, if you search DocC, you will find something like DocC archive hosting base path. Okay, so this is the path that you will want to append to your DocC generated documentation for it to work in your public web server that doesn't start at the root. Vale? If you are putting this stuff in out of the box. But more things. So we are here, DocC in Xcode, present, again. So hosting the documentation, as I already told you, DocC archives are just websites. You just can put this thing on the web. But I told you before about continuous integration servers. Most probably the simplest one to, well, you can use, there are several, no? Like Travis. I've used Bitrise in the past. So Bitrise is also really good. So if you want to try this, it's really good. It's really simple. And you can use GitHub Actions. So in this case, in this example, I have a GitHub Actions YML file. And in that file, what I'm doing is building the documentation from the CLI, as we said with the Xcode build thing. And then I'm pushing the build docs to a GitHub Pages repo or to other hosting. So if you want to have a look at that, DevSec is most probably here. So this is app on GitHub. So I will pass all the links at the end. So don't worry about that. So inside .github workflows, you can create a workflow. And in this case, this workflow is generating DocC. I hope you can read it. And what I'm doing here is this runs on Mac because I need a container for, well, a virtual machine, in this case for Mac, because I'm going to use Xcode. I do a checkout, so I get the latest version of my own code, and then I'm using Xcode build to build stuff. So you just read that, and it's heavily commented, so you should know what I'm doing more or less. And then this part is, okay, once I have my documentation generated in this repo, I want to put it in a different repo. And that repo is going to be the one that will have the GitHub Pages stuff running. So it's called Realm Binary Tree DocC. So you read this and hopefully you will understand this. There's also an article linked in the README of this repo, explaining everything. So you should be good to go. So this is also, there's an article here, a post. So it explains everything you need to know. So most probably you are set with this part. But the most important part is just getting hold of this main YML, which works. So this is the good one to get. So to wrap this thing up, DocC archives, websites, we can use GitHub Actions. I really encourage you to watch all the WWDC 21 videos that explains mostly how to use DocC, what is DocC. They explain how to create all the articles and all the tutorials in WWDC 21. And as they haven't changed that part, they don't explain it in WWDC 22. In WWDC 22, what they explain is, okay, just to share your web page with the world, you don't need to add this rewrite rules for the web server HTTPD. So what's new in Swift DocC, I really recommend this one. And also the QR code for the first example, which is Realm Binary Tree. Don't worry, I'm going to drop a link to this slideshow on Twitter in just a minute. So you have it also in the chat. So here you have Realm Binary Tree, and this is MongoDB booth. The idea is I have been playing with documentation with a package, but you can also document right now from Xcode 14. You couldn't do that in Xcode 13. You can also comment and generate documentation for projects, for your app, not only for a package, not only for a library, but for the whole app. And this is really good if you are working in a product and somebody new enters the team, and during the induction of this person to the product, it will be really useful to have all this documentation generated, because it's basically a book about the app you are going to be working on. So, well, this is just an example showing that you can generate also documentation for an app, not only for a project. So thank you very much for your time. Again, you can follow me on Twitter if you want, or LinkedIn. Just search me. And yeah, I hope there's no questions, because everything has been super clear, no, and super. So yeah, that's me. I don't know.
Yeah, Diego, thank you. That was a great talk. Yeah, so much new stuff. I think we all learned a lot. However, we still have 3 questions for you to answer. And the first one would be as follows. So what could be the best way to write the comments for a function that is handling a result variable for multiple success result use cases?
Yeah, just explain it. If it's handling a result, so you can have, if I understand the question correctly, you are returning a result of something, and that result of something could be success, but it can have different success code. Most probably you are returning an HTTP code, like 200 or 201, 202. So these are different grades of success. Just explain it there. You can get a result with 200, or you can get a result with that thing in that case. So if you pass in that, and you are getting the image, and the image is cached, you are going to get a 200 different than is if you are hitting the image and it's not cached. So just explain it in plain words, because sometimes you cannot explain it like super succinct like programming. You have to just explain it like use the some people use the duck rubber, the rubber duck thing, just to explain it to a duck. I use this amigurumi. So instead, I explain to the amigurumi, okay, my thing with several results is going to do this in this case and that in the other case, and then I write it and I'm good. So that's what I will do.
Yeah, thank you.
Next one.
Yeah, let's move to the next one. The next one. Writing a block comment explaining a method logic might increase the file lines count, and eventually it might be an error in SwiftLint. What's your suggestion?
Okay, so first thing, what is SwiftLint? SwiftLint is a linter. So this is not a compiler. This is a tool, because we are in the beginners track. So I want to explain that. SwiftLint is a tool that allows you to write code following certain conventions. If you want the curly braces to be at the end of your functions or to be in the next line, if you want to be able to write ifs in a certain way, if you want to not allow people to use, I don't know, a for loop, you just want maps, you can use a linter just to enforce these conventions. Maybe you don't want people to write lines longer than 80 characters or 120 characters. You don't want like super long lines, or you don't want super long files, which is a good thing. In general, having a 1,000 line file is not a good idea, because it's super long, it's super hard to navigate. So this is a good question in the sense that is increasing the file lines. I don't remember if, because SwiftLint, I know it has this switch to tell you okay, the line limit of the file is going to be 500, but I don't know if this is counting also documentation comments. I don't know, really. I haven't tested. I should do like the testing, or you can do it yourself, but my advice in this case is just disable the the warning for line counting, because I don't care in the sense that I want SwiftLint to check that all the files should be like below 500 lines, which is reasonable to me. But if I'm writing like a ton of documentation and it's available, screw that, a SwiftLint rule. I will just disable it. You know that you can disable certain rules in certain files or even in certain functions. So as you can do that, yes, that's what I've been doing in the projects that I've been working, trying to follow always the rules that I'm using in SwiftLint, but sometimes you just disable the rule because, it's, in this case, that's an exception. Okay. So
thank you. And we have one more question for you. And the question is the following. So should we include comments in our test cases as well? Is it a good practice?
no, I don't think it's a good. If you, from my point of view, that's from my point of view. Tests should be simple because you are just testing one thing and you are testing one behavior of that thing. What I mean is you are testing one function or one method from a class, and you are testing that this thing is doing this. And if it's doing this, it's succeeding, or in the next text, if I'm passing you this thing for this function, is failing. So for just one function or one method, you are testing one behavior, if it's failing or not. If so, why do you have to explain that? If you have to explain your test, it's because the test is super long. It's trying to test too many things at once. You need like a super convoluted like first part just to set up the test. If you do need that part, like I need to run this test, I need to create like 10 different objects and stuff, just extract that to a function that is called setup for this test case, because it's super long and super complicated and I don't want to see this code ever again. And then you just run that at the beginning, and then you have given this thing, then I do that and I find that okay, the test is running or not. Test should be have like these three given, if something happens then I get that in return. These three steps, they should be super clear. The only comment that I put is the given, when, then. I put like a comment in the test sometimes just to have like a super easy way to read them. But tests should be, if possible, short. If they are not short, either you are put like too much initialization code at the beginning, just extract it to a function, problem solve, or you are testing more than one thing in the test, which is not good. Just test one thing in one test. You always can create more tests. They are free.
Yeah, thank you. A great answer. And I guess that's the end of our Q&A session. I don't see any more questions in the chat. So on this, thank you for your time. Thank you for your talk. I think if anyone, okay, sorry, we have one more question. Yeah. So how to host multiple DocC from multiple module in one URL?
You mean in the same web server? As I think I showed that you have the root of your web server, which was localhost 8080, I think. And then it was /documentation/ the name of my project, which was in this case binary tree. So you are going to have like /documentation/ my project 1 /documentation/ my project 2 / again. So, and that's all. I think you don't need anything else. You will need to be careful because you cannot just copy the DocC in the root, because if not, you are going to destroy the other one, the one that was there before. So you will need to put things like in sub folder 1, and then you copy the contents of the DocC for project 1. Folder 2, you put it there. But then when you compile, you need to use that setting that I showed like briefly. Like what is the way to arrive here, the path. So yeah, I think that's the way. I haven't done it, by the way, so I haven't done it. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, or maybe no, most probably most of the time, I also want to learn from you. So if you do this and write about it, please share it, because it's something interesting. Normally when you create like a library, it has its own like place, like its own. If I think about libraries, they always have like their own documentation URL. But okay, if you want to have like more than one, I think you can.
Great, thank you for your answer, and thank you again for your talk and the answers. And I think, yeah, so now we will need to move to our next speaker, and our next speaker is Maninder. He's an iOS developer at Zomato, which is India's largest dining and restaurant discovery service. Maninder has a great speaking experience. He has recently given a talk at Swift India and at WWDC community events. And his talk will be about 0 to 1 in Grand Central Dispatch. So I think we'll all learn a lot. This will be a pre-recorded talk, but Maninder will join us for Q&A session afterwards. So, Maninder.
Hey guys, hope you all doing great. I am Maninder from India. I am an iOS developer at Zomato. I have a 2-year experience in app development. Today, I will be speaking about GCD from 0 to 1, multi-threading in iOS using Apple low-level C API. Before starting, I just wanted everyone just forget whatever they know in GCD for 30 minutes so that we will able to learn from scratch and concrete. All right, without wasting any time, I will directly jump into the topic GCD. I will be covering today are first basic of GCD, second types of queues which are main queue, global queue, custom queue, and will walk through the quality of service QoS in GCD as well. Third, the difference between serial and concurrent queue. Fourth, groups and semaphore. Fifth, pitfall in GCD like racing condition, priority inverse, thread explosion. Lastly, we will end up how much you guys have learned by solving a few puzzle. All right, then let's kick it off.
Part 1, Basic of Grand Central Dispatch. So, there is a railway terminal in New York called Grand Central Terminal. It's a huge station to manage manually, like which train to come on which track, when to change tracks, which engine is to attach with which train. All this is similar to managing threads. Apple acknowledged the similarity between the API and the station functionalities and eventually named it GCD, short Grand Central Dispatch. Before you start using Grand Central Dispatch, it's important that you become familiar with the underlying technology, like what is Grand Central Dispatch, what problem does it solve, and why you should be using it. GCD is a low level API for managing concurrent operations. It can help you to improve your app responsiveness by deferring computationally expensive tasks to the background, like enabling your phone to download a video in the background while keeping the user interface responsive. Grand Central Dispatch is a technology that is designed to make the execution of tasks on multi-core hardware performant and straightforward. It can do this because it operates at the system level. Your application operates in a sandbox, which means that it is unaware of other processes running on the system at the same time. Because the Grand Central Dispatch operates at the system level, it has an accurate view of the process that are running and the resources that are available.
It executes tasks either serial or concurrent on apps on different types of thread. Grand Central Dispatch makes asynchronous programming easier and safer. It manages collection of threads and decides which thread is used to execute block. And developer doesn't need to worry about the implementation of GCD. This thread safety is achieved by making sure that the critical portion of code cannot run on one thread at a same time as another thread. And as you can see in this code snippet, dispatch main.async. where main is the main queue, the main thread, and the async is the async, it run asynchronously. And GCD manages the task in FIFO order, first in, first out. By the way, we often see a purple warning in the Xcode when we run the UI thing on background thread, and which may lead to certain crashes in the app that I will cover in further slides. Moving forward, we have types of queues. As you already know, we have three types of queue: main queue, global queue, custom queue. Main queue is a serial queue that is globally available and it runs on a main thread, while concurrent queue are shared by the whole system and we can assign priorities. And there is also a custom queue that we can create a custom queue and we can execute task either serially or concurrently.
As we can see in this representation, we have two threads, main thread for UI related tasks and GCD thread pool where all other threads are executed. GCD expose 5 different queues, main queue running on the main thread and 3 background queue with different priorities and one background queue with an even lower priority, which is IO throttled. Furthermore, you can create custom queue which can be either serial or concurrent queue. We have priorities the queue into the bucket of high low default background, and this customize according to need as well. So moving forward to global queue, they execute one or more tasks concurrently. Quality of service helps in assigning priority to the queues. QoS define the importance of block of work. There are 5 quality of service that can be used with global queue. These are the order of highest to lowest. User interactive for tasks that want to be executed as quick as possible since the result is needed for the UI. User initiated. This QoS is used to execute tasks which are called as the user interact with the app. Here the UI is not dependent on the result. Default, as the name implies, this this is the default QoS. For no priority implication, the default will be picked. Utility. The QoS is used to execute tasks that don't affect the UI activity. And last but not the least, this background QoS. This QoS is used to execute maintenance and cleanup type task and has lowest priority. And as you can see in the example, how we can define QoS, like dispatch queue.global, and we can define the type of QoS with sync and async. Same for other as well. Yeah.
Moving to custom queue executes task either serial or concurrent. On the left side, we have a serial queue. So it will execute this block first. Then after executing this block, it will move to this block and execute this task. So the output would be task 1 executing, task 1 finished. After that, task 2 executing and task 2 finished. While in the case of concurrent queue, if we use custom queue and attribute as a concurrent, it will be a concurrent queue, and in that we will get the output would be the task 1 executing, task 2 executing, task 1 finished, and task 2 finished. It can be random depending on the print function, depending on the time complexity we are providing.
Part 3, serial versus concurrent queue. So, according to Apple documentation, serial queue, also known as private dispatch queue execute one task at a time in the order in which they are added to the queue. Currently executed task runs on distinct thread. The serial queue are often used to synchronize the access of specific resource. Next up, we have concurrent queue, also known as global dispatch queue. Executes one or more tasks concurrently, but task still starts in the order in which they were added in the queue. Currently execute tasks run on the distinct thread which are managed by the dispatch queue. The number of tasks executing at a given point of time are variable and depends on the system condition. And as you can see in the representation, let's suppose we have 4 tasks. Our first task is for 20 seconds. It will execute in 20 seconds. Second task for 7 seconds. And the execution time of third task is 10 seconds. And let fourth task execution time is 8 seconds. So overall time taken by the synchronous queue is 45 seconds. While in case of asynchronous, it will take only 20 seconds.
Part 4: Dispatch Group and Semaphores. Dispatch group allows you to group a set of tasks for which you can set either wait for them to be completed, or you can choose to be notified once it is completed. After defining the dispatch group, you can add task using .enter function, and then you can leave the function once the task is finished. The notify function is called as soon as the task is leave from the dispatch group. As you can see in the example, let's say we have a group called dispatch group. Suppose we need to call a bunch of APIs, after executing of which we need to hide a loader. Here we can start a group with .enter function, and we can add the group once the group.leave is finished. And after the execution of all the tasks, we will add a group.notify to stop the loader. Like in this example, you can see we define the dispatch.group. After that, we execute the task and we enter the group by group.enter, and after that we randomly print the value and leave the task to finish. After all the task is finished, we get notification all tasks done. So the print statement would be first starting long run task, then long task random value done, long task random value done, long task random value done, then all the task is executed, then it will notify us all tasks done. Let's take another example. In this piece of code, we are going to use both wait and notify variations. The load image method takes a image URL as an input and fetch an image and cache in a simple image cache, and then execute the completion closure. So wait, let me explain the example first. Inside the get user image method, we initialize dispatch group object. We configure the data task to fetch the trending user and to call the load image once we get the trending user response. We add group.enter before calling the trending user API and add defer statement and group.leave, which will run when we exit the completion closure of data task. Once we receive the trending API response, we call the load image method to get the images, and we add group.enter before calling the method and group.leave just before leaving the closure. In total, we add 3 enter and leave calls here. Dot resume trigger the data task. All we did until now is just configuration, but the actual call to the service happen now. Group.wait will block the caller thread until all the operation are completed. It will determine this by equating the number of enter and leave call it has encountered. Once all the operation completed, group.leave are executed and call the thread will be unblocked and work done will be printed in the calling thread. Let's see the output. As you can see, it will print image caching successful, image caching successful, image caching successful. Then it will print work done by the thread. I will highly recommend to avoid wait whenever possible, because it's essentially block the calling thread, which is the main thread in our case. Even if we add the entire get user image function in the concurrent queue, it make work the it make work on background thread. We are blocking one of the very limited GCD work threads while we performing the request. That's why we use notify. In this example, we initialize the dispatch group inside the closure of trending API call. We add the group.enter before calling the method and group.leave just before leaving the closure. In total, there is a 3 enter and 3 calls here. Here we encounter the group.notify method, which doesn't block the calling thread, and instead of notify the main thread when all the group.leave method are executed. Now the load image closure will be executed and image will be sorted successfully. Once all the closure are executed, the main thread is notified work done and will be printed on the main thread. We use dispatch group, and you should always consider using notify as it doesn't block the thread. Moving forward to semaphore.
So, unlimited work might lead to a deadlock. So, we can limit them by using semaphore. So, what semaphore does is, let's suppose we have a 20 task and we want to execute in a batch of 3. So, we can use semaphore for that. So, directly jump into the example. We have a queue, concurrent queue, and we initialize SEMA by dispatch SEMA and pass the concurrent task, the amount of task we want to execute. And after the queue.async, we need to initialize SEMA.signal to pass in a batch of 3 and SEMA.wait to execute in a batch of 3. Also, we have a dispatch work item. It's an interesting thing, like if we want to cancel some running task, so we can use this dispatch work item. So our fifth part is pitfalls. So as you commonly know, the Spider-Man dialogue, the great power comes up with great responsibility. So in GCD, we might have pitfall, but we need to use it safely for it. So the common pitfalls are: first, racing condition. When you are using multiple threads and trying to access and modify the same value type, you will start running into trouble. For that, you need to use the thread sanitization option to get a warning. Let's take an example. We have a concurrent queue and we have an array. And inside this race function, we are calling a async task which is printing the value, and inside it we also appending the value. So it might cause a racing condition. The same value is executing and modifying by the different threads. And the other pitfall are priority inversions. This is occur when the high priority task is waiting for a low priority task to be completed first. Let's say we have some random API call and we have a UI task, and the UI task is waiting for the API calling to be completed. Then it will showcase to the user. So this is the priority inversion in common example. The other pitfall is thread explosion. When we block when the thread is blocked at the same time the another task is execute, it causes deadlock. The common example is when we use dispatch main.sync in the view did load. So it might cause the error if because we are using the main thread asynchronously and inside it we are using sync. So it caused the deadlock.
Let's move to the interesting part of our slide puzzles. So we will brush up our skills, whatever we learn through this talk. So I have added two function, similar function, the nested dispatch function. So let's look at to this example. So when the compiler enter to this function, it will come to this line, and so it is a asynchronous function. So it will move to last line and it will print D, and after that it will enter to this block and it will print A, and after that it will see it is also a asynchronous nested function. So it moved to C, and then it it executes B. So the print statement would be D A C B. The print statement is D A B C. Sometime it would be like twisted because it depends on the function is we are executing. At that time we are executing this function, so it's coming in order. But if we are using different function with different time complexity, it gonna be random for our case. So let's move to next question. We just change it to sync async to async. So if everyone guess, like, so the print statement would be D A B C, but it would be wrong because we are blocking the main thread. We already in a main thread, and we initialize dispatch queue.main.sync, which means that we are blocking, we are making the deadlock, and we are blocking the main thread to execute. That doesn't mean we can't use dispatch queue.main.sync. We can use, but if we are in another thread, like if we are in some concurrent background thread, then we can use dispatch queue.main.sync. But for sync, we need to be sure that we are not blocking any thread. So moving to our next puzzle, I have added two similar question again. So we have a print statement and we have a dispatch main dot async, and after that we have a dispatch queue dot global dot async, which is default by the QoS, and after that we have a print statement. So order of print statement would be before async function call, after async function call, then ideally in normal case it should be this, but it would be this because the global have more priority than this. So it will execute this line global dot async block, then this async block in main. Yeah. And moving to next question, we just change main to global, and it will execute before async function call, after async function call, then this block async block, then this print statement, another async block. The order of print, as I already said, is like known because we are using same function, print function. If we are using some another function with different time complexity, it would change. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Geekle's team, to invite me for this session. And I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Maninder. Now let's. Hello, yeah, how are you doing?
I'm audible?
Isn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
Great. So now we have lots of questions to you. So let's go one by one, if you do not mind. So the first question is, how or when can a priority inverse happen?
Okay. So I have given the example in the slides. Let's say we have a API. We are calling our API, and the API, the API data will reflect to the UI, and it will do some animation. Let's suppose. So if we give the priority to the API task high, then the let's say we use high priority in API task. So if the API task takes more time, then it will freeze the UI. We generally see the freezing of UI due to this. So the main issue is when we when we use lower priority task depending on the higher priority task. Like higher priority task is depending on the lower priority task, it will give the priority inversion because the API, the UI is depending on the API thing, and which is the lower priority task for us, which can be run in a background thread also. But so this is the answer for priority inversion.
Okay, thank you. And I think this one might be related. So how can we make an object like array thread safe in race conditions?
Okay. So yes, we can make like first of all, if like I can rephrase the race condition. So race condition is that like if two task is executing and modifying same array at the same time, then we get a race condition. So in GCD, there is a function called barrier that we can use. I haven't like explained in the slides, but you can use the barrier function to avoid race condition in GCD. Like let's suppose we have a task one, which is modifying the array, and task two, which is reading the array. So we will add a barrier between them so that it gonna be synchronous and it gonna be like in a like it not give us the racing condition, and it gonna be thread safe for us as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a few questions. I think they're around the same topic. I'll just put one on screen. So the question is about difference between NS operation queue and dispatch queue, and why there are two separate methods for GCD.
Okay. So like as I already said, dispatch queue is low-level API of C, and NS operation is highly abstracted model of GCD in Apple's documentation. Apple preferred NS operation queue because it is in high abstraction. But from my side, I present dispatch queue because it's easy, like it easy to learn, and it is a low weight as well. While the operation queue is highly weight, but it gives many extra functionality that GCD does not. Like in NS operation queue, we can easily cancel the unqueued operations as well, unqueued task as well, while in dispatch we can't as of now. So the main reason, if you want to use operation queue, then you are like if you are handling a huge task and huge thing in a thread, then you can prefer NS operation queue. Other than that, if you are using simple threading, so I can say like dispatch queue is easy to use, and all the thing, like all the NS operation thing, you can be done. You can done by the dispatch queue as well, because dispatch queue is or NS operation queue is a wrapper of dispatch queue. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think so. There is a question. I think that you've just asked this one, right? So you shared the your preference about between GCD and async await. Yeah,
I can say like async await is a good functionality in terms of like for GCD we are using block, so it's gonna be nested if we use GCD. And while in case of async await, it is a cleaner code, and it gives us the racing condition advantage as well. But other than that, I am not a person to like say to use async await, because like our code in Zomato still support iOS 12, so there is a bigger concern for to use async await is like we need to migrate our code to higher version. So that is the like drawbacks of async await. Other than that, I can say like in future we need to migrate to async await. It makes code cleaner and understandable easily.
okay, thank you. Next question, we're continuing on the race condition. So can we use semaphore approach to make an object thread safe with none of threads as one apart from the barrier? Or only downside is, okay, that's probably not part of the question, yeah.
Okay. Yes, I guess we can use, I haven't used semaphore for thread safety, but yes, we can use, let's say we have a 4 tasks, and if we want to execute one by one, then we can use semaphore, like if one task is modifying one and the other task is reading, still we can use semaphore one. So the basic approach for semaphore is it will execute in a chunks. So either ways, if you can use barrier as well and like semaphore as well, but barrier is good because it gives more control over the threads, because you can cancel also, because barrier is written on the dispatch work item, so you can cancel the queue also. So I prefer barrier over threads. Sorry, over semaphore for this thread safety.
Thank you. And one more question for you. So do you have any tips on testing asynchronous code?
To be honest, in Zomato, we don't write any test case in our code, because we believe like if you are writing some code, you are 100% sure that it gonna work and it not gonna give us the error. So we don't have a test code in in like we don't have UI testing, unit testing, but for a tip, I can say you can use unit testing for asynchronous code. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like I haven't used asynchronous code for testing.
Okay, thank you. And probably the last question as of now, it is how can we make thread safe singleton?
Yeah, as I already said, like singleton is available for all the classes. It is a like shared instance. So how can we make singleton thread safe? By using barrier, and the approach in the comment section, the other person show the using semaphore. So we can use both approach to make the singleton thread safer. So yes, because like if we are using same cheese to modify and to read, and at that time it will give us the racing condition, as well as it makes the singleton thread unsafe. So we can use barrier and semaphore for this.
Thank you. I think that was the last question. Let me just check it once again. Yeah, I think that was the last question. So thank you for your talk and thank you for answering the questions. So if anyone has anything else to ask, please do that in the chat or find Maninder later in some social media. So, and also with that said, for me, that was the last talk I'm moderating. So I'll be returning later today because I'm also a speaker. So please join my talk later tonight. And the next moderator will be Rodrigo. And I think he will join us after a short break, right? So yeah, thank you all.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the iOS Developers Global Summit. And we are so excited to have all of you here with us today. And also, we want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Bitrise, for helping us out with this event and for sponsoring it and for helping us with the organization of the event. And yeah, just a couple of words about their product, what they do. So Bitrise is a mobile development platform built around industry-leading mobile CI/CD and DevOps tooling. So you can use it for your projects, and Bitrise ensures confidence, velocity, and continuous improvements across the entire cycle of app value creation, delivery, and realization. On Bitrise, teams easily realize and maintain high-quality apps through automation, rapid iteration, and improvements in the development process. As a result, apps deliver more impact for business while teams scale it quickly and efficiently. So Bitrise was founded by mobile developers, and Bitrise is trusted by more than 6,000 mobile product organizations worldwide, including Rakuten, Vice, Bose, Virgin Mobile, Grindr, Compass, Mozilla, Philips, Hue, and many more like Marks & Spencer and others. And Bitrise counts more than 200 people across continents and has raised close to 100 million in funding to date from investors like Insight Partners, Partech, Y Combinator, and more. For all your mobile CI/CD needs and DevOps tooling, check out Bitrise.
As a mobile developer, I build for the world's biggest platforms where millions of users connect, work, and play. Working on mobile involves repetitive, error-prone tasks that nobody in our team likes doing. Bitrise changed all that. It's CI/CD, built for mobile, Xcode, Fastlane, Android Studio, Flutter. It's all handled with hundreds of existing integrations, so I can build, analyze, test, and deploy my apps to the app stores. Thanks to Bitrise, I'm able to spend time doing what I love, building better apps, faster.
All right, everyone, my name is Rodrigo, and I'll be helping our speakers today for the next section. First off, I hope you have a good break and you're ready to keep learning. And the next speaker here will be Pietro Messineo. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. Well, first a little bit about Pietro. He's a senior developer with over 10 years of experience. He started Objective-C, moved on to Swift the moment it came out, and he worked in some pretty important firms and apps in a couple of years. And he also speaks in some other conference like the Bruno Mobile Conference and the PL Swift and some others. And yeah, it's good to have Piotr here. Today he'll talk about securing iOS application with SSL pinning. Basically, it's all about security and, how do you know that apps are secure and that HTTPS alone is not a secure way to send data between a web server and a client. And then in this demonstration, he will show us a man-in-the-middle attack and how to manipulate your data from the API. So without further ado, we can start with Pietro.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to speak today at the iOS Developers Global Summit 2022. Today I'm going to speak about securing iOS applications with SSL pinning. But before to start, let's introduce myself. I'm Pietro Messineo, and I'm asset manager and senior iOS developer at bluefront.io, but I'm also a developer advocate for the company itself. I'm actually covering two hats because I'm working both for Bluefront, in which we do acquire iOS applications. So if you are a small company, so like a small startup, or you're an indie developer and you would like to sell your application, Bluefront is the place where you can cash out and then get your money in 2 weeks. And actually, this is my part-time job, but I do have also a full-time job in which I'm working for Purple Technology. Purple Technology is a fintech company in which we basically create a trading platform for third-party clients. We do have like an amazing environment, and also we do have several open positions. We have like AWS serverless, React Native developers. We are searching also for iOS developers as well. So if you are more into having a stable job and have and you like fintech field, then you may apply to work for us. You can work remotely, so there is no issue about it. I'm working remotely and I prefer to go to the office actually as well. So after this brief introduction about myself and what am I doing and which company am I working on, let's start. looks like we're going to have a lot of talks about securing iOS applications at the iOS Developer Global Summit this year. So I'm not going to dive deep into those topics in order to not steal others' topics. But before to start talking about how to secure iOS applications using SSL pinning, I would like to discuss about the iOS security in general. So in order to make an app secure, there are some requirements in several categories. So let's have a look at this general graph that I prepared for you today. So I'm not gonna speak in detail about all of those categories, as I said, but I will focus only on the network communication. So let's start just with general topics about data storage. So what is about? It covers the protection of sensitive data, such as authentication tokens or other private informations. So that's important to keep in mind when you want to build a very secure iOS application. The second topic is cryptography. It covers general cryptography best practices and describe some typical issues that can occur while you are using cryptography incorrectly. So it's very important to know what is cryptography and which one may be the issue while using that. Then we have authentication and sessions. It covers some local authentication best practices and describes some typical issues that can occur while integrating, for example, some local authentication, like PIN code, password, or biometric characteristics such as face recognition or fingerprint, Face ID or Touch ID. It's important to know that you should never store those tokens or authorization into user defaults, but I believe that everybody knows here why user defaults should not be used. So the other topic is network and communication, is the one that we are gonna focus in. So we will describe best practices and some typical issues that occur during the integration with some web services, such as networking calls. And then we have platform interaction. It covers some usage of platform APIs, like standard components from Apple, like frameworks or third-party frameworks. Because if you use third-party frameworks, you may know that you are also vulnerable to any type of attacks. And then some code quality in general. So you should follow some best practices, like coding practices. And you should try to be security free. I mean, you should not you should avoid to do some issues with the compiler or some workaround for it in order to avoid vulnerabilities that may be used in your app. And then resilience. So we're talking about defense in-depth measures that are recommended for apps that process or give access to sensitive data or functionality like jailbreak or reverse engineering and others. So after this small and brief overview of which are the categories that we should use in order to secure our iOS application, we can start talking about what is SSL pinning. Actually, SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer. So an SSL certificate pinning is the process of associating a host with its certificates or public key. So once you know the host certificate or the public key, you can pin it to that host. So now we can see a little bit more in detail what do I mean by this and why do we need SSL certificate pinning. So first of all, we want to use SSL certificate pinning for protect our applications against man-in-the-middle attacks. So let me show you this simple graph here. So you basically have a server that exactly here that is having an SSL certificate. This SSL certificate is being sent to the client. And what is happening in between? There could be some very bad person, like for example me, that could manipulate this SSL certificate. And while manipulating it, I'm sending it back, modified it, so a bad certificate that will be received by the client that is not using any SSL pinning, and because of this, we can intercept network traffic, or we can even do manipulation of the network traffic itself. So interception of network traffic means that we can see in plain text what the API is sending to the device. In case of an API, REST API, that is like the most used one, we will have the JSON, the full JSON in plain text, so you can see what is being received. And in case of manipulation of network traffic, we can basically modify the request when it's being sent from the host, from the server, to the certificate, to the client itself. So manipulating this means that the client will see different things from what is expected to see. I can just actually tell you a funny story, because it's a story, so don't think that it's maybe my story or something that I did, but I can tell you that there was an application on App Store, as many of them, because I found out during working with Blue Throne and analyzing so many apps before to purchase them, that around 85 or 90% of indie app developers are not using any SSL pinning. So this means that you can intercept and modify all of those network things for do whatever you want. So I will coming back to the story, I found an application. Basically, this application wasn't having any SSL pinning, and somebody else was creating another application that was a competitor to this application. Don't think that somebody else means me, it's just general topic, general story. So as this application wasn't using any SSL pinning, I found out which was the token that they were using. So I took the token of the private API that is for payment. So I took the token that was visible in plain text and I used it in my application. Using it in my applications means that basically the owner of the app is still paying and I'm not paying because I'm using his token and I have some X amount of requests and so on. So potentially I could have just deployed another application that is doing competition to this one, offer maybe half of the price of subscription, and here we are. He's paying. He doesn't know that the requests are coming from my device, or from my application, because the token is still the same. And we can have like a free application using a token of a third-party app. So why I'm saying about all of this? Because it's important that you know that securing the application using SSL pinning, your application, may save you from extra usage from other third-party or malleable developers that could steal your API token that you are paying and use it in their applications, for example. But this is like just one example. You could even, if you don't use SSL pinning and the other bad developer would like to, for example, avoid to purchase your subscription, it could eventually just modify the request and set his account to be premium if you do in-app purchases verification on your server without SSL pinning. But if you use some third-party services like Conversion, Purchasely, or Revenue Cut, then things are getting more complicated. They use SSL pinning on their frameworks, so you don't have to care much about it. Anyway, let's move on and let's speak about how SSL works. So first of all, it works in the way that you have a client, so the iDevice, our iPhone for example, and send basically a connection request to the server. The server listens this request and gives a response including the public key and the certificate. So then the client is receiving those certificates and send an encrypted key to the server. So the server decrypts the key and send encrypted data back to the client. The client receives and decrypts those encrypted data. So this is how it's supposed to work SSL, but nobody is using it. So all of these things are basically not used. So yes, the client is sending a connection request. the servant listens the request and gives back all of those certificates and other things. But on client side, there is no verification that you actually received a certificate. There is nothing that is protecting us the communication between us and the server. So this means that even though we use HTTPS connection request, we are not as secure. We are not secure at all, because we will see later during our demo that we can basically do a man-in-the-middle attack in any application that is using HTTPS, but that is not using SSL pinning. So let's move and let's talk about types of SSL pinning. First of all, we have two types of SSL pinning: certificate pinning. So we store the certificate into our app bundle. Then the network layer compares the server certificate against the server certificate against the embedded certificate. But this is not like ideal, because when you use certificate pinning, you basically have to store this certificate into your device. And in case the certificate is expiring, because the certificate has a validity 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, you have to release an update on App Store that must be downloaded potentially by all the users before the expiration of the certificates. Otherwise, the app will stop working, because all the connections during the SSL pinning will be cutted if the certificate is expired. And then we have also the public key pinning. The public key pinning is the one that we're gonna look at it today. So we extract the certificate's public key and we define it into our code. Or we can even put it into the info.plist. We will do the first thing, so we will specify it into the app delegate during the initialization of our function or methods. And then the network layer compares the server's certificate's public key with the one that is embedded in our code. We can even have, we will see later, we can even have a backup public key in case of our public key will expire or whatever will happen. So which method we need to use? Certificate pinning, as I said, it's before, is actually the easiest, but it has some limitation. Less flexibility to change certificates, because, as I said, we'll need to update it time to time. And if the server changed the certificate or the certificate will expire, the app will not work anymore. And the public key pinning, as I said, it's our approach, because if the certificate expires, actually the public key remains unchanged. So you can renew the certificate, and even though the certificate will be renewed, the public key will always be the same. So at this point, am I safe? Absolutely not. Why? There are some ways that you can use to bypass certificate pinning. Obviously, there is always a way for bypass something. You know, you do the law and you can find the gap for go around the law. So how can you bypass certificate pinning? First of all, you can install some specific softwares, for example, SSL Kill Switch or Bar to Mobile Assistant. Bear in mind that those softwares are available only with jailbreak, so you need to have your device jailbroken. And if you know, as you're an iOS developer, you should at least have a minimum knowledge of jailbreak. It's not that easy anymore to jailbreak devices, so those method is not the best, but actually you can even use objection and freedom. This doesn't require your device to be jailbroken, and you can even actually bypass the certificate pinning using those two tools. So you can use even the disassembler to modify the IPA. For example, you can use Hopper or IDA, and after disassembling the API, you can modify it. Let's see how we can do all of this, just generally, with objection and freedom. Frida is a dynamic instrumentation toolkit for developers, reverse engineers, and security researchers. it basically allows you to do some very advanced things. Objection is a wrapper for this framework, and we do all the hard work for us. So we will not really need to code, unpack our API, and do some very complicated things. So we need to put Frida gadget library into our app. So we need to kind of side load or inject into our app the Frida library. And how can we do that? First of all, we have to extract the IPA file. Extract, I mean, we need to download this IPA, maybe on our iPhone, or maybe you can find it online somewhere. And then we have to modify the binary to load the fridagadget.dlib into it. Then we have to code sign the binary and the dlib together once again, repack the update IPA file. Objection is gonna do it for us, so we don't need to care about it. And then we need to install it back on our device. There are several iOS deploying tools, for example, CD Impactor or some other resigning tools. You just need to have the developer account and some certificates in order to automatically code sign it. So how can we prevent bypassing certificate pinning? We can use some tool to obfuscate Swift and Objective-C metadata, such as name obfuscation, or we can rename methods. And this will actually only protect against tools that bypass SSL checks implemented in the code of application or libraries. This is actually the method that we use in Purple technology. Why? We use SSL pinning, of course, as we are a trading platform company, so we create trading platforms. We want that our application is gonna be as much secure as possible, for not say the most secure app, as people are depositing money, transferring money, withdrawing money. We don't want that some attackers will be able to intercept this modification in a public network or whatever. So we do use SSL pinning. But what if somebody will just bypass our SSL pinning? So we do use also obfuscation of our Swift files, of course. So we try to make everything as much complicated as possible for hackers or whoever wants to try to hack into our app, and in order to avoid that people will have some leak of information. So now we can start talking about how to perform SSL pinning in iOS. Actually, we have several ways on how we can do that. We can use URL session, or that is like native Apple API, or we can use Alamofire, or AFN networking, or TrustKit. Actually, TrustKit is the one that we are gonna use today in our demo and in my presentation. So what is TrustKit? It's basically an open source framework that makes the easy work for us, or I would say that makes the hard work instead of us. And it is very easy to deploy SSL pinning and public key pinning on a lot of iOS versions. As you can see during the years, I don't know if you ever used it before, the framework was supporting in the beginning iOS 10 plus. Now, because of some modification to the library itself, it's supporting iOS 12 plus, macOS 10.13, tvOS 12, watchOS 4, and it supports, of course, both Swift and Objective-C applications. So why should we use TrustKit? First of all, it provides a very easy way to validate our certificate public key. And second, it can offer some extra functionalities, for example, reporting of fallbacks of public keys. If you remember just a few minutes ago, I was mentioning that if you use public key pinning, that is the one that we're going to see today, you can specify even a backup public key in case of the main one is going to expire. So let's see how to implement it. Actually, the steps are very easy and the code is even shorter than you can imagine. So first of all, we have to download the server certificate in format .ser. Then we have to convert this server certificate into a .pem file, extract the public key using a Python script that TrustKit offers you. You can find it to their GitHub page. They have like a link with the Python script. You can download it, run it, and it will do the magic for you. And then, as a last step, we have to set up TrustKit in our iOS project. So let's see how does the TrustKit setup look like. As you can see, it's very easy. It's just few lines of code. This very simple and fairly easy block of code is setting up TrustKit for us. In this example, I'm using the api.themoviedatabase.org, and I'm specifying the expiration date of the certificate, and I'm specifying also an array of public keys. The first one is the main public key that has been generated and exported using the Python script. And the second one, the one that is in the second row or in the second position of the array, the AAAAA, is the backup public key. Actually, it's of course a fake backup public key because the movie database doesn't provide a backup public key, but you can potentially have several public keys backup pins generated in your certificate. So as you can see, then you can initialize the TrustKit shared instance with the configuration that we just wrote. And of course, we have to specify the server name. So what the API and what the request is being sent from. So this is just the configuration of TrustKit. Let's see now how the pinning validation is gonna work. And here we are with another very small block of method. We can verify the pinning, we can do the pinning validation basically. So we will use, as I said before, URL session and TrustKit. We don't use any third-party libraries for networking because why do you need to use third-party libraries for networking if you can use native libraries? So when you're gonna initialize and you're gonna assign a delegate to your URL session, you can basically have this method didReceiveChallenge that will compare through TrustKit our public key with the public key that has been received during the request. And as you can see here, we are calling TrustKit for the pinning validation. So we have the pinning validator method that is handling the challenge received from our request, and with a completion handler, we are verifying if we can perform the request or not. So if you want to know more about the iOS SSL pinning, more in detail, you can scan this QR code and you can read my article on Medium. It's like an article of a couple of years ago. It still works fine. You will not have like any problem in following it. It's not updated anymore, but of course, TrustKit and URL session didn't change so far. So you can have a little bit more in-depth information on how to implement this. So now it's time for a demo. You are not gonna see me anymore, but I'm gonna connect my phone. So I'm gonna share my screen. Before to start presenting like the demo on all of this, I would like to show you in Xcode how does this code works and how the URL session should be implemented. So first of all, here we have Xcode. This is a fairly easy and simple project. You can see here that there is the fetch popular class that is basically connecting to the API of the movie database.org and using this path for show the movies. Yes, this is my API token. Don't use it. If you want to use it, I will just delete it and regenerate a new one. So you have like just URL components for prepare the request. And then you are just calling and starting the data task. This is how you're supposed to usually do URL session request. So as you can see, you do this and there is no SSL pinning validation. Let's see the modification of this class with a SSL pinning. So as you can see, we have basically exactly the same class that is in charge of downloading and starting the data task. So nothing changes here, but if you pay attention, we just moved the URL session that shared the data task from here to here outside. So we define the session outside and we assign the delegate to our class. So assigning the delegate to our class and using the URL session delegate, we can actually go here and have this method that is being called when we receive the challenge in order to do the pinning validation. In our app delegate, we have the TrustKit configuration set up. So we do set it up during the start of the app, for the first start of the app, specifying, as I said before, the URL of the API of the endpoint that we want, the expiration date of the certificate, and the public key, and the backup public key. This is fake backup public key. So as you can see, it's super easy and super simple. It's just a few lines of code. But with those few lines of code, you can basically protect your applications against man-in-the-middle attack. So let me now share my screen. Here I am. Here we have my iPhone. So I will open this application. And now I will show you this tool. The tool is called Charles and allows you to do some man-in-the-middle attacks. In specific, well, it's made for check networking requests through apps on your phone or on your Mac. So this application that you can see on the side here is an application that I'm creating for a client. So let's say that it's our demo for today. And it doesn't contain SSL pinning. So what does this mean? I'm going to do a pull to refresh. So here you can see, okay, the app just crashed. So here you can see that it's calling some server. This is the server. So we have some overview about the URL and all of the things. The content of our request is encrypted because, of course, we are calling HTTPS, you see? HTTPS scontiamolo.com. So the content is encrypted. But actually, if we click with the right side and we will enable SSL proxying, we can do a man-in-the-middle attack. What does this mean? Let me clear the log and let me do a pull to refresh once again. Okay, the app just crashed. Let me open it again. And here we are. Now, you see in plain text enabling SSL proxying, that is basically modifying the certificates with the bad certificates that I was talking before. So we are doing a man-in-the-middle attack. We can see what we received in plain text from the request of the API. What can we do with this? First of all, we can see, for example, what's the JSON that is being received for show all of those things, like all of this feed. And that's not all. If we will set up a breakpoint on this endpoint, when we will call it once again, we can modify the response. So let's keep in mind that this is the first item, Samsung Galaxy, blah, blah, blah. We will try now to reload our feed. And as you can see, the breakpoint is being called, so we can click execute. And we can edit the response, actually. And then we can do JSON text. And here we are having the title of the first item, Samsung Galaxy something. We will delete it, and we will write something. Samsung for iOS developer Global Summit 2022. And now we will execute the response. And here we are. This is our feed that we just loaded. So with a man in the middle attack, we can, as I said in the beginning of our presentation, we can do manipulation of data coming from the API. So we were able to manipulate the title in this case, but we could manipulate the price. We could manipulate even the link that is being used for sharing or whatever we want, actually. So now you can understand how important it is to implement SSL pinning and how easy it is to implement SSL pinning. So there is really no way and no reasons for you to not implement this. So thank you very much for participating at the conference. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any questions, that's your moment. You can ask me whatever you want. I will be happy to reply you. Thank you very much.
All right. Great talk, Pietro. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people here will start talking about security and what to do in their apps. So kudos on that. All right. So we do have some questions here for you, if you're ready.
Yeah, sure, of course. Go ahead.
The first one is, so public key pinning is, saving will use the same public key for a new certificate?
Well, if I understood the question correctly, the public key is still being the same if the certificate expires. So
Right.
this means that if you renew the certificate, not generate a new certificate. If you renew your certificate, the public key will still be the same. If you create a new certificate, the public key is different because it's new certificate.
Okay, right. This is a little bit about what we just talked about, but how can we intercept? So this is pretty much what we talk about, how use the programs you used. And I guess we'll show that in demo. So here's another question. If SSL pinning can be bypassed, is there a point to implementing it still?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are several ways, you can bypass anything in this life, so you should always implement some security layers. I mean, there is no reason why you should not do it.
Exactly. Right. So right, I believe we already answered this. Kind of tools. So what kind of tools are you using for Swift code obfuscation?
Well, it's that there are no tools. It's basically class and methods that you can implement in your code in order to do obfuscation of your methods, like during runtime when you prepare the build and send it to App Store.
Okay. Right. I think that is our last question. All right. So that was the last question we had. Once again, thank you for your time, your presentation. I'm pretty sure I have some stuff to work on my future break sprint. I will propose some of this stuff here. And nice to meet you, Pietro, and have a great day.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you too. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a nice day.
All right. So once again, thanks, Pietro, for that. And we're ready to move to our next speaker. Now, our next speaker is Moataz Debsy. He's developer advocate for @Bitrise, and today he will be speaking about DevSecOps and injecting security into iOS CI/CD pipelines, which is a very interesting topic. And it's one of the things that we don't really talk about in security, especially when talking about DevOps. And So the idea is how to implement security into the entire life cycle of the app release, and in order to fully exploit the digital responsiveness of mobile DevOps approach. As a result of today's collaborative mobile DevOps approach, security has become responsibility integrated from start of the process, and this is what is called the principle of DevSecOps. So we're going to talk about a little bit about this and how to integrate security into our pipelines. Moataz has over 12 years of experience and in the areas of testing and development roles around multiple different industries such as agriculture, telecom, healthcare, and food delivery. Moataz is currently a developer at Bitrise, and he's helping engineers like ourselves develop fast, reliable, and secure mobile apps. Also, as being a member of the AWS community builder, he also teaches us Tao and Udemy. So please welcome Moataz for presenting this speak to us. Hi there.
Hi, Rodrigo. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, I'll leave you to it, and good luck.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to share my screen. I hope you are seeing it now. So let me just start the screenshot. So hi everyone, I'm very excited to be with you here at iOS Summit. My name is Moataz Nabil, and I'm working as a developer advocate at Bitrise. And today we have an interesting topic, especially for me, because it's related to testing, and I worked before with test automation and testing. So, but today we are talking about a special type of testing, which is security testing for iOS application or in general for mobile apps. So today we will be talking about the DevSecOps and how we can injecting security into a mobile CI/CD pipeline, or the injecting security testing in the DevOps lifecycle in general. So as Rodrigo mentioned, so I started my career as a .NET developer, and then after that I switched to be a test engineer or software engineer in test. I worked with different business domains like agriculture, telecom, healthcare, and food delivery. But now I'm focusing more with DevOps and DevSecOps and helping mobile developers to accelerate their releases by adding the best practices into the CI/CD pipelines, and how they can involving different practices to be able to release frequently or release their apps frequently and with the quality as well. So nowadays, as we know, if we are working with an enterprise application or a startup or a unicorn company, we need to release mobile apps frequently. And as we know, most of the companies are now trying to adopt the 2 weeks release cadence, or maybe 1 month, or maybe there are companies are releasing every 2 months. But the main idea that most of the companies nowadays, they need to release their apps with a speed frequently, maybe every 2 weeks. I know companies are releasing every 1 week, one for iOS and one for Android if they have both native application. And also we need to think about security, because these are the 3 factors for releasing mobile apps nowadays, or to be able to release our mobile apps. So speed, frequently, and security are the major factors for releasing mobile apps nowadays. But at the beginning, why security is critical, and why security we mentioned here in the factors for releasing mobile apps. Recently, there was like a research study or a report, and they found that the high-risk vulnerabilities or issues or security issues were found in 38% of a mobile application for iOS and 43% in Android applications. Most of the data or our sensitive data are like at the risk. For example, passwords, financial information, banking account or banking details, card holder details, personal data, and all of the things that we usually we adding in the mobile application. Insecure data storage vulnerability was found in 76% of mobile applications, which is huge number, and this one of the famous issues or vulnerability usually you can find in the security issues or security problems. And in 2021, mobile breaches cost the businesses or the different companies, like cost them billions of dollars in lost revenue, brand reputation damage, and other costs. And as we know, recently we heard about the issue or the security issue with the Uber, the application or the mobile application, we heard that most of the social posts about this issue, like please remove your credit cards from the application, or please take care, maybe you can change your password, and so on. So security mainly will, or security issues will give the customers or your client like a bad repetition, or maybe they can add like a negative feedback in the app stores about your application, which will for sure cost the company's revenue, and we will have at the end damage or like brand reputation damage and other costs. Because of this, security is important, and today why we are talking about security, this is mainly the target of our talk today. We need to focus on security. We need to take care about security checks and different process in the releasing or in the mobile developmental lifecycle. What are the impact of weak mobile app security? We have two types of impact. We have long-term and short-term. So for example, we have a poor repetition. So your customers are not satisfied with your application because they are not feeling safe about their data and their personal data, bank account, and everything in your mobile application, because maybe you are not secure enough as a mobile company or as a mobile team or a mobile application, and maybe their data can be exposed or they can be stolen from any other hacker in the internet. You have also impact in financial consequences, and also you have like drop in the customer's numbers, and so maybe this can be affected as well. Usually the attackers or hackers usually focus on four main area in your or inside your mobile applications. The first one are the credentials. So they're trying to find or to get your credentials with different ways, maybe by phishing or like sending your fake URLs. Maybe you can click on one on the SMS, maybe one on the WhatsApp a message and everything. So they're trying to steal your credentials, like device and external services, maybe from the device, from maybe accessing also, maybe you can download a mobile application and you can find that this is, for example, a simple application for maybe a to-do list, and then you found that maybe they need access to your camera or something like this. So which is usually trying to access your credential or your private data or your personal data and so on. Personal data, the name, address, and location. So usually also they are searching about this info. Cardholder data, as we mentioned, if you are using e-bank account, so e-bank application. So for sure, now we are using most of our transactions. We are using e-bank account or digital bank application. So maybe they try to, or even with the e-commerce application. So usually we are doing it on a daily basis. And even especially during the pandemic, we were using mobile apps in everything. So e-commerce application, food delivery application, and digital banking, for example. And access to the device, like connection sniffing or spamming or stealing trade secrets and so on. So these are the main four targets for the attackers. There are also three major threat points that attackers target. The data storage. Usually they're trying to access the data storage, such as key store, configuration files, cache, app database, and app file system. Binary methods such as reverse engineering, like the application, code vulnerabilities inside the source code itself, embedded credential. Maybe you are adding, maybe one of your team members are adding or is adding, or someone adding like hard-coded credentials in the code base, which is for sure can be one of the important vulnerability inside your application. And also key generation algorithms and the platforms such as a function hooking and the malware installation. Maybe they can send you a link to install application. Maybe they told you that you are a winner now with a prize, so you can download this application and you will be a winner, and so on. So this mainly about the way that the hackers or attackers usually using to be able to access your data inside the application. So now, based on the WASP project mobile, so WASP project is like organization or open source projects for taking care of the security, helping companies and the developers to understand what are the security standards, how they can test their application, what the standards for security testing for each section or each stage. So they mentioned that we have almost 10 security threats in iOS application, or even in mobile application in general. You have an improper platform usage, you have insecure data storage, insecure communication, authentication, and authorization. And also you have insufficient cryptography, client code quality, code tampering, reverse engineering, and experience functionality. So we have a 10 security threats in iOS application. Maybe you can find in this link that these threats mainly from 2016, but they are still used nowadays as vulnerabilities or threats inside a mobile application. So recently also I was like reading this ebook. It's about accelerate the science behind DevOps, and I was just wondering how we can accelerate, or if there is any tips and tricks to accelerate the DevOps cycle inside our company and even in the organization. So this is mainly like this ebook is like a survey they did with different companies, and they asked a lot of development teams from enterprise to a startup to unicorn company. So it doesn't matter the size here. So they asked them about how they delivered their code or software, and they found the 6 keys values or 6 keys capabilities for accelerating software development and the delivery in a company. One of these capability is security testing. So here you can find that the first one is a trunk-based development process. So don't use a huge branch, just use small branches, and you can create a BR, and so to be able to give it to someone to review it, and just to have not have a huge BR, it's including different features, which is after that you will find a conflict in your code. Implement test automation, which is a vital part nowadays in any company or in a testing process. So test automation is important. And then number 3 is shift left on security, which is you need to move, or you need to focus about security testing. You need to move the security checks or security testing in early stages, which is in the early stages of the development. So don't test the security after you release your mobile application. No, you can, or you need to, or you should run the security testing in early stages of the development, like in every BR, and even if someone changes something in the code, so you can just run the security testing on this layer. The 4th point is automate the deployment process, which is related to the continuous integration and continuous delivery. Automation here also is the key. Automation in general in releasing mobile apps, testing, monitoring, and so on. So automation is important for releasing mobile apps. Support test data management. You should have different test data if you have different configuration, working with different countries, or your application is serving different countries, different languages, and different like currencies. So you can use a different data or test data to be able to test your application. And as we mentioned, implement the continuous integration and the continuous delivery, or CI/CD, inside your team. These are the key 6 key capabilities to accelerate the software delivery. In general, it's not related to mobile apps, but in general to accelerate software delivery. So the 3rd point, we will focus on this one. But what the meaning of shift left on security, as we mentioned, but let's describe it quickly if you don't hear about this concept before. So mainly in general, at the beginning or previously, we were testing on the production. So for example, if the development team already release the cadence, and then we send it to the quality engineer or our testing engineers, so they start testing it, or maybe we can release the application to the App Store, and then we will start the testing on this stage. But this is not recommended nowadays, because that they mentioned this approach. It's about moving testing to to left, which is we need to move it on early stages. So for example, shift left testing here is an approach for taking action of testing of the software and moving into left in the delivery pipeline. If you have a pipeline or workflow for delivering or releasing a software, this can be on early stages, testing of the software in the development lifecycle in early stages. And here also I can mention one of the principles usually we are saying here, which is the early fast, or which is early or fast fail, or fail fast. Sorry. So here we are mentioning usually fail fast. What the meaning of fail fast? So if you create a BR and the security checks failed in this BR, so you can imagine. So now we have a security problem inside the new code that we added inside our code base. And again, you can think about what if this security issue is like occurred for the customers on the production, or after we release the mobile apps. So here you have two different aspects or versions. On the production, you can spend a lot of time to try to find the root cause of this security issue. But now in the BR, we fail fast, because now the CI server is failing, and the problem is we have a security problem, or one of the security checks in the pipeline is failed, which is we have a problem. We need to fix it now. We need to ask the team or the responsible team for fixing this issue, and then we can run the CI again or run the build again to check if it's passed already or not. So here, fail fast, because if we fail fast, we will fix it quickly, and then we will run again, or run the test checks again, and then we can release our mobile apps. So now it's necessary to implement. Now we talking about shift left in testing in general as well, for test automation, run unit test, static analysis testing, and everything. But also security should be considered as one of the testing types or testing stages on the pipeline, or the CI/CD pipeline. It's necessary to implement a set of security process from as early as the planning phase to create a mobile DevSecOps environment. So previously we have a DevOps, which is development and operations. So we try to find a process to collaborate together to be able to build and release our mobile apps frequently and quickly. So quickly, we can mention, or we can describe quickly about what is a mobile DevOps, and then how we can add security, or we know now why SEC is in the DevSecOps. It's related to security. So mobile CI/CD is a build and release process to achieve quick and frequent release schedule. We have 6 key elements here, which is continuous communication and continuous planning. So we're working together as one team. Here we have a CI/CD strategy, so we need to agree about the strategy for our CI/CD. And then we start building our application or our code base, adding features, adding UI tests. Then we can run the testing and releasing our mobile apps. Maybe we can releasing it to our beta testers or to our QA engineers, again, to double check that everything is working properly. And then after releasing, also, we should add a monitoring solution. So maybe we release, maybe we can find any issue in the production. Maybe it's not happening in our testing environment, but this maybe can relate it to our production environment. Then we can measuring, we can find what is still missing, and then we will continuously doing this process with our team. Because that it's increase the communication between the team, increase the planning. So we are setting it together and know what we should do next as a next step or the next sprint if we are working in Agile or a Scrum process. Continuous integration, continuous delivery, continuous deployment, continuous testing and monitoring. So here we are running the testing continuously, which means continuous testing and continuous monitoring as well. We should also monitor our application on the production. But this additionally with DevOps or mobile DevOps, with the mindset of everyone is responsible for security, because that we add a DevSecOps, which is or a mobile DevSecOps. We should inject security into the process of the mobile DevOps lifecycle. So DevSecOps is a collaboration framework that expands the impact of DevOps by adding security practices to the software development and the delivery process. This is resolve a lot of issues between the DevOps team and that wanted to release a software quickly. So the DevOps team think about delivery or releasing. but the security team is thinking about security checks. So maybe security currently in our company is taking a lot of process or a lot of time, and the DevOps team is always think about we need to run or to release our application quickly. So this will help us to find a process between us to that will try security over all the process. By integrating application security principles and the practices into the software development and operation, teams can deliver now software and services at agile speed without thinking about any issue related to security, because we're already using security checks, static analysis, static testing, security static testing, or dynamic, or maybe we have a penetration testing, and we have different types of security. We will describe them in the next slides. So now the benefits of DevSecOps, or by implementing the DevSecOps, it's the more automation, the better. So if we automate the security checks or security testing inside our process or inside our CI/CD pipeline, by embedding the automated security control and test early in the development lifecycle. Once someone or one of the developers are like create a BR or just change something in the code, we will create the BR. This pull request will trigger the CI workflow, which is will build the application, maybe will sign the application, or archive the iOS application. And then we can run the security checks against this archived file or this IPA if you are using IPA or not using archive. So it doesn't matter at the end. So, and then we can send the report to the team to double check if there is any security issues related to our code base, which will be static, or related to the dynamic testing, which is for installing the application and trying to figure out if there is any issue related to the security, and so on. DevSecOps to increase efficiency. So here you only add the security to your workflow by using a tool that can check code as it's written. Security gaps can be identified. So once you run a security checks against your code base or against your application, you will figure out what you are missing as a team. Maybe you can add in the next planning phase. Maybe we need to add this checks. Maybe we need to focus more on this part, because maybe this can drive us to the any other vulnerabilities that we are not aware or not don't know about it. Trait modeling can help you to identify the weakness. This is what I was mentioning. So we can find what the issue that we have, how we can control the security issues inside our team. Then now we need to move from DevOps, or what if we have already a DevOps, we have a CI/CD pipelines, we have our workflows, we are running our build and every BR or nightly builds, for example, or before releases or after releases as well, to double check that everything is working correctly. So now how we can inject security, or how we can move from DevOps to DevSecOps. So building security, and from the start, extending this culture of sharing understanding. And so here I believe, to be honest, personally, I believe that testing in general is a shared responsibility between the mobile team. So the developers should write test automation, even if it's a unit test integration or UI test or end-to-end testing. And also the test engineers will write as well. So it's a shared responsibility between the team. Is not only responsibility of the quality engineers or testing engineers, no, it's a shared responsibility. And here also the security as well. So security is not only responsibility for security testers or security engineers in the company, but we need as a team to have a culture and a mindset about security is important, why security is important, and how we can deliver a secure mobile application. So here we have 3 steps we can use. Shift left, which test early and often. As we mentioned, we need to move testing to the left side or in early stages of the development life cycle. Choose the right security testing method, because we will find different security methods and different security tools as well in the market. So you need to find which is suitable or right for your team, for your business, for your budget as well, because you will find different between open source tools or commercial tool, or maybe you can integrate your CI/CD with any other platform. So you need to choose the right security testing method and tool for your team and your application. Establish coding standard for your team. This will be important, because this is affecting the code base itself. So we have a code standard. We need to run static analysis or static testing, security testing against this standard to make sure that we don't have any vulnerability against this coding standard. Now we need to know what are the security testing methods. First one is the static application security testing, which is analyze your source code or compile the version of a code to help to find security flaws or security vulnerability. So static is not running the application itself on the device. So it's scanning the source code, and then it's give you a report about what you have. Maybe you are using a third-party dependency inside your application, which is affecting your security. Maybe this can be a case. Maybe you are using outdated security, outdated library inside your application, and so on. Maybe you are using hard-coded value inside your code, which is also a problem from the security perspective. Dynamic application security testing, which is required to install the application and running the application on a device, like a real user is like simulating a real user is opening the application and start testing the application from the security perspective, not like functional testing, but from security perspective. So dynamic here working with the app in real time, and the testing its behavior as an end user. Then we have interactive application. It's like combined between static analysis and dynamic analysis to use a software instrumentation, active or passive, to monitor the application performance. And penetration testing, which is testing vulnerabilities such as a network, server, web applications, mobile devices, and other endpoints. So it's these are the testing or the security testing methods. How we can choose the right security testing method? We have different types based on different or based on the stage that we are running or check the security on this stage. For example, on a CI/CD strategy, we are thinking about the threat modeling, and then in the building, so in building state or a stage, we are running or we are now writing code. So now we need to run static application security testing and dependency management as well. As we mentioned, maybe we have outdated dependencies, so we need to scan these dependencies as well. Then voice testing, you can have a dynamic application security testing as well, a security accept testing. So maybe we have a checklist that the test will be passed if we like have or pass the acceptance test related to the security. Maybe on releasing, maybe we can start, we have already the IPA or the application itself, and then we can start check or like running the vulnerability scanning. In the monitoring, maybe we can have a live penetration testing and the continuous monitoring. So to monitor the application, if you have anything with measuring, you can have a secure code standards or peer review as well. This is agreed by the team, and this the standard. So then we can run the testing against the standard. Here is one of sentences from Justin. Justin is a Chief Security Officer at Unity Technologies. He is mentioning why automated security testing is important. So here he is saying automated security testing is the future of mobile security, integrating automated security testing into the build and deploy life cycle. So we injecting security testing inside the CI/CD pipeline or the workflow or the cycle of the releasing of the mobile app, resulting in more secure app and allowing security teams to focus on complex penetration testing. So now you save time from the security team to focus more on the complex penetration testing. So for example, they can trying to be like attackers or hackers. Maybe they're trying to find any vulnerability within your live application, which is trying to give you this report. Also with OWASP, as I mentioned, they help the developers to find or to know how they can apply security testing inside the releasing mobile apps and so on. They have a mobile app security checks. You can find on the GitHub on the website. You can just go to OWASP and go to the mobile version, and here you can find everything related to architecture, design, threat modeling requirements, and everything. You have an idea for this issue. You can find the test case for this checklist. And here, this is a description for each one. And also there is a spreadsheet. This is just I tried to copy most of this checklist. So for example, you can have an issue here with the data considered sensitive. For example, you have all security is addressed with all parts of the software. So here we can find different things. For example, with the data storage, as we mentioned, is one of the important things. So no sensitive data is written in the application logs as well. So this is also important. And if we go here, you can find the test case. If you click on the test case, you will find all the test cases and all the description on the GitHub. So here, this is why we shouldn't add sensitive data in the logging, and how we can find it in the static analysis, and so on. So this is everything related to security with the OWASP guide. So you can find it here. Now we need to add automation or automated security tests to the pipeline. So now we know why it's important, what the different types of testing or the security testing methods. Then now we need to add the like the automated test inside our pipeline. So when writing automated unit integration, when you are thinking about functional testing for like unit test integration, end-to-end testing, security features should be considered. We need to, or we should think about security testing as well. And then you need to figure out which is the suitable tool, or which is the security testing tool is suitable in your team, or for your case. You have a third-party tool, or you have a commercial tool like Abray, Now Secure, Oversecured. You can find the different security testing tools on the market. Or maybe you are thinking about open source. Maybe you can just trying to start the process for the security testing inside your team. So maybe you can use the one called the Mob security framework. This is an open source, but I'm highly recommended usually to use a third-party companies or like any other platform to be like this will be like more secure, and this will help you with a guide about how you can test security inside your team. So now let's assume that we have already a pipeline and we need to inject security into our CI/CD pipeline. So for example, we inside our pipeline or workflow, we are to check the repository, sign the application to build the IPA or the iOS application, run the automated security testing. So now we added like a security testing as a gate or like a check. So if it's passed, okay, we will continue. If it's failed, so we will not continue releasing the application, for example, to our beta testers to Firebase, or we will not uploading it to the deploy to the App Store, or not publishing the test result, or maybe we can publish the test result if it's already including failed test cases, and send us like notification, for example. So this is mainly the CI or CD, but the CI part. So for example, we can assume this is till this step automated security test. This is a CI. So every time we have a pull request, check out the repository, sign the application, build the IPA, and run the automate test. This can be included also like functional testing, unit testing, static analysis testing. So different types as you like, and you agreed with your team. And once if everything is green here, so we can start in the CD part, which is continuous delivery or continuous deployment. Maybe we can deploy it to Firebase if we are using it for your beta testers, and maybe deploy to App Store, or sorry, for test flight also, or maybe to deploy to the App Store or publish test result and send it like notification. So now let's have a quick demo how we can adding a security testing tool inside our CI/CD pipeline. So here I have a Bitrise. So Bitrise is I will use Bitrise as an example for a CI/CD platform for a mobile app. So Bitrise is a platform as a service on cloud. So you don't need to have anything installed on your local machines or in your company. It's a totally on cloud. So for example, here I can go to the dashboard, and then I can find mainly the most of the mobile application that I have. I have here one example of the unsecure mobile application, which is Unsafe Bank. So I will go to my application, and here you can find all the pipelines or all the build with the history, with the failed build and succeeded. And also you can go to the workflow, and with the workflow, you can design your CI/CD pipeline. So you can add or remove or rearrange steps as you like, based on what your target from this from this process or this workflow. It's something like a Lego. So you are building your workflow based on your needs. So for example, here I am adding or active the SSH key to be able to access the code in GitHub, and then we can clone the repository in the next step. We have a cache, which is if we run already one build before, so we can pull the caching from the first one to save time, and then run CocoaBots if you have this and for our installation, for our dependencies. We can recreate a user schema, and then we can archive and export the iOS application, which is give us at the end the IPA or the application, the iOS application, and also it can give us the zip folder of this application. This is required, to be honest, also to have a certificate or to be or provisioning profile as well. So because of that, I am in the secrets. I can add here, in code signing, you can add your certificates, and also in the secrets, you can add your environment variables as well. And then you can add your security testing check, which is here I'm using a Now Secure platform analysis step. Now Secure is a platform for security testing, penetration testing, run static and static and dynamic security testing for your mobile application. And we have integration with it as well in this in our platform. So what you need, you need to add the IPA path, which is as an environment variable here. I will take it from as an environment here, environment variable here, I will just take it from the previous step from the archive, because if we go to the archive step, here you can find that you have the environment variable as an output, which is give you the IPA path. And then in the Now Secure, this will be the input. So the IPA path will take the IPA, and now we should add the Now Secure API token, which is I already added here in the secrets. So I just need to cancel this. Cancel the change in the secrets. You can find that you have a Now Secure API, and also you have a Now Secure group ID, which is like an ID or group at the application inside a Now Secure application. So now we have the application or the IPA and the APK and the group as well. This is only the 3 parameters, and then once we build the application, the Bitrise will, with the integration with the API from Now Secure, will take your application, send it to your account to Now Secure, and start running the testing or security testing. So here I will trigger it manually, and by the way, you can also trigger it on every BR. So before we running this like manually, I just need to mention that in the trigger or under the trigger section, you can have different triggers. You can run the CI on every push, on every BR or pull request, on every tag. So for example, in every pull request for each branch. So I just wanted to run the primary workflow. You can have different workflows, and this is as I mentioned. So this can be run on every pull request. But now, because we don't have a pull request or we don't have any change in our source code, we just need to run it on every or just manually. So I just wanted to run the primary with the main branch. So for sure, also here you can change the branch as you like, and then we will start building the iOS application. Here also I can mention that we have an M1 machine. So now I'm building on the fastest iOS machines, which is using the Xcode 14. And usually we have here the recent Xcode versions or macOS versions as well inside within our stack or our platform. So now also we can just hover in this, you can find how many CPUs or CPUs and RAM as well you are using. Here, this is a trigger date, and this is a primary workflow. And now we are start running the workflows sequentially as we found it in the designer. So we run the CocoaBot install, recreate. Now we are archiving the Xcode, which is required the distribution method. It's a development and everything related to our configuration. Once we finish this build, we will the Now Secure step after archiving will take the IPA, send it to Now Secure. So now let's just sign in to Now Secure. So I have account on Now Secure, and then I will wait till we have IPA, and then we can figure out the application here. So till the build finish this, so now it's finished already. So we archived almost in like 40 seconds, and now we are uploading via the API with the Now Secure. So now I have the IPA, which is the unsafe bank. So now I'm uploading it to Now Secure. So now if I log into Now Secure here, I can find the dashboards related to the different apps that I have with Now Secure. What are the vulnerabilities usually inside your apps? What the app risk score based on the Android and iOS, and on the apps I can just click, and here I can find my application. And here I can find that I have the score of the security. So mainly I don't have high risk issues inside my application. But if I go back to the, for example, this iOS application, I have a problem, or I have high risk issues inside my application here. So for example, here I have a password exposed and can be exposed over the network, email as well, first name and last name. So I can just click on the issue, and I can find the description why this is high risk. Step 2, reproduce this problem, the business impact of this problem, if this can be found on the live or the production application, and then the recommendation how you can fix this issue, and give you a code example as well from this code. So now let's so this build is already succeeded in 1 minute, and now we can go to Now Secure, go to our application, and now go to view now, and maybe I can just refresh the screen just to know if there is any assessment is running now or not. But anyway, this will be the result on the Now Secure. Yes, now the analysis in progress, sorry. So now we uploaded the IPA to Now Secure, and now we have a latest assessment. This is still running. If you click in view, you have here 2 types of testing you are running with Now Secure. You have static analysis, which is scanning your code base, and also we have this is a static analysis, and also we have a dynamic analysis. Dynamic analysis will install your IPA on a device and then start simulating as a real user to use this mobile this application on a mobile, and then start, if you have, for example, a registration form, login form, or anything, it starts simulating with it, and then it will give you the report at the end. So let's see one of the existing report we have. So for example, this is a total run, or the app assessment we run with Now Secure, how many findings or vulnerability we found, the risk, and everything you can find here. So here, as we can see, it's already opening the application. We have an insecure mobile app. Start taking a screenshot of your mobile application and start running the dynamic testing. So for example, if I go to here, also you can filter based on the platform that you have, and with Now Secure we can just go to the like the app preview. Maybe we can wait until this. Here also you can automate the configuration. For example, maybe someone can ask how they know that we have a form for like adding a value or adding first name or last name, or we have a button. So usually they are like analysis your application, but here you can configure advanced testing. For example, you can enter custom credential. They have a default credentials inside their application or their platform, but here they found that you have a username, password, the name, first name, last name, email, phone number, and so on. And they have a default value as well, but for sure you can change it to any value you wanted to use for your security testing. So then this is a dashboard. This is application. So the analysis or static analysis starts running. So you can click here and you can start check the result once it's finished. So you can find the report, you can download the report as a PDF. And also one more thing, what if we need to return the result to the CI/CD pipeline, and maybe we can fail the CI based on the thresholds or the result from the Now Secure? For sure, you can use the API from Now Secure to return back the result and the report to Bitrise, and then based on this threshold, maybe you can mark the build as failed, and then this can be like a check, but this also can be another option that you can run security tests just to make sure that everything is okay and your application is not in the low score of the security issues. Okay, so it was a quick demo for how we can integrate a CI/CD pipeline or platform as a Bitrise with a security testing tool like Now Secure. So at the end, as we know, mobile app security is like, remember, the security isn't something you can build. So it's something like you should evaluate, you should monitor, you should build it step by step. It's a team effort as well, and it's not like it's a journey, not a destination. So you should build it step by step. You should figure out what was the problem in the previous version of the application and what you need to configure and what you need to figure out or to consider in the next steps, and so on. So be patient and build your security strategy carefully, and then you will find the result at the end that you are releasing frequently, quickly, and with a security application or secure apps to your customers or to the app stores. For resources, also you can here find the two different security resources. One for a mobile app security testing guide. This is from OWASP. And the security testing, or this can be, so for example, if I click on this resource, you can find here under OWASP, you can find the mobile application security, which is trusted by Android and a different organization here. And also you can go to the OWASP mobile application security verification standard, this is a standard. And then you can find also the OWASP mobile security testing guide, which is also, you can click on this thing and just click on this. And here you can find that you can download it as well. And you can find there is a section for iOS application. You can find everything related to testing, related to like code signing, related to encryption data and the protection and everything for your iOS application. Thank you, and I hope the session was useful for everyone. And thank you for attending my session. And yeah, thank you.
All right, Moataz. Great presentation. And I'm probably gonna start adding more steps to my Bitrise workflow immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have one question. How do we handle third-party dependencies for CI/CD here, basically?
So it depends on the security testing tool we are using. For example, you will find in the market there are different types of security. For example, one of the types, it's scanning the dependencies. So they have a vulnerability scanning, or they are scanning your code base against any third party. If you are using third party dependencies, they can take care about it. If you have outdated version, if you have any problem. So it's mainly based on the security testing tool. But at the end, you are integrating this tool in the CI/CD pipeline, this is the role of the CI/CD, like arranging or organizing the running security checks. But it's because of that I mentioned it's important to know what is the right testing tool for security inside our team. It's if we have a lot of dependencies, we can figure out or think about this is one of the important points we need to double check. Is this security testing tool covering this point or not, and to take a decision about this is suitable for us or not.
All right, thank you. How do we ensure the pipeline doesn't break whenever we have specific language or IDE updates? It's more about...
this is about the CI pipeline?
I believe so. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. So I believe this is because especially for iOS, I know this because usually as you know, Apple usually releases different versions of Xcode and maybe the Mac OS versions as well. But this is configured as I understood this this question. So you are configure which version of the IDE you are using. For example, I can select I am now building with Xcode 14, but I can downgrade to Xcode 13, for example. It's based on the configuration of my app. And also, you can configure which version you are using with CocoaBots, maybe with any other dependency management tool. So it's always configured because it's like managed service or like a platform. A CI/CD as a service or as a platform. So it's based on the configuration. So it's usually you are configure whatever you need as a specific language and the version, and this will be configured as well in the pipeline.
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, we're gonna find the links that were showed in the slides. I don't know if you can maybe share them in the comments or.
Yes, sure. I will. Sure. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's it. Thank you very much again. Very insightful and very helpful for pretty much everyone here, I guess. And have a great day.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Thank you again, Moataz, for this lovely presentation. And we're ready to move on to our next one, which will be presented by Kashish Sharma. She's the co-founder at Digipod, and today she's going to teach us about the new Xcode 14, which is packed with all new kind of features that she will talk about. Kashish is a computer science student and entrepreneur, and she has worked in different industries and applications, and she's very enthusiastic about also the technical and non-technical stuff, and delivering dynamic solutions to everyone that she works with and communicating complex ideas. So without more further ado, I'll present Kashish presentation.
I'm Kashish, iOS developer at Mercedes-Benz. Thank you so much for being part of my talk here. I'm super excited to be sharing my experiences and what all I have noticed in Xcode 14 till now. And I'm actually pretty passionate about application making, and this opportunity by Geekle for iOS Developer Summit to be a speaker here and to be able to share my experiences here is like super exciting for me right now. So moving forward with my talk, today I'm going to be talking about Xcode 14 and what all new features are incorporated this year in Xcode 14 and how as developers these features are going to help us and how we can use them to make app building process a lot easier. So let's start with the very basic thing, Xcode 14. So Xcode 14 includes everything you need to develop, test, and distribute your apps across all Apple platforms. Leverage the simplicity and power of Swift and SwiftUI with new multi-platform app experience, code faster with enhanced editor features, and start testing and deploying your Xcode cloud to test flight and the App Store. Creating amazing apps has never been easier. Lighter and faster. Xcode 14 lets you get started faster than ever with a binary that's 30% smaller than before. Now, with downloadable simulators, runtime for watchOS and tvOS, Xcode makes the latest platforms available as you need them. Designed for multi-platform. Xcode 14 is basically designed for multi-platforms. Like the new multi-platform target creates a single safe SwiftUI interface for use across iOS, iPad, and macOS and tvOS. Your code is easier to maintain and ready to be customized to take advantage of each platform's unique capabilities. With the redesigned app icon experience in asset catalogs, that is also a massive improvement in Xcode. Also, this time Xcode 14 is loaded with productive coding, which we can say that it will take a lesser time for us to code in Swift and SwiftUI both combined. And I guess that is, again, from a developer's point of view, that is a very very good feature, a very handy feature that has been included in Xcode 14. Now SwiftUI package, Xcode 14 work together as one. SwiftUI previews are immediately interactive, and UI variations and everything that has been added to Swift, great improvements. I mean, great improvements have been made. Now I want to show, like, visually how can you actually use these features in Xcode 14 and what all you can, explicitly try out in Xcode 14, and I'd suggest you to please try them out. So I'm gonna list them one by one, and please have a look on them, and I hope it really helps you as an iOS developer and you are able to make better or maybe greater apps, and these features will make the whole process a little bit easier. I really hope these features that I'm going to list out really help you out. So let's get started. Hi everyone, I'm Kashish, iOS developer at Mercedes-Benz. Thanks so much for being a part of my talk, and moreover, welcome to my talk. So I am currently an iOS developer at Mercedes-Benz, and I'm also an entrepreneur. I have my own startup based on marketing. So moving forward from me, let's dive into the talk for today. So what's the buzz? So WWDC 2022 wrapped up several weeks ago, and it was one of the best installments for developers so far, especially when it comes to Xcode changes and improved developer experience. To be honest, I've used Xcode 14 and I've noticed a ton of features that were introduced into Xcode 14, and I have to say, as a developer, there are like a very ease-on experience, a very handy experience to have, and I guess the features that they've installed makes the whole app development process a lot easier. So what all I have noticed till now, I am super excited to be sharing with the people. So the first and I guess the most generic change that I noticed was the lighter Xcode with optional SDKs. So Xcode 14 is about 30% smaller than Xcode 13. For example, Xcode 13.4.1 is roughly around 10 GB, while Xcode 14 beta is only 7 GB. So you can download the XIP file from the Apple site, and you'll notice that Xcode 14 XIP file is only 7 GBs. So watchOS and tvOS are also available as optional SDKs that you can download separately if you are building apps for these platforms only. So developers usually focus on iOS and macOS apps only. So it makes sense to make these optional, reducing the size and enabling Xcode to download significantly faster. So when we are not exactly using for tvOS or watchOS, because apps for these are relatively lower as compared to iOS. So I guess this was a good feature, or maybe a step taken by Apple to reduce the application size, and we can now download it a little easier and faster. Second tip I'd say, or the second feature I'd say, would be fast and reliable Xcode previews, which means one of the most prominent features of SwiftUI was that the seamless experience of working with Xcode previews, which help you see your changes side by side in a simulator and view updates to code in real time. Now, this is a great for a seamless, distraction-free experience that enables you to view incremental changes. It creates a great workflow that does not require the context switching of building and running the whole project in an external simulator every time you make a change in the UI. In Xcode 14, the preview canvas is interactive by default, while it is used to be static in older versions of Xcode. This means that you can immediately interact with the preview after making any change. So earlier, when we used to make apps in SwiftUI, we have to click on the play button. So after clicking on that button, we used to see the changes that we have made in our app. Now with Xcode 14, we don't have to, every time we have to click on the play button, we don't have to do that. Xcode has automatically made the preview or the simulator interactive with the code, and the moment you do some kind of change to your code, the simulator will reflect the changes automatically and instantly. So as you can see here, this is some SwiftUI code that we have written here, and you can see that all the orientations, all the, I guess, the view controllers, all the views basically are presented here. And you can also switch from like on these buttons. If you click here, you can also see the variations in like light mode and dark mode also here. So you don't have to manually write it in CLI form or in some code form to check that if the dark mode or the light mode is working. You can actually just view it in your simulator preview mode only. And I guess personally, this is a very big update. I like very good feature that have been installed in Xcode 14, and as a developer, this solves a great ton of problems for us. Moving forward, smarter auto completion. Now, what do we mean by that? Having an IDE that intelligently auto completes your code is something that all developers need. Like, what can I say is that code is basically unforgiving. If you do one mistake, your code will not run and your app will crash. Luckily, in Xcode 14, it has made a massive improvement in the area this year that will delight you. For example, it can automatically add the whole initializer when you start typing in it. Here is an example of a navigation button view in Xcode 14 that gives you the default value as a starting point and that you can modify later. It provides you with the initializer that you previously wrote yourself, which is if you make a struct for anything, like for any model or a navigation button per se. So if you just type in it now, earlier it doesn't used to happen like this. You have to initialize it manually, but now with Xcode 14, you can actually initialize it automatically. It comes with a boilerplate. So basically, you just type in it, it will auto-complete it with all the image name, like in this example, image name, label, and action. They will automatically be initialized. You don't have to write them manually. This solves a great ton of problem again for us developers because we don't have to write the unforgiving code, I guess, again and again. So a reduction in time, maybe a reduction in manpower, I guess that's a very good step by Xcode. And yeah, pretty good feature. Moving forward, build time improvements. The Xcode team didn't stop at making Xcode a smarter IDE. They also improved the build times for us. With increased parallelism and 2x faster linking, the projects build up to 25% faster overall. The machines with the most cores will see the biggest improvements. Time to get the M1 Ultra Studio. Test execution time has also improved by up to 30%. Not enough speed, notarizing the build is now 4 times faster in Xcode 14. If you use interface builder, document loading is up to 50% faster, and switching between iPhones and iPads in the device bar is up to 30% faster. Phew, that's a big number improvements in Xcode 14. Let's visualize the changes with a new build timeline. Even with so many enhancements in Xcode and with so many big numbers, you may also want to visualize areas where you can improve the coder in your app. In Xcode 14, you have the option to see the build timeline on a build log or result bundle. When scrubbing through different files across the build, you can identify areas that are taking much more time than expected, like a custom script. As you can see from the timeline, an external SDK is taking up the most of the build time compared with the project files, as it is a relatively small project. Based on the visual information provided, you can make it further functionable decisions and more actionable. Now, as you can see here, we can actually see a visual representation of the timeline here. And this basically tells us what exactly the file is taking, which file is taking a lot more time and which is taking comparatively a lesser time. And this also makes things a lot better for us developers. I guess this is also a phenomenal step taken by Apple. And This solves a lot of problem for us. Test flight and hangs. Building upon removing the need for context switching, Xcode 14's organizer has two new reports, feedback and hangs. When your code runs something important on the main thread that it shouldn't, it can result in an unresponsive UI. This leads to a bad user experience that can be avoided by using the new hangs report, which shows the highest impact hangs. It is directly available in the organizer. By selecting a particular hang, you can navigate to the code that causes it, helping you fix it quickly. Now you can see here, it provides us with a complete report that we can use to actually check which thing is actually causing the problem on the main thread, and we can debug it, and it's basically telling us what is causing the whole hang situation in our app, and we can overcome it visually. So this is a massive improvement that I feel, because debugging a hang process, I guess, is a little bit harder to check out or maybe identify it, and this actually solves, again, actually each and every feature is solving a bigger problem for us. So I would say Xcode 14 has really excelled its previous versions, and I guess this version is really user friendly, or maybe more developer friendly. Last and not the least, single size icon. When you add the icon for your app, you must provide images for the iPhone notifications at 20 pixels, setting at 29 pixels, spotting at 40 points, etc. It is cumbersome to provide these icons, especially if your icon looks great at any size. In Xcode 14, you don't have to deal with the hassle anymore. The IDE will automatically create all the different sizes with single image of 1024 pixels. You can enable this by clicking on the image and selecting single size in the inspector. So now we don't have to make like 2x, 3x or 1x version of our app icons. Now Xcode does it automatically for us. We have to just make a 1024 pixel size of our app icon, and Xcode will scale it or scale down accordingly, and we don't have to manually put in our efforts. Automatically this will be done. Inbuilt SF symbols. In Xcode 14, you can access the SF symbols by clicking on the library button in the top right corner of the navigation bar. This opens the list of SF symbols for you to choose from while indicating the availability, such as iOS 15, macOS 12, tvOS 15, watchOS 8. After searching for the desired symbol, you can press return to include the symbol's name in your code. Now here you can see a list of SF symbols is provided us into the Xcode directly, and we don't have to take the names explicitly out of the application that was provided us to earlier, and we don't have to write the names explicitly. We can actually choose the symbols from here, and I guess this makes the whole process so much faster and so much efficient. So I guess this is also a great addition to the Xcode 14. So this year's WWDC has been great for developers, as you can see, with quality of life improvements to Xcode that make it fun to write Swift and SwiftUI code. We hope that you enjoyed WWDC 22 as much as we did. Thank you so much for listening to the Xcode 14 features that I wanted to share with you people. Thank you so much, and I'd love to take your questions after this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening out and bearing with me basically to hear this all out. I really hope you enjoyed this session. The features that I think are super cool additions to Xcode 14, and these features can actually make things a little bit easier for you people. So I picked out the best ones for you people, and I really hope that you enjoyed it. because I did. So let's hope to hear from you. And I am super excited for anything that is related to iOS basically. So yeah, let's hear your questions. Again, thank you so much for being patient listeners, and I look forward.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi here.
Hi.
Unfortunately, looks like Kashish can't join right now. Maybe she will join a little bit later. We'll wait for a few minutes. But I have few announcements. So if I may have a stage just for a few minutes, I'll try to tell what we are up to. So yeah, we are in Geekle. We have so many different events, and we really appreciate your point and what do you think about that event. So I hope that you enjoy the event that we are having now. And today we want to ask our communities for feedback about the idea of the macOS Developers Summit. You can say yes or no. So we will share such kind of question to the chat. You can just press yes or no. We will know your feedback. Also, like just what we are planning about this in the future events. But we have already planned event that we are gonna have this year by the end of this year. And first of all, I want to tell you about React Global Summit. This event is like our biggest event. We will have it 5th time. Today you can second, if I can find. Okay, today you can just, we'll share also the promo code, then you can buy event with 20% discount, a ticket for the event with 20% discount. Also, we have, you can, junior track of course is free, pro track is price, but you can buy it with promos that we'll share on the chat, and it would let you have like 20% discount. For now, the promo is iOS Flash 20. Yeah, and also we will press it and put it over in chat. So please follow it. The next event that I also want to mention is QR Global Summit 22.2. It will be just in 1 week, and we are really on a hurry to prepare everything, and we're checking all content and everything for you. So please also follow our website, check the upcoming event, and also check especially QR Global Summit. It will be also the 4th or 5th event, so we really keep doing the event for you. One more event that will be right 1 week after the React Global Summit. It's Worldwide Software Architecture Summit, especially for architectures. Also, career track is free, and pro track just $165. But again, you can get your ticket with a discount of 20%. One more event that is coming in 1 week after the architecture event is Data Science Global Summit. And of course, beginner's track is for free. Just register and come and watch. Full access for now, $109. And again, you can get it with a discount. The other event that we are just trying to do it first time, and we really need your point about that and what you think about that, and we hope that you need that, World of No Code conference. So it will be how to do everything just without coding. So also feel free to check. I hope you will like it. And we already started preparation of Flutter Global Summit. It's my favorite event, actually, after iOS, of course. But it's the event that I started doing from the beginning, just joined Geekle. So I really promise you the hottest topics. If you want to know more about Flutter, please just feel free to join it. So yeah, thank you for having me. Again, we will put on the chat the needed questionnaire just in 1 minute. And you can enjoy our next speaker. And I'm giving the stage to our moderator and speaker. See you guys.
All right. Thank you, Anna, for that. Next, I'm going to present Dan Colman. Dan is a iOS engineer at Capital One, and today he'll be presenting about building a best-in-class widget. So, no further ado, let me present Dan. Hey, Dan, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
How are you doing?
Here. All right, so we're very excited to hear about building widgets and how to do that correctly. And I'll leave you to it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
How do I get my slides up? What's the best way to do that?
Right, so you can just press present on the bottom toolbar.
Oh, I think it looks like they're up.
Oh, there we go.
There it is. Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. As he mentioned, I'll be speaking today about building a best-in-class iOS widget. And my name is Dan Colman, and let's dive right in. So just to give you a sense of where I'm coming from, who I am, my name is Dan. I'm an iOS engineer at Capital One, which is a US bank. And I was the tech lead on our account balance widget that we recently released to our customers about a month ago or so. And it was the first WidgetKit widget in our code base and the first use of SwiftUI in our code base. We were using Swift primarily. And so lots of learnings from that. But to give you a little perspective, building a best-in-class widget, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, like it really depends on what you're looking for in your widget to make it best-in-class for you. So I will be coming from the perspective of a financial services company, a bank. So security was really top of mind for us, maybe top of mind for you, may not be as important for you, depending on your app. I'm not going to be talking about the latest and greatest iOS 16 features. Having a risk mindset, we don't typically use the latest features. We let them mature a bit before implementing in the app. So there are some things like lock screen widgets or live activities or app intents that you might have seen at WWDC this year that I won't be talking about, but those are really cool. And I suggest you look into them and try them out. And maybe my next talk will be about that. And then the other thing is I am coming from like a large company. And so it's a large enterprise environment, a big team. So I had some benefits of like having a cyber security team to work with, having an analytics system already set up that I could just implement for my feature. So I did have some things ready to go that made it some of the suggestions I'm making easier to implement. So what is this widget I'm talking about? So the Capital One's iOS account balance widget is part of the Capital One bank app. And it has a very simple functionality, which is to show you your account balance. We decided to make a few different sizes because our customer base, it's almost a third and a third that and a third in terms of how many accounts our customers have. So we have a fair number of customers who just have one account. So the small widget could be great for them. And then a certain number of customers have 2 or 3 or 4 accounts. So medium and large might be better for them. But very simple functionality. We did make it a little pretty with some dynamic branding, which I think makes it look pretty snazzy. And so these are our different partner cards that we work with. For example, if we have a Bergdorf Goodman account, you get that purple widget. All right, so that's the widget we built at Capital One, and a little about myself. So before I dive into the meat of the presentation, this is your official information overload warning, which is I'm going to present a lot of information in this conversation. And so don't feel the need to take it all in
or understand it completely at this point. I think mainly if you just kind of get my higher level points for now, and then the specifics you can certainly go into later, or I can answer questions about them as well later. And I will at the end of this, I'll share a link to the presentation so you can take a look at it and use some of those links and that sort of thing. So I like to say, let the presentation in the next 20 minutes wash over you like the crystal blue lake you see in this picture. All right, so with that warning done, quick widget overview. So this is, I'm not going to go into the specifics of how to build a widget at this point. Apple did a great demo project at WWDC 2020 that I highly recommend you download and play with, called Emoji Rangers. And so looking at emoji, and basically it's you see this orange widget, it's a small widget that shows you basically a character from a game or something that is healing and shows the healing time on it. So the key points for this talk that I want, if you, and these little code snippets are from that Emoji Ranger project. Key points for this talk about widgets. One is that widgets are their own extension in the code base, and they all have an @main, which is the entry basically into the widget. And this is the widget entry point that launches on when you open your phone or start your phone. And it's a process that remains active in the background at all times and handles all of your installed widgets. So for example, in this one, you see an Emoji Ranger bundle. So they actually have two widgets in there, the Emoji Ranger widget and the leaderboard widget. And so that will be relevant in terms of analytics and logging and installing new widgets that I'm going to talk about later, that it starts once and then just runs in the background. A few other things are that widgets, especially if you make a configurable widget, right? You can make a static widget, which just shows information and the user does nothing to change it. Or you can make a configurable widget where the user can press and hold the widget and edit it to configure it. So in the case of this *1 account balance widget, they can edit it to configure which accounts they want to see showing. And so in that case, in the case of a configurable widget, you are actually working with 3 different extensions and 3 different basically processes that are running on the phone. You're dealing with the main app, your core app that you have. You're dealing with a widget extension, which you have, and then you're also working with an intent handler, which is the configuration part. And so you see on the right here in the code snippets, you have game status, which is the main app, Emoji Ranger widget folder, which is the widget extension. And then at the bottom, very bottom, you see Emoji Ranger intent handler, which is the intent handler. And so 3 extensions that will also be relevant in terms of caching that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Then also, in terms of when you get data to show on the widget, there are 3 kind of primary functions that the widget uses, what all widgets use. These are part of the widget protocol that you will have when you build your widget. You have get snapshot, and that in particular is used by the widget gallery. So it will go it will call get snapshot to get what it is going to show in the widget gallery. And you can show in the widget gallery either live data, or you could show a placeholder if you want. That's up to you. We chose to show live data so they can see exactly what their widget will look like when they install it. Get timeline is the function that the widget calls every time it updates. So if you have a widget, count balance widget updates once an hour, and so it will call this get timeline function once an hour. And then the third function that is called a lot to get what the widget looks like is your provide options collection. That's in your configuration. So when you go to edit the widget, it calls this function to get data about, it's not what the widget looks like. It's getting data on a collection of options for you to select from. So in the case of the account balance widget, you are selecting like the account that you want to see. So that's a little bit about widgets and just kind of how they function. So here's the widget checklist I have here. For best-in-class widget, in this talk, and what was best in class for us was to use real-time data, use caching and asynchronous code when you build the widget, make it accessible, test, test, and test. And yes, there's a reason there are 3 tests, and measure user behavior. This is our checklist, and it's not comprehensive. For example, great design, in my opinion, is crucial for a great widget, but this talk is a little more focused on the technical aspects of building a widget. And again, this is for widgets, right? This, in a way, this checklist is a great checklist for any app you build, but widgets have their own little requirements that are interesting. So use real-time data. And what do I mean by that? I mean that the user should not have to open the app. So wait, you may say, if you've worked with widgets, widgets don't update in real time, and you are correct. And so I am going to give this public service message to add a label on your widget of when it last updated. So the users want to know when it was updated. So in our case, the balance as of label we added. But in terms of where you get the data for your widget, here's our widget. You can get it in a couple places, right? You could get it either from the device, right? And mainly specifically from your main app, right? And so you can use all different sharing systems to share that data. You could use user defaults, you could use the keychain, you could use the file system, and you could set up an app group or access group and share data from the main app. So that's one way to do it. And actually, that's perfectly good for a lot of apps, especially apps that aren't using a server on the back end to hold and retrieve their data. On device is what you're going to use. And so that's where you'll be. The other option is making an API call from the widget, right? And calling your server from the back to get the data. And the benefit of this is then the user doesn't have to open the app to update that stored data on the device to update your widget, right? And so it keeps the widget up to date without having to open the app. And that is really kind of the whole point of having a widget is to make it so the user doesn't have to open the app to get a snapshot of information. So I highly recommend if you are using a server-based app where the data can be updated, not just from the main app, but maybe from an Android app or from a website, or maybe an event updates the data, make those API calls from the widget. There are a couple drawbacks to this approach. One is that it could increase your API call volume significantly, right? So like our app, our widgets, right, that updates once an hour. If a user happened to have their phone open, 24 hours a day, that can make up to 24 API calls a day. It's not going to be that many in reality because the operating system is smart and doesn't make those API calls if the phone is locked or in other circumstances. But it could potentially increase your API call volume if you aren't used to having a widget. And then also, depending on data security and the importance of data security to your organization and your app, you will, a widget exists outside of the kind of login system of a main app. And so you would have to construct some sort of token system or some sort of authentication system that would be different from your main app to use in a widget, right? And so that could take certain amount of engineering time to build as well. So it's not super simple to make API calls from a widget especially if data security is important to you. But it does make the widget more usable by your customers. So the second one is use caching and asynchronous code. And this was really important in the development of this widget. And it helps to improve the user experience as well as reduce those API calls that I was just talking about. So let's start with caching. So those API calls are made from many places, which I showed you in that emoji rangers widget, right? So the widget gallery, when it calls that get snapshot function, for us at least, it makes an API call to get the data to show on that widget in the widget gallery. Then also just when you install the widget, it makes an API call when you install the widget from that get timeline function. And then when you go and edit the widget, it also makes an API call from that intent, from that get options collection function, right? So you potentially, if a new user is setting up a widget and you don't have any caching, you could make at least 3 API calls just setting up, right? And even on our large widget, when you go to all those 4 different options in the edit widget modal there, each one of those can make an API call, right? And so so that starts getting it starts getting slow, right? And we were seeing this when we built the initial widget, that we didn't have caching, and you were just kind of waiting a few seconds each time you went to the gallery, and then you installed a widget, and then you went to edit the widget. And that just wasn't a great experience, right? It wasn't that nice, smooth flow. So we implemented a caching system, right? Now, a few considerations in caching, right? You can have in-memory caching, or you can have persistent caching that's stored somewhere on the device. So one is security. Depending on security, you have to decide what data is okay to store and how to store it, right? So that is a consideration. And also, in terms of caching working really well for a widget specifically, you do have to use some form of persistent caching, because if you remember, that intent handler is its own extension, right? And so you can't share in-memory cache between the widget and the intent handler because they're separate extensions. So you do actually have to store it persistently in a file or keychain or however you want to store it, so that you can use it between the edit window and your widget. So that is the caching side. Now the other side is using asynchronous code and why is this? Why do you want to use some sort of asynchronous code? If you look at this image here, this is the worst case scenario for our API calls. If a user installed 6 small widgets on their device, on their home screen, which I don't know why they do that, but maybe they actually, maybe they have several business accounts and they're looking at those, or maybe they have several accounts that they manage, or their kids' accounts, or whatever it might be. So you could have 6 accounts. But so you install these 6 accounts, you lock the phone, and then a couple hours later, you unlock your phone and it comes to this screen. Well, without asynchronous code, you could make 6 API calls back to back immediately, right? When they all try to refresh. And so that's not great. So whatever form of async code you want, the kind of primary ones that are used in iOS right now are combined futures you could use, or async await, depending on how modern your code base is. Then you kind of create the call once, and then the others wait for the response to get back. And that could reduce 6 API calls to 1 API call, right? And so highly recommend asynchronous code especially to reduce those API calls to your server. All right. So now all of you that tuned out for that section because you don't have a server and you don't need one, you can come on back. This applies to all widgets, any size, any type. This is really important and really kind of a core piece of iOS. One of the reasons I love developing in iOS is it's such a primary importance to Apple, clearly, when they talk about building apps, is making it accessible, right? And there are 3 things you can do to make your widget immediately more accessible. One is implement VoiceOver, right? And so, and be thoughtful about how you implement VoiceOver, right? So here you'll see the way we have voiceover for this small widget is capital 1, venture ending in 1127, right? And we had to create a specific vocalization for that, because otherwise it would have said venture ending in 1127, which is, it just, we didn't want it to be read out that way. So make a custom vocalization if you need to. And then also just kind of the order of how it's spoken. So like we say current balance, $1,524, right? As opposed to if it just read it in order, it would be $1,524 current balance. So just be thoughtful about how it will sound best to your customer when it's read out loud. And then you see at the end of that, you have link, which is the type of UI element, which is something you can add as well. So they know it's a link that they can tap. And then we have an accessibility hint, which says double tap to open the Capital One app. So it gives them the information from the widget and also how they could use the widget to open the app. The other piece of accessibility is using dynamic type. I'm a huge fan of dynamic type, which is, it's such a simple concept, but it can be so helpful, especially for low visibility, low vision users, which is being able to see your widget, right? Especially because widgets aren't huge and they can often have a lot of information. Just making it so you can make the text a little bigger can really make a difference for a lot of users. I will say that my highly technical approach to implementing this for the widget was just trial and error and trying out the different settings to get it relatively pleasing as it increased in size. So there's a little trial and error as you implement dynamic type, but I highly recommend you do that for your widget. And then finally, is localization, right? So just thinking about your customer base, who's going to be using it. In terms of Capital One, our widget is available in our widget and our app is available in English and Spanish. And those are kind of the primary languages spoken by our users. But, you know, I would actually, you know, it'd be nice to be able to increase that as well at some point for us. So that's something that we could improve on as well. But consider localization for your widget. All right. So the point 4 is test, test, and test. Make your widget shine. So testing is where you can really take your widget from, hey, I like this widget, to, whoa, look at that widget, right? So unit testing, UI testing are two, you know, primary forms of testing your code before release, right? And UI testing is kind of fun with widgets because they're outside of your main apps. So the UI application you use is actually something called Springboard. And so that's how you add and remove and interact with the widgets. But really and then there are other types of testing, right? There's snapshot testing, there's end-to-end testing. So whatever testing you need to do to make sure the widget is functioning well, consider that. But really the testing that made a huge difference for us was user testing. And I would say, please do this. I beg of you, if you're one person making your first app, let your brother test it, or let your friend test it, or your parents, or whoever it is, let them test it and give you feedback. It will make such a difference. I really believe this is the highest impact suggestion from this entire presentation, is let someone else test it and tell you what their experience, right? And I have this quote from Dan Brown. Yes, the Dan Brown from the Da Vinci Code. Sometimes a change of perspective is all it takes to see the light. I like the quote, because sometimes you just need someone else to look at your work to give you some insight. And here are a couple examples from the account balance widget. So originally the widget was designed so when you installed the widget initially, you got this screen which says, edit this widget to select which account balance to display. Right? And we wanted to do this to make sure the user knew they could edit the widget and give them an opportunity to select specifically which account they wanted to see right away. Well, we went into user testing, and our users said this was confusing. And our users with one account said, why do I have to edit this widget to select an account if I only have one account? And And so we went from that to just showing their first account, whether they had 1 account or 5 accounts. We just showed their first account, or on the large widget, for example, we'd show their first up to 4 accounts immediately. And that was a huge improvement in usability for our users, and something they really preferred, even though you could make an argument that, hey, that edit widget is a good design as well, right? So that was something we learned from user testing. The other thing is we got some great design feedback from user testing. So this is the widget, the large widget, as we were getting ready to go in production. And it looks fine, looks good. You can read it, you can see your information. But we did have some designers from the organization give us some great feedback, and we ended up with this widget, right? And you see that they look similar, but then if you start looking at them, there are some really key differences, right? So the text is slightly larger, a little more readable, and repositioned for more visually pleasing alignment. We added transparency to those divider lines between the accounts, and we added a gradient to the background of the widget. So all of those things took it from, yeah, that looks fine, to, hey, that's a good looking widget, right? And that was from doing user testing and getting feedback. So highly recommend that. And then finally, I know I'm running out of time here, but let's measure your user behavior. So is your widget valuable to your users, right? You built this widget. So do ask your question, even if you love it and your brother loves it and you've gotten feedback and you feel ready to go, you tested it. Now you do want to find out if the people who use your widget, your app, find that the widget is useful, if they use it. Was it worthwhile having it as part of your app? Let me take a step back there. Like, first you want to ask yourself, how are you going to measure the success of your widget, right? And part of measuring the success of the widget might be, hey, I built a widget, I learned something new, and I added that to my app. Success, right? And that's great. And that may be where you are on the widget right now. But at some point, you do want to know if the people who are using your app get some benefit from it, find some value in the widget, right? And a couple of ways we found to measure, and a couple of the ways we're measuring. One is installs, right? So it makes a lot of sense. Keep a record of widget installs and deletions. Now it's a little tricky with widgets because like I showed at the beginning, the widget kind of process launches at the beginning. And so when you install a new widget, it doesn't call a unique function within the widget code. It actually just calls that get timeline function. And so you can't really track when a user installs the widget, and there's no way to track when a user deletes a widget from within the widget code. And so one approach you could consider, and we worked with this, was you have this widget center shared get current configurations, which you can call from within your main app, which will get you the currently installed widgets, right? And then you maintain a record of currently installed widgets on your device, compare that against the current configurations, log your analytics, and update the record on your device. And then the other way to do it is, or the other way to measure success is deep linking, right? So one thing that we found very valuable about the widget is a widget takes up real estate on your phone, right? And so if a user took the time to install the widget on their phone and is using it that way, that's great. And they may use that nice big widget as a shortcut to tap to get into your app. And so they might go into your app more often, right? And so you might want to measure how often are they using the widget to deep link into your app as a shortcut to open up your app. All right, so let me wrap up here. So use real-time data, use caching, asynchronous code, make it accessible, test, and measure user behavior. I would say pick one of these to start. Maybe you're doing all of these. If so, well done, celebrate. But if you aren't yet, consider, I would say maybe start with making it accessible. Start with that user testing, test, and then you can work with some of those others as well. Some resources, and again, I'll share the link. That widget code along from WWDC 2020. That's when the widgets were introduced. That's a great series to follow in kind of starting your first widget, and it uses that Emoji Rangers project that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk. Some of these WWDC videos are great, and then Apple's widget documentation is pretty solid, actually. So that's a good place to go as well. That's it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my talk today. My name's Dan. There's my Twitter handle and LinkedIn if you want to reach out there. And thank you again for having me.
All right, thank you, Dan, for that. I learned a lot about widgets here. I haven't actually got the time to touch one yet, but I'm probably going to reach back to this if I ever do. We do have some questions for you from the audience. Firstly, so can you explain how you use that reduction of the 6 API calls hub into one? They thought that each widget was a separate instance.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So no, actually, the widgets are all an individual. They're all part of the same process. They're all part of the widget extension process. So they're all using that same code. So you do have separate, you do have the separate extensions for like configuring the widget, but when it updates, they're all using that same widget extension process. So they are actually using they're separate widgets, but they're using the same process behind the scenes.
All right, that explains it. Thanks. Secondly, how do you handle security for sensitive information such as the balance of the client's account?
Yeah. So I'm not really at liberty to go into detail about that. Clearly, that's one of the parts that Capital One does not want me to talk about particularly. But if you look into, you can Google kind of data security best practices. I think in general, right, you have things like encryption, and you have things like what data do you actually store persistently versus in memory, right? So in memory is a lot safer than putting something in your file system on your device. And so be especially wary of putting anything on the file system on your device. And that's at Capital One, we put almost nothing there because we want it to be as secure as possible. And when we need data, we'll make an API call to get it.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
As a UIKit developer, how much do we need to know to draw widgets since SwiftUI?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm a UIKit developer as well. That's my background, and that's 98% of the app at Capital One is UIKit. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this was the first SwiftUI in the Capital One code base.
Wow.
So I actually think building a widget is one of the best ways to get introduced to SwiftUI and to try it out yourself, because it's kind of contained in that extension separate from your main app. So you're not going to, there are ways to integrate SwiftUI into UIKit app, but in this case, you can just keep it nice and separate and contained in its own extension. And in terms of building a simple widget, it's actually very simple. And if you go to that, Google some kind of tutorials or that sort of thing, or go to that link that I shared in my presentation to build your first widget. It's a great way to start with SwiftUI.
Yeah, that sounds like the more contained it is, and the more separate it is from the main app.
Yeah.
Best learning experience.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So how do you think about people who design widgets so many users get hooked?
Yeah. So one thing we did was look at the data of like our users and how many accounts they had. So we were originally only going to release the small widget. That was kind of from our product management team. We wanted to start simple and just get a widget out and release that one widget. Then we looked at the data of how many accounts our users had. And I mentioned our users were pretty evenly split between like 1 account 2 accounts and 3 or more accounts. And so then we really saw there would probably be a lot of value to our users to have all 3 sizes, right? And it wasn't too big of a development lift to add those. So that's one way we thought about it, is just look at your user base and get information about them and see what they might want. The other thing I will say is, so we had an older version of a widget in the app, and then we released this new WidgetKit widget, right? Apple had widgets before WidgetKit, but they were used a different system. And our WidgetKit looks different from the old widget. And you will always get people say, I like the old widget, right? And so just be prepared for feedback on that, especially initially as you release. You're not going to please everyone all the time. So do your best to make it a nice widget from, in your opinion, and the opinion of your testing that you do.
Definitely. Last question. So how do you let users know your app has a cool new widget?
That is a very good question. So we have a lot of users who just want to know their bank account information and may not even use their iPhone that much, right? They just want to get there. So widgets are what we call actually like a power user feature, right? So some users just want to log into the app and see their bank account. That's fine. So we do call it a power user feature. So they may already know a little more about widgets, but you're right. Now we have this new widget. So we are going to be, another nice part of working at a large company in this case is they're going to do some marketing around it and make give some visibility to the widget. But then also within our app, we do have this feature called New for You, where you can, which makes announcements to our users when we have something new and cool in the app when they log in, right? And that's something anyone can do in their app, is just add something that pops up once in a while with a new feature, in this case, the widget. So we are going to do a campaign for that pretty soon as well.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Well, thank you that was the last question. Thank you very much for your time and your all the presentation and answering the questions. I hope my bank creates a widget as cool as this. Hopefully someday. And, I wish you the best of luck, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Dan, again for the presentation. And right now we're going to jump for a little break. And for the next segment, we'll have Rajan, who will be moderating. So it was a pleasure, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this presentation and the rest of the Global Summit. Cheers.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the iOS Developers Global Summit, and we are so excited to have all of you here with us today. And also, we want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Bitrise, for helping us out with this event and for sponsoring it and for helping us with the organization of the event. And just a couple of words about their product, what they do. So Bitrise is a mobile development platform built around industry-leading mobile CI/CD and DevOps tooling. So you can use it for your projects, and Bitrise ensures confidence, velocity, and continuous improvements across the entire cycle of app value creation, delivery, and realization. On Bitrise, teams easily realize and maintain high-quality apps through automation, rapid iteration, and improvements in the development process. As a result, apps deliver more impact for business while teams scale quickly and efficiently. So Bitrise was founded by mobile developers, and Bitrise is trusted by more than 6,000 mobile product organizations worldwide, including Rakuten, Vice, Bose, Virgin Mobile, Grindr, Compass, Mozilla, Philips, Hue, and many more like Marks & Spencer and others. And Bitrise counts more than 200 people across continents and has raised close to 100 million in funding to date from investors like Insight Partners, Partech, Y Combinator, and more. For all your mobile CI/CD needs and DevOps tooling, check out Bitrise.
Okay, hey guys, how are you doing? So this is Rajan from New Delhi, India, and it's like 9 o'clock, near to 9, and we are thoroughly enjoying the day. It started with a lot of topics, security, and then Xcode and all those stuff. I'm currently working as an iOS dev in Hindustan Times Media. So let's quickly introduce to the next speaker, who is David Piper, and the topic is controlling your app via command line, which is one of my favorite topics as well. So we will demystify the mystery of command line here. A little bit about David. He is from Germany and he works as an iOS developer since 2016 when he was a student, and later on he completed his degree in 2022. He is also part of Ray Vanderlick team since 2020. He also develops Mac OS applications, which is SwiftUI, which visualizes the Swift projects objects. And since 2021, he's working as an iOS engineer in Scalable Capital. So we welcome you, David. So without further ado, let's start the presentation.
Hello everybody, my name is David Pieper and I'm an iOS engineer at Scalable Capital. With our broker and wealth management service, we want to empower everyone to become an investor. With more than 600,000 active users, many of them using our iOS app every day, we always strive to make our app as good as possible. To facilitate our development process, we've created a command line tool allowing us to communicate with our app at runtime. In this talk, I want to show you some use cases and how you can create a command line tool for your app yourself. Let's start by taking a look at some examples we are using our command line tool for. One category of things it supports is to trigger actions in the app. This includes, for example, sending a URL or a notification to the app. This is pretty convenient when testing deep links, because we don't need to have the deep link at hand in the simulator. We can just paste it to the terminal and execute the command. This then sends over the deep link over to the app where it's handled. Next, we can also step through some flows like the onboarding. There are some actions required until a user finishes the onboarding. If we want to work on a specific step and test it, we can skip the previous steps and jump to it via the command line tool. Another use case is to invalidate and reset caches and trigger reloading of data. For example, it's possible to manipulate different timestamps in the app. This allows us to easily test that background refreshes and caching works as expected. Finally, we can also get a list of enabled and disabled features and switch them on or off if needed. If one of my colleagues is working on a new feature and I check out the feature branch, I can test this new feature without needing to change something in the code. This also makes it very convenient to explore a new feature in a pull request and then disabling it again, to verify that existing flows and features are not broken by the new code. No code change or rebuild is needed. Often we don't even need to restart the app on a simulator or device. Besides triggering actions, we can also use our command line tool to inject mock data. An important information in the app are so-called ticks, which encapsulate a stock's bid, ask and mid price together with information about the performance. We subscribe to these ticks and get them from our backend. Once we receive a tick, a lot of places in the app are updated with the new data. With our command line tool, we can define and send a tick to the app to check that everything is updated and works as expected. It's possible to define a tick either via parameters entered into the command line or in form of a JSON file, which is then processed by the command line tool. To not get interrupted by real ticks for a stock we are currently looking at, we can also disable incoming ticks, so that only the mock ticks are received and handled by the app. Once we are finished, we can enable incoming ticks again. Finally, we can also request data from our app at runtime. This includes information about the current version and build number, as well as the currently used backend environment. We can also get data about the logged-in user. This is handy when we want to test network requests that take a user's ID and access token as an input. Besides enabling and disabling features, we can also see which features are enabled and which are not. As you can see, our command line tool supports a variety of functions. Whenever we see that a new feature would benefit our development process, we add it to the command line tool. It's important to mention that all these commands only work in a debug build. None of these features is ever shipped in a production build. If these examples sounds great to you, but you are not fully convinced yet if you need a command line tool for your app yourself, let me highlight how we benefit from ours. These and more features help us build a great mobile experience. It allows us to develop new features and fix bugs faster, because we can navigate with our command line tool either by using deep links or by skipping steps of a flow. Once arrived at the method we are working on, we can repeatedly trigger it. If we get interrupted by processes happening in the background, like incoming ticks or updates, we can disable them to focus on our task even better. Reviewing code also benefits. If possible, we can provide a list of commands helping our colleagues to test our changes as easy as possible. If needed, we can change our setup, like the current backend environment we are using at the moment, to quickly test special requirements. Finally, also testing and QA benefits from our command line tool. For example, it's possible to define ticks with edge cases and send them to the app. It would be complicated and time-consuming to test rare edge cases otherwise. So now that we've seen what we use our command line tool for at Scalable, we want to take a look at the demo app we are going to build in the remaining time of the talk. We will create a small app that supports two different commands. one command to show an alert with the title and the message that are provided as parameters to the command line, and one command to hide the alert again. The first command is called alert show, and we can pass in a parameter title and a parameter message. Once we send it, it shows the alert on the simulator, and then once we call alert hide, it hides the alert again. But before I take a look at the code, let's first explore two frameworks we are using for a command line tool. The first one is MultipeerKit from gRambo. It's a high-level abstraction built on the multi-peer connectivity framework from Apple, and it allows iOS, macOS and tvOS devices to exchange data between them over Wi-Fi networks, peer-to-peer Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. We are going to use it to communicate between the terminal and all the iOS apps that are running on a simulator or on a real device. The payload of the messages we are going to send needs to be codable. Thus, the commands and responses we send will conform to this protocol. He also includes an explanation video on the GitHub page. He uses it to send a message to two different connected peers in the first example, and then to respond to only one peer in the second example. So you can control which peers to send the message to, and we will use it to send it to all the connected simulators that are online. The second framework we are going to use is Apple's argument parser. This is a great framework allowing us to define our command line interface as simple Swift types. All commands and subcommands are defined as structs, which can have properties. These properties are marked with either argument, option, or flag. An argument is a positional input, meaning that the value of the property has a fixed position in the command. This makes it easy to enter the command in the terminal because it requires less text, but also requires us to remember the position. Option drops the requirement for the fixed position by requiring the parameter name in front of it. Flag is for Boolean values. If it's added to a command, it's true, and if it's missing, it's false. So we can use it, for example, for things like minus with both. And finally, we can also validate and process the input. We will take a detailed look at how to do so and how to define commands in a later step when we define the commands supported by the demo app. Next, let's take a look at the structure of our demo project. On the left, we have a main.swift file, which is run in the terminal. It's where the commands are defined. On the right, there is our app that will respond to the commands. Next to these two, we have the CLI transmitter and the CLI receiver. These are responsible for sending and receiving our commands. The commands entered into the terminal are passed on to the CLI transmitter, which sends them out. They are then received and handled by the CLI receiver. In the middle, we have our structs that represent a command and a response. These are objects that are sent between the CLI transmitter and the CLI receiver. These objects are separated into three targets. On the left, we have scalable CLI, which is the executable that's run in the terminal. In the middle, we have a shared framework called CLI support. It includes the command and response that are used by both the CLI and the app. And on the right, we have the app, which is of course our app. We are now going to take a look at each of these elements, starting with the CLI commands. We create structs for all the commands we want to support with our command line tool. In this case, a show command and a hide command. They need to conform to Codable so that they can be sent over via MultipeerKit. We group them in a top-level alert command so that we can have a better structure of all the commands we support. The show command contains the title and the message, and the hide command doesn't need any properties. Let's now take a look at the main.swift file, which contains the commands that are available in our command line tool. Each command is represented as a struct, which conforms to the parsable command protocol provided by Apple's argument parser framework. We also need to start the transmitter and then at the bottom call scalable-cli.main, which is the top level command, and by calling main on it, we start the command line execution. A command is a configuration. This configuration contains the command name, an abstract, and subcommands if available. The command name is the name that we need to enter in the command line tool. The abstract is a help text defining what this command does, and subcommands is a list of commands that can be used to further specify the command. There are more properties you can set in a command configuration. For example, it's possible to define a default subcommand that's executed when no other subcommand is provided. Besides the abstract, that's meant to be a short description of the command in one line, it's also possible to add more information about how and when to use it. You can add a longer description of the command in form of a discussion parameter. Another information you can set is the version number in which the user of your command line tool can use this command. We could build and run the command line tool already, but it wouldn't have a lot of functionality. Typing the command name demo scalable CLI into the terminal and executing the command by pressing enter results in the output you can see on the right. The first text we can see is the overview, which is the abstract. It's used to explain the user of our command line tool what it does and how it can be used. It also lists options. Since this command doesn't do anything, the only option it has is --help to show the help text. Finally, we get a list of subcommands that can be used, in this case the alert subcommand. The subcommand it has is the parsable alert command, which again is a parsable command. It also contains a configuration, providing a name and an abstract, and this time two different subcommands, the parsable show command and the parsable hide command. If we would build and run the command line tool right now by executing demo scalable CLI alert, we would see this output. Again, we can see the command abstract as an overview with the options that are available and the subcommands we can choose from. In this example, one called show and one called hide. Next, let's take a look at the parsable hide command. We take a look at it first because it's a little bit simpler than the parsable show command. It again has a configuration defining the name and the abstract. To call this command, we would need to write the top level command name being demo scalable CLI, then the parent command name being alert, and then finally the hide alert. It also contains the run method that creates the command struct and passes it on to the CLI transmitter to send it over to the CLI receiver. Besides the run method, a command can also have a validate method. It's called automatically to validate the properties after the command was passed. If the user of your command line tool didn't provide the expected input needed to execute the command, you can throw an error and stop executing the command here. If we use this in the command line, we can see that it doesn't have any properties, but we can see the help text. Finally, we can take a look at the parsable show command, which again has a configuration just like the parsable hide command, but this time it also has two different properties, title and message. These are options because we don't want to have them as positional input, we want to have the option to give the name, so --title in long and -t in short. We could also limit this to only a short name or only a long name by passing in short or long for name of an option. But in this case we want to allow both, so we pass in short and long. Once we run the command, it then wraps this title and message we provide and bundles them up into a show command struct, which is then sent over via the CLI transmitter. Executing this command in a terminal looks like this. If we enter demo scalable CLI alert show, we see the help text again because we didn't provide a title or a message. This time we see more options than --help. Both title and message can be provided in a short and a long form, so either with one minus and the first letter, or with two minus and the full word. Now that we've seen how the commands are created and structured, let's take a look at how the CLI transmitter sends them over. The CLI transmitter is an object having 3 different properties. The first is a shared property, so we use it as a singleton so that we have convenient access to it and that there is only one CLI transmitter. We do the same later for the CLI receiver. Next, the CLI transmitter has a multi-peer transceiver object called transceiver. This object is from multi-peer-kit and is the actual object doing the sending and receiving. We need to configure it, and to do so we start with the default configuration. Next, we give it a service type being a unique identifier. Then we pass on this configuration to the multi-peer transceiver initializer to create our transceiver. Inside the send method, we send over the command. To do so, we use our queue that we created previously. Down there at the bottom of the method, we finally call the send method of the transceiver to send the command to all connected peers. But previously we need to collect the connected peers, and this may take some moments. Thus we use the queue so that we don't block the terminal for further input. To get the connected peers, we use the available peers that change closure provided by the transceiver. We set it so that whenever the available peers change, we update our list of connected peers that we then later use to send the command to. The problem is that this closure is not called immediately. Thus, we need a semaphore to wait. We initialize it with a value of 0, and later, after we set the available peers to change closure, we wait up to 10 seconds or until the semaphore signals. We call the signal method of the semaphore once the available peers did change is actually called, so that at the beginning we wait until we get a list of connected peers, and then we can send the command to these peers. Now it's time to look at the CLI receiver, which is the counterpart to the CLI transmitter. It looks pretty similar. Again, we have a shared property to access it as a singleton, and we have a transceiver, which is a multi-peer transceiver from the multi-peer connectivity kit. We initialize it in the same way we did before. We start with the default configuration, set the service type, and pass this configuration on to the initializer. In the receiver start method, we call the receive method of the transceiver. Inside this receive method, we define the commands we want to receive and the method we want to call once we receive this command. For example, for the show alert command, we call the handle show alert command method. And for the hide command, we call the handle hide alert command. Finally, we need to call resume on a transceiver at the bottom of the start method. This will start that the transceiver processes incoming commands. Let's now take a look at the two methods to handle the incoming commands, being the handle show alert command and the handle hide alert command. These two methods process the incoming command. To do so, they have access to the incoming command and the peer from which we receive the command. First, we call topmost view controller of the UI view controller. This is a convenient extension we created that grabs into the navigation stack and pulls out the topmost view controller. Then we check if this view controller that's currently presented in the app as a topmost view controller is actually a class that can handle the command that we just received. In this case, we do so by doing a as ? view controller. If that's the case, we can call the corresponding method of this view controller. So in this case, the show alert and passing on the title and message. After that, we return an empty response. What's this about? We will take a look at in a moment. The handle hide alert command is pretty similar. Again, we get the topmost view controller, check if it's a class that we expect and that can handle the command, and then we call the corresponding method on it. In this case, hide alert. Again, we return an empty response. That's it for the CLI receiver. Let's now look at how a response is sent from the receiver to the transmitter. The response is used, for example, to access the data inside the app. So for example, we can request the user's identifier from the command line, and then the app somehow needs to pass the response back to the command line to print it out for us. Similar to the CLI command we saw previously for the communication from the CLI transmitter to the CLI receiver, we now have a CLI response object that's passed on from the CLI receiver to the CLI transmitter as a response. This response can either be a message, being a string, or can be some data. It also contains the convenient static let empty, which we saw previously, which is just a convenient access to an empty message. It also needs to be codable so that we can send it over with multi-peer-kit. Let's take another look at the CLI receiver. In the start method, we define the commands we want to receive and how they are handled. So for example, for the show command, we want to call the handle show alert command, which then triggers showing the alert in the app and previously returned an empty response. Instead of the empty response, we can also show a message that's then, for example, printed out to the command line. But we didn't take a look at the response method, because we don't call the handle show alert command method when we receive the show command, but instead we call the response method that takes in the handle show alert command as a parameter. We use this response method to execute the method we pass in as a parameter, and then to get a response and send this response back to the transceiver. So in this case, we call the handler, that's the parameter of the response method, which produces a result, and this is sent to the peer that we received the command from previously. This might look a little bit confusing at first, so let's summarize the process of receiving a command, handling it, and sending out a response. First, the transceiver receives the command and invokes the response method. The response method then executes the method that was passed in as a parameter. In case of an incoming show command, this is the handle show alert command method. In a third step, this method invokes the method in the app to handle the command. After that, it produces a response and returns it back to the response method that previously called the handle show alert command method. In the last step, the response method uses the transceiver to send the response back to the peer that sent the command. This response has to be handled somewhere, and this is happening in the CLI transmitter, which also has a start method just like the CLI receiver. In this start method, we define that we want to receive the CLI responses and that they are handled by switching over the command, and in case it's a message, we want to print it to the console. In case of data, we write it to the file. After that, we end the execution. At the bottom of the start method, we still need to call transceiver resume so that the transceiver can start listening for incoming responses. Now that everything is set up, there's only one thing left to do. We need to somehow make our command line tool executable. To do so, we start by executing swift build -c release. This builds the command line tool and puts the executable in the build folder. To have it available from everywhere, we can copy it from that location to the user's binary folder. Now it's possible to communicate with an active simulator running our demo app. And this is how we end up with our demo application that can handle two different commands, one to show an alert and one to hide an alert. Just to show it again, we can call demo scalable CLI alert show --title, then pass on the title we want to show in the alert, then --message, and define the message we want to show. After that, we can call demo scalable CLI alert hide to hide the alert again. This demo app has a pretty limited set of features. For your own app, you will most probably find a lot of good use cases over time. So let's summarize the steps needed to add a new command. The first thing to do is to create new structs in the CLI commands, representing the commands to send over to the CLI receiver. This structs needs to include all properties needed to execute the command. For example, in case of the show alert command, the title and message. Next, you need to add a new parsable command to the main.swift file. This makes the new command available on the command line. Think of a good subcommand structure and use arguments, options, and flags to create a usable command. Finally, you need to register the new command in the start method of CLI receiver and to implement the handler method. If you add a command for an existing feature in the app, probably there won't be need to change something in the app except the CLI receiver. In most cases, you won't need to touch CLI transmitter and CLI response, except when you want to change something in the way the app responds to the command line tool. After updating all needed parts, remember to rebuild the executable like we did before and restart your app. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned something and that you are going to create a command line tool for your app as well. If you want to learn more about argument parser and multi-UIKit, you can check out these links. They provide great documentations and guides on how to get started. I'm now happy to answer all of your open questions. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, David. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And thanks for listening.
Great. And it was really an insightful session. You know, we tend to lack abilities in command lines. So that was something very new. So
Cool.
we do have some questions. Does this works on device connected or only on simulators?
It works also on devices. So this framework, multi-UIKit, enables us to use both devices and simulators to do so.
Okay. We have one more question. What is the real production usage? Is there any? Is it only for debug purposes?
So as I said, we only use it for development purposes, but you could say that it has production value in that we can create features faster. And it helps us in very different scenarios when we want to develop something.
Okay. I think that's it. We have only 2 questions.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So have a nice day, David.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay. So moving forward with our day, let us introduce our next speaker, who is Dennie Declercq, and the topic is error 404, color not found. So he's an autism and accessibility expert, and he deals with the people with limited abilities. So that is very, very good. And he's also a Microsoft most valuable professional and a developer who is working in DDSoft BZW. So I think he's live here, and over to you, Dennie. The stage is yours.
Hello everyone. I hope you can hear me very well, and I hope you can see me. I'm just setting my timer for the talk. I want to say I'm not at home. I'm in Antwerp, in Belgium, in Antwerp, in a hotel where I need to speak for a conference that I need to speak tomorrow, also an in-person conference. So here you see me in the hotel room, and I'm just checked in. And I'm ready to present to you error 404, color not found. I'm just hit the share screen button. So present. I will share my screen, not only my slides. I want to have my full screen. Okay, and then I need to click here on PowerPoint. Okay. No, can you confirm that you see my slides, please? Can somebody confirm I only have one screen because I'm in the hotel, so I don't have multiple screens, and you can confirm with saying, or Just interrupt
Yes,
me
we
if you
can see.
don't see them. Okay, thank you. Yeah, normally I present with 2 slides or even 3, but yeah, these are specific situations, so you can see it. So, oh my God, my wrong slides. What the fuck? Sorry. Okay, is that one for the iOS Developers Global Summit. So start with the intro. We're going to talk about a little intro, of course, about myself and why did I choose this topic. And then I'm going to talk about an intro to accessibility. I'm going to give you some theory about color contrast. And we're going to talk a bit how you combine those for people with learning disabilities and vision disabilities. Because as also you heard in the introduction, for me, everything started with developing systems for people with learning disabilities. And then, of course, if there's an intro, there's also an outro where you can ask some questions. So I'm Dennie, I'm president, IT coach, and developer at DDSoft, and DDSoft is a nonprofit. The name VZW is in Belgium the name for a nonprofit. I'm also a Microsoft MVP, and people also call me Mr. Dreaming as believing, and I even branded on my T-shirts, on my clothes. So geeky am I. So that kind of geeks that we are. And at Twitter, I'm also very active with my Twitter handle at Dennie Declercq. So intro to accessibility. So first of all, if we talk about intro to accessibility, what is accessibility? And accessibility really is people with all needs. These are the normal and their special needs can access the internet, but also daily life activities. In fact, people, the same as people without disabilities, can access all areas. And talking about some disabilities we're going to talk about, and this talk is related to color and color contrast. So talk about 2 disabilities that really has to do with color and color contrast. And one of those is people with a visual impairment. And if you look on Wikipedia on people with visual impairment, you see the following definition. Visual impairment, also known as vision impairment, is a medical definition primarily measured back on an individual's better eye acuity, visual acuity. In the absence of treatments such as correctable eyewear, assistive devices, and medical treatment, visual impairment may cause the individual difficulties with normal daily tasks, including reading and walking. Low vision is a functional definition of visual impairment that is chronic, uncorrectable with treatment or correctable lenses, and impacts daily living. As such, low vision can be used as a disability metric and varies based on an individual's experience, environmental demands, accommodations, and access to services. The American Academy of Ophthalmology defines visual impairment as the best corrected visual acuity of less than 20 on 40 in the better eye, and the World Health Organization defines it as presenting acuity of less than 6 on 12 in the better eye. The term blindness is used for complete or nearly complete vision loss. To be sure, this talk will not be reading aloud statements from Wikipedia and from other organizations, but if you quote something, you need to quote it with the right words. But if you conclude this, that this is the same 20 on 30 and 6 on 12, that is the half. So it needs to be less than the half. But they also say in the better eye. So for everyone, eyes are not, it's not really the same. It's not equal, your left eye and your right eye. Even if you don't have a visual disability, there is a little difference. Maybe not measurable, but there is a difference. And most of the time, let's say that if you are good sighted, that your right eye, by example, is 10 on 10, your left eye can be 9 on 10 or 8 and 9. That's a very normal thing. So if they're saying that the half is in the better eye, less than the half, is the better eye, so the other eye will even be worse. So visual impairments, you shouldn't impotent test us seeing the half. It's way less than the half at least. So we're doing the same for color blindness. I'm going to read aloud and then we're going to have to talk about it. We're going to questioning some of the statements. So color blindness or color vision deficiency is a decreased ability to see color or differences in color. It can impair tasks such as selecting ripe fruit, choosing clothing, and reading traffic lights. Color blindness may make some academic activities more difficult. However, issues are generally minor, and the colorblind automatically develop adaptations and coping mechanisms. People with total color blindness is called achromatopsia, may also be uncomfortable in bright environments and have a decreased visual acuity. This slide we even going to questioning and challenging more than the other one, so I made another slide for this. And I'm gonna reread the quote. However, issues are generally minor, and the colorblind automatically develop adaptations and coping mechanisms. So let's say, is this still valid in an online world? Honestly, I don't believe it. I think the online world and the digital world made it way more difficult for people with color blindness. My example, if we talk about the adaptations, you can learn, by example, if it was about selecting ripe or versus unripe fruit. If you pinch on the fruit, or even I'm sure you will to learn if you are colorblind in some degree, how hard you need to squeeze, for example, the fruit without it's bloated everywhere, let's say the banana. You will learn this. But in the online world, you cannot squeeze your screen to see, to understand the communication. And is the website always readable for those with color blindness? That's very difficult. And also, are brands still recognizable in the digital era? I see more and more, I call them, I will see later in this talk, modern influencer people on like Instagram and so. Nothing against the modern style of businesses, but most of them really are making really inaccessible color combinations. I see gradations and ratios and gradients that I say, oh my god, is that really that shiny as it look at the outside? Comparing people how difficult to read it. Um, and so talking about color deficiencies, there are different ones, and there are four major kinds of color blindness. And I want to show them really that you see how it looks, and you see the link to the images who has copyrighted from the color blindness awareness. So here you see an image of, it says colored salt or colored sugar that a person who has protanopia will see. So guess what people with normal vision will see? So that's a complete different. And here I want to point, normally you should see my mouse pointer, those two colors, this brownish, let's call it, and greenish. On the protanopia side, you see both. If you make your UI, but maybe that brownish or reddish or greenish, maybe this can look shiny, or let's say, maybe these are colors recognizable to maybe an advertisement in autumn and to Christmas. The end of year, you see Christmas, you see a lot of greenish and brownish and reddish together. But if this is your only way of conveying your information, look here, if you see those brownish and greenish, what it means for someone with photonopia. And if you have that kind of letters on that kind of background surface, yeah, it will not make sense. So let's talk a bit about tritanopia, one of the other famous ones. So I guess if you ask you what will the normal vision part be, yeah, I think you guess it will be really the same. So here you see there are other colors that are more difficult than the other ones. So it's a difference. So if you need to build everything accessible for everyone, you need to be aware of that not everyone's seeing the same. And the same of deuteranopia, and I think I don't need to ask it anymore. You already know what the person with the normal vision will see. It's nearly the same. And then, of course, we have the monochromacy, and those people see everything in, let's say, thousand shades of gray. This is the hardest one to develop accessible UIs for. The same, of course, but I didn't need to ask it anymore. So, as I said, this talk is about colors, and then the first thing that I think about is low vision and color blindness, because low vision can can really decrease the ability to distinguish colors. For example, myself, I am not colorblind. I see other colors, but I have a vision loss. Not blind. I see. Otherwise, I see. I'm not blind. I can walk. I can see everything. Not everything. I see most of the things that I should see. But some communication is really, if it's, yeah, color contrast is really narrow, really slight difference in combination with font types or fonts who are not bold or not big enough. I can't see it, honestly. But for me, everything started in 2012 as a developer for systems for people with learning disabilities. And you will see some interesting things in this talk, because you can say that people with learning disabilities have the intelligence, let's say, it's really not discriminating, but people with learning disabilities have a really a lesser intellectual functioning. And the way that people measure intellectual functioning is via the IQ, the intelligence quotients. Like people with they are not, for example, people with Down syndrome, they all have a kind of learning disability. So there's a difference between learning disability, like say here in English, British English, and learning difficulty. But those people you can look at that they have, if your child grows, it starts as less IQ to more. I think the IQ of a person is growing, is at a point between 16, 18 years. So a person, a child, a toddler has a less intellectual quotient than an adult. And that's the reason that they refer people with learning disabilities, their intelligence, to childs. And then you will see that what really is clearly distinguishing, for example, green is allowed, is good, you are on the good track. And red, yeah, it's not good, it's danger, stay off, please. But red and green are one of the colors that you saw that are really difficult for people with learning disabilities. Really difficult to see for people with color blindness. So how are we combining both? How can we develop systems for people with color blindness? But can I also be in my passion and the biggest group of people that matters to me, people with learning disabilities? So it's a learning disorder or a learning difficulty in British English as a condition in the brain that causes difficulties comprehending or processing information and can be caused in several different factors. Given the difficulty learning in a typical matter, this does not exclude the ability to learn in a different matter. Therefore, people can be more accurately described as having a learning differency, thus avoiding any misconception of being disabled with the lack of ability to learn and possible negative stereotyping. In United Kingdom, the term learning disability generally refers to an intellectual disability, while difficulties such as dys- dyslexia and dyspraxia are usually referred as learning difficulties. And that's a really interesting point because I also work in a nonprofit, another nonprofit in Ithaca, and there we are working with people with learning disabilities. We are doing for them. And some people, although their official intelligence quotient is less, in some things they are radically clever at some point that you are so surprised what those people are saying. For example, I know somebody there that really knows all the days of when you are having your birthday. And he knows always where I'm on a conference talk, where I am, and which country. Is crazy. Even that he has a limited intellectual functioning. And for me, this is a point where accessibility comes together with inclusion. And inclusion means that all people are living together in the same environment. So not people, let's say, but a disability are placed away in a separate institution where only they have caregivers and nobody else cares about because they are not in the life. Inclusion is all about those people are in the life, the same life of everybody else. And when people depend on others to have access for their need, they are excluded. So if they need to ask everything to a caregiver or a parent before they can know the information, then they are excluded in the world. And if your communication is not accessible, then it's directly leading to exclusion. So if you are communicating in an exclusive way, you make them more dependent on others, and if the other person say no, they don't get the info. And communication examples are websites, apps, leaflets, commercials, banners, graphics, and infographics. So if you can make your communication accessible, that as much people can understand it, then they are less dependent on others and they are more included. And honestly, that's what we want. We shouldn't wish something to one else that you don't wish yourself. And if you need to ask everything to your parents or to a caregiver or to an institution, you don't have quality of life. And let's talk about COVID-19 a little bit, because that was really my triggers to work on a talk about color contrast. Honestly, if COVID wasn't there, I wouldn't, I guess, making talks about color contrast. I would talk more about other accessibility stuff like text-to-speech, one of my favorite ones. But I really saw things that were really not okay anymore. And so what happened is that digital exclusion, COVID also led to more digital inclusions that directly led to more physical exclusion. So what's the difference? Let's start with digital exclusion. A website is not accessible. An app is not accessible. You are not able to video conference. Also, you are not able to search, for example, on YouTube. Maybe as a person with a disability, maybe also people with disabilities want to search such thing like the song from their favorite artist on YouTube. Physical exclusion is not being able to enter a building. By example, because you don't have a specific app. In Belgium, we had an app that you were needed to show that you were vaccinated or tested against COVID to enter a building. We are not going to politics if it's good to that you are mandate people to get vaccinated or test. It's not that topic. I know people who were vaccinated who couldn't use the app on their smartphone because the app is inaccessible. That's not okay. They're talking about if you, as a country or as a government or as even a company that knows that a lot of people depend on, it should be accessible for everyone. But also not being able outside. If you are in Belgium, for example, we had a website with temporal restrictions, so the rules. And there was, for example, in general in Belgium, there was a night clock at 12 a.m. midnight. But in some parts of Belgium, it was at 10 p.m. You can look it up on internet, of course. But if you have, for example, a disability that you can't read, like a learning disability, and you cannot access the website, then you should be safe and sorry and stay at home, even if you are allowed to go outside, or if you need to do some things. So if you are not knowing what you are when you are allowed to do, can cause to really exclusion that you really sit only at home or need to ask everything. But it's not only, let's say, that is my visionary part, and maybe more my activist part. Everyone should be equal, and everyone should be included. There's also a business side, and maybe there's also very interested for you. If your commercial is not accessible for all people, then they can't buy your product. An inaccessible website can prevent people to buy your product or service. And 1 on 3 men are colorblind, so it's a spectrum, of course. Not everyone with color blindness is in the same severity. And a lot of people, by example, people with elderly, or the elder you come, the less you see, so the more visual impairment that you have. And now a quote for myself, even if I look, sometimes I look until my eyes hurt on a digital or even physical folder or leaflet. So as not seeing very well, but not being blind. And there are some commercials and leaflets that really hurt my eyes. And at this time, I'm a very special kind of geek because I also love the esoteric world. Not a lot of people combine both interests. But let's say at this time, there are a lot of, let's say, massage therapists who are making folders and banners. Honestly, if it hurt my eyes, if I need to concentrate myself too much, sorry, your competitor with better leaflets and folders will have me. Hi there, Insta girl. They are sometimes really works because a lot of modern influencers are making inaccessible content. But it's not all their fault also. Can we expect that they learn everything about designing and accessibility? It's a question. But even too many software tools who I call it Insta style designs, yeah, it's not an official word, but to make this kind of famous banners on Instagram and Facebook and so, like Canva.com, are not accessible. And the way, even their templates, they provide starters templates who are not color accessible. In the ideal world, they shouldn't allow you to publish things who are not color accessible. But in a not ideal world yet, at least their own provided templates should be accessible. And there's an ableism and a far from my bad show happening. Yeah, it's not that bad. But people who really want as well come to me. That cannot be that so many people are colorblind. Yeah, but yeah, it's not that important at this time. There are more important things. I don't know. But with a more accessible design, they can reach more people. So a lot of the modern influencers are maybe hurting themselves because they can reach more people. One of the part of this talk is my wall of shame. It's really a bad thing. And you see the upper left and the lower right. There are two things in Belgium. It's from the government. In Belgium, the trains are from the government. So here it was some COVID rules in the train. That white on yellow is here, code yellow and white on yellow. Yeah, that hurts me. That pains me. That makes me angry. And then the other two are also very, then I don't say who they are. They are two kind of, let's say, starters, let's say the kind of Insta style starters, if you can call them. But the worst thing is they are both people that I know, so I don't talk who they are. I don't say the name of the business, but both are, don't laugh at it. Both are in the field of accessibility and people with disabilities. One of the top one is about people with physical disabilities, but at least if you are already in the disability space, make your communication accessible for each disability. The lower left is one in the autism phase. That hurts me. So I can talk always about we should make the world more accessible for color people with color blindness. But yeah, how do we doing this? It's not that difficult, honestly. We need to know something about color contrast, and that I'm gonna teach you for the end of this talk, until the rest of this talk. And for the color contrast, there is official statements and guidelines from the WCAG. And the WCAG is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. So it's all about making the web, but the web is also more and more also apps, not only the old-fashioned websites anymore. What are they saying to make the website accessible for color contrast? The WCAG is about everything in accessibility and not only about color contrast. It's about everything. But as this talk is about colors, a whole talk about colors, I'm only going to talk about WCAG points about color and contrast. So you have the 1.4.1, they say the use of color level A. You need to know how the WCAG works. It is with 3 levels. You have level A, you have level AA, and you have level AAA. AAA is the most accessible for the most of people to include the most amount of people, and the level A is something about accessibility, but not including everyone. So, and even there are websites who are not matching level A, and it's really not okay. And then you have AA, also we're going to talk about, or AA. So use of color in level A. Color is not used as the only visual mean of conveying information, indicating an action, prompting a response, or distinguishing a visual element. So here they are not saying any rule about the color contrast ratio or about the color itself. They are only saying it shouldn't be the only thing that matters. And you will see level A, we come back on it later in this talk. At the end of the talk is about how do we combine the color accessibility with people with learning disabilities. You will say that I completely refer to that one. Then you have AA level AA, let's call it. Then they are saying the minimum contrast requirements. And they are saying that the visual representation of text and images of text have a contrast ratio of at least 4.5:1, except the following: large text that is minimum 18 point or 14 point bold should be at least 3:1. And then the incidental and the logos shouldn't have contrast requirements. So you can do what you want with those. I will challenge the WCAG after this points, of course, also. So, and if you want to have level AAA, the visual, so you have your contrast, then is the enhanced version and changed version, should be at least 7:1. And except the large text, if it's really large, it should be at least 4.5:1. And again, the incidental and the logo types have no contrast requirements. And then you have also the non-text contrast, so both were for the text linked it. And now the non-text, you have also UI things, of course, like buttons and arrows and menus who are non-text related. And there you have the color ratio of at least 3:1 against the adjacent colors. And so you have the user interface component and the graphical objects who are important to understand the information. An example here is if you're showing a graph, and then for graphics, yeah, then it should be at least 3:1. So, but what have we seeing if we recapitulate this? We have 3 important ratios: 3:1, 4.5:1, and 7:1. And there's a formula to calculate it. So L1 is the relative luminance of the lighter of the 2 colors, and L2 is the relative luminance of the darker of the colors. And the formula so is L1 plus 0.05 divided by the luminance color 2 plus 0.05. So that is your ratio. Okay, you will later see tools really to test it. The tools are already built. You don't need to code this formula. There's tools already there. But first, of course, we're going to question the WCAG. Why not? And so the logo types, text as part of the logo or brand name has no contrast requirements. But are those logos recognizable if people have difficulties with distinguishing the color? And what about too low contrast between the logo text and the background? So as the company name or a detail, by example, Belgium is the WZ2 is a VZ3. And if it's not readable, yeah, does it still make sense? So we need to test this for color contrast. And how are we going to test? With the Adobe Color Contrast Analyzer is the design phase. So you have the design phase, and then you have the develop and test phase. We're going to talk a bit about Microsoft Accessibility Insights, and it's for everyone. It's for the web, but there is also Microsoft Accessibility Insight for your iOS applications. It's not your grant that is Microsoft anymore, I want to say here at the iOS Summit. And we're going also to talk about the WCAG contrast checker. It's also for the develop and test phase. And that you can, it's a tool that you can install in your Chrome or your Edge or your, I think, Safari too. So start with the Adobe Color Contrast Analyzer. And with the design phase, I mean, if you start developing your application, your brand, for example, your website, your app, your brand for a customer, you can measure colors against each other. So here you can set your WCAG level. Let's start at AAA, the most accessible. And let's say you choose your favorite back color. And I'm really a fan of dark red. It's also the brand of the DSOF, so why not working with my own brand? So let's imagine I want to have dark red as a background. That kind of yellowish, yeah, it's not enough here. We are failing here you see the measuring of the contrast ratio. But now we can play with the yellow. Yeah, we will not make any sense with yellow. We will not make it more accessible. Okay, what can we do? We can, what if we make the red lighter and the yellow darker? It's decreasing. Okay, it's not good. Not yellow this time. What if we are not doing yellow but white? Going to a white-ish? Okay, it's not accessible. Okay, you are failing for large text and for graphics component, but not for regular text. Okay. Are we succeeding for AA? Let's have a look. Yeah, we pass for everything. Okay. But I really want this accessible too. What can we do? Let's make the red just a bit darker. Okay, so here you can make your color palette based on the prime color that you really want to use, and then looking which colors are matching or are not matching. And then here you see the codes of the color. You can even import colors to start with. You can export, you can save it, and then so you can test your color palette. For example, yeah, a design, if you are designing a new application or website or whatever, then you are sure that you are doing accessible stuff. The Microsoft Accessibility Insight is a tool that you can install. You can install it on Edge, but you can install it everywhere. Let's do it here. And there you can test websites already built. But of course, if you host them temporarily on a temporary URI, you can also test them. So here we are. This is the Flemish transport firm. And here is a tool for Microsoft Accessibility Insights for Web. And they also exist for in your GitHub pipeline, for example, for iOS. You have a whole assessment, and you also have your FastPass. It's FastPass that I want to show to you today. FastPass. FastPass. And here you see your niche review. Let's do a bit of scanning. So they already, here you see the color contrast mistakes. And if you minimize the trend, you will see where. So here it was the more button was not okay. So here we have the famous Belgium website for COVID restrictions. Let's do the test also here. Yeah, you can say, should you shame your own? I think it's better to shame your government than other competitors. I think government should really make stuff accessible. And I'm just showing facts. In fact, I'm not showing anything who are no facts. So this is not accessible to change language. The buttons here are not accessible for people with color blindness. And now just go to Belgium.be, and again you see a lot of mistakes. So yeah, they can do better, let's say. And we have the third tool I want to show is the WCAG contrast checker. And it's also in the develop or test phase. And it's also an extension. And here I installed it in Chrome. And this is a WCAG contrast checker. So let's just close it here. We started Belgium.be, we close it. I do the same website. Is that tool that I installed? You see what's wrong and you can click on it. So even here, the site, so the name of the country is already not okay. And of course, you see it's yellow on grayish. Yeah, it's really, yeah. So here you see small, you see here the read more. Is in fact to support Ukraine, yeah, reading more will be very difficult if you have difficulties with color and seeing color. Same for COVID. And now we are testing AA. If you do AAA, you already see, yeah, it's not that good, Belgium. It's not that good. I'm not so proud of you presenting you to the world on accessibility. And I'm clicking here. Yeah, so yeah, you see what's happening. So these are really three tools that you can use. One in the design phase with Adobe, and then you have the WCAG color contrast, and you have the Microsoft plugin, who is really showing you and testing if it's accessible. And if it's fair, if it succeeds this test, then your contrast ratio is good. You even see the numbers of your ratio. But I talked about it at the beginning of the talk. I really want to talk about the combination. How can we combine this also for people with learning difficulties? If you know that colors as red and green look more safe. So we are going to start with some basic guidelines again. Basic guidelines. Color is not the only way of conveying information. Combine multiple output form factors and recognize for inclusion, know where you are excluding people, and provide different options. It is not that bad as it sounds. Some people may be offended, but it's with the best intent. Look from a child's perspective. If a very young child can understand it, a lot of people understand it. And some people are you saying they are like childs? No, I'm not saying they are like childs. And they are adults with adult needs, but to test for the intelligence, it's an easy way. It's better than not thinking about them and excluding them in the world. And so even if you know that red or green are easy, let's think child's perspective, we can play with those colors. And on the left, you see 4 buttons, 4 red buttons, by examples. And you see it's a big difference if you have yellow on red, if you have the white, the black, or the grayish. It's the same for green. By example, the yellow on green is not really okay. But if you go to a darker side of the green, and then, my example, with the grayish, the confirm, it's really easier to read. So even if you know that you want to play with red and green, you can play with it. With the difference between the font, the background and the font color, by example. And you can also combine shapes. By example, even if you write the checkbox who is green, even if you're not seeing the distinguished color between the checkbox, the green checkbox, and the red cross, or the green thumbs up and the red thumbs down, you will definitely recognize the shape comparing to the background. So you will see there's a different shape. And so it's accessible. So you can say, for example, the first show icon is okay, it's not showing today, or at this moment. I not say not showing today, not showing at this moment, but the green check, okay, you can show it. So it's distinguishable even if you don't see the different colors. And even as I say, combining multiple output factors, here you are putting a label between below the image, for example, confirm, cancel, no shower. You can show it, and good and bad. So putting the works, using different colors and combining shapes, then you can use, let's say, inaccessible colors. because you are having multiple form factors of the content, and then you can target everyone. And I also believe in the Holy Tree unit. And if you ask me what the Holy Tree unit is text, color, and speech. And then is implementing text to speech in each application. But that's not the scope of this talk today. And so the outro, before you can ask questions, is a little recap. I told you about the importance and about accessibility and inclusion. I gave you insights in color vision deficiencies, or another word, color blindness. And I showed tools how to handle accessible colors. And I told about designing for people on the colorblind spectrum and also on the learning disability spectrum. So I have 10 minutes for Q&A, as Geekle nicely asked. 8 minutes. So are there any questions? And I just need to look how I see this. Yeah, maybe I just need to ask them because I only have one screen in the hotel. So somebody, maybe the organizer, like Anna, get the load. Yeah.
Okay, Dennie, that was pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for explaining the color contrasting and the people with limited abilities who are facing these issues. So yeah, we do have some questions for you. So we have the first one. So do iPhone's inverted color feature help people with color blindness in system applications?
What does iPhone? I know that iPhone has you can set a contrast. So you have in the settings, and there are a lot of accessibility settings, and there you can play with color and color the contrast. There's a setting in the iOS accessibility settings that you can adjust the contrast.
Okay. There is one more. Is there any specific iOS tools to check whether an application is accessible for people with color blindness?
An iOS tool, I don't know, but what I do know is that the Microsoft Accessibility Insight is not only for Edge, for the web or on Chrome. It has also, you can do it in your full CI/CD pipeline. That is, and if you there, you can do it, by example, in your CI/CD. And if you do it in your CI/CD, then it will not build if it's not accessible. So here, and for Android, and also for your Android here, but it's also for your Mac OS, and so it's not only for Android. And then you can be in your CI/CD here. Accessibility inside. And I think other tools are there also. I guess it should be. Yeah, looking for testing for color blindness, color contrast. It's all about the color contrast ratio. Yeah, sorry if I don't have 100% clear answer to that. Excuse.
Is Denny left the stream? Like, what had happened? Can Anna anyone check? Okay, so let's get started with our next speaker. So I'd like to introduce Uladzislau Ramanenka. So he started our day as the moderator and now he's on the other side as a speaker. So the topic for Ulad is Hourglass into Pyramid, how you can improve the structure of your tests. So probably we'll see more of test lectures here. Little about Ulad. He is from Belarus and he started his career in testing, where he joined Bumble 5 years back in London. And he likes to write manual tests and he likes to do manual testing and automation test cases, and he likes to share the experiences, and he obviously likes to speak on various software testing conferences and local meetups. So let's get started with the presentation.
Hello, and welcome to my talk, Hourglass into Pyramid, How You Can Improve the Structure of Your Tests. My name is Uladzislau Ramanenka, and I work as QA engineer at Bumble. At Bumble, we build supportive and inclusive platforms where people can meet each other in comfortable, equal, and healthy way. Our two main products are Badoo and Bumble. So today's agenda is the following. First of all, we'll look into a test pyramid. What is a test pyramid? Then I will go through the iOS test levels at Bumble, then at building the test pyramid, and finally I'll talk about writing tests on a lower level. So let's start. We all strive to deliver the best possible customer experience. At Bumble, we are constantly improving our apps, and we regularly deliver new features which are of a great quality. And for us, one of the main means how we prevent bugs from escaping into the wild and affecting our customers is by using automated testing. The earlier the bug is caught, the less expensive it is to resolve. And the other thing that test automation allows us to do is to support the ability to change. Whether it's adding new features or doing a large redesign, automated tests can quickly pinpoint the errors, and they enable us to change software with confidence. And it comes as no surprise that we have a long history of test automation at Bumble, and we've got a few articles about it in our blog. The links I will share later in the presentation. Nowadays, test automation is just an integral part of all our processes on backend, front-end, services, and mobile clients. And this talk will be about our iOS applications and our iOS automated testing. But however, even if you work on other projects, the general principles can be applied ubiquitously. And I'm sure that you'll find this talk useful. And we've already started talking about test automation, so we should mention test pyramid. So what's a test pyramid? Test pyramid is a metaphor that just reflects the grouping of tests in buckets of different granularity, and it also gives an idea how many tests should be on each level. And that's the original test pyramid by Michael Cohn, and as you can see, it consists of 3 levels: UI tests, service tests, and unit tests. Regardless of the specific names, it illustrates the 2 main points. The first one, tests should be on every level. Second one, the higher up the pyramid you go, the fewer tests you should have. In other words, you should write very few high-level end-to-end tests, you should write some middle-level tests, and you should write lots of small and fast unit tests. The number of the tests, the number of the levels, and their names may differ. And this is actually now in front of you the test pyramid that is more commonly used. And it has the following categories. It's manual tests, end-to-end tests, integration tests, and unit tests. And that's an ideal test pyramid, and we all strive to get this kind of pyramid. However, as software projects grow, often test pyramid becomes something that is kind of opposite, and it's something that's poorly maintainable, and we call it ice cream cone, so testing ice cream cone. This happens when there is not enough lower level tests like unit tests or integration tests, and there are many tests that run through UI, the end-to-end tests. So how do you end up with the ice cream cone? Often it happens if different teams work in silos and they add tests on different levels. For example, developers write unit tests and integration tests as well, and they do it separately from QA engineers who write end-to-end tests. And not only the distribution of the tests suffer, but also some of the tests are duplicated, so the work is duplicated and efforts are duplicated. From the theory, so that's how it works in theory, let's go to some practical examples. And here are the test levels for iOS applications that we have at Bumble. Let's go and explore them one by one. So the first one is manual tests. These are the scenarios that we cannot automate, and generally it just means that we're checking functionality without any automation in place. Currently, these scenarios are limited to just a handful of scenarios, but we try to automate the most tedious and repetitive parts. Also, we have so-called 1-hour QA sessions when feature is ready. Of course, it's covered by auto tests, by different levels of auto tests, but then developer and QA check the feature together against the requirements and standards, and it's also done manually. Also, we release our applications every week, and every week we have a session of manual testing for releases, and we check the most important functionality there, or the functionality that requires some additional attention during this release. And finally, we have some activities like testing dojos, when we involve collective testing, when we invite a group of people and they test the application of some of the features together. Next level is end-to-end tests. So they're black box tests. They're black box tests. They are written by QAs. We use Ruby for it, and these tests are checking how client integrates with other Bumble services or infrastructure. Speaking of framework, we use Calabash, Cucumber, and Gherkin. And also on this level, we have a subset of tests that takes screenshots while it goes through the application, and it does it on different devices for various configurations and languages, and they're called live shots. But because here I'd like to focus on iOS tests, I will not stop on this level of the tests now, but if you're interested in some details or how we are doing it, we have a few articles in our blog. Now we go to the tests that are written on the developers level in the iOS ecosystem, and the first level here is component tests. So they are also black box tests, and they are checking the feature based on the specifications of this feature or the components of the feature. And also they check how the client feature works itself and how it integrates to the other features or iOS services. They are isolated from the rest of Bumble systems, and they are written, as I said, in Swift, and they use native XUI test and XCTest frameworks. We'll return to them later. I'll tell you a lot more about them. Next level is visual regression tests, or VRT tests, or often these tests are also called snapshot tests. So they check UI, and that UI matches the design expectations, and that UI components are integrated correctly. So they are also in Swift. Finally, we have unit tests. So we all know about unit tests. They're just the smallest tests, and they check that the units, classes, or methods, functions, they work as expected. So yeah, it can be some class, it can be individual method, and just basic logic is checked here, both happy passes and edge cases. And of course, they're also written in Swift. So now we've gone through this test pyramid, and we've also already mentioned the top-heavy variant when test pyramid resembles ice cream cone. And as you remember, this shape is caused by the fact that there is not enough unit tests, but sometimes there is not enough medium level tests, like, for example, components test or VRT tests. And in this case, the pyramid will resemble the hourglass, and this is our current structure of the tests. So we have here lots of end-to-end tests, lots of unit tests, but just a few integration tests. It's not as bad as an ice cream cone, but still may result in too many end-to-end test failures, and these could have had been caught more quickly and more easily on the lower level, on the medium scope tests. Generally, end-to-end tests, they're unreliable. By their nature, they're slow, they're flaky, and they're difficult to work with, and you can't escape it. So we should not rely on end-to-end tests if we can do something on a lower level, simply because it's safer, faster, and better. And we need to turn our hourglass into test pyramid. And we still, as you can see, acknowledge that tests are required on every level. But we encourage tests of smaller size, of a narrower scope, and they just allow us to make the diagnosis quick and painless. Now, our desired mix is determined by our two primary goals. So it's engineering productivity and it's product confidence. So because we favor lower level tests, we have an increased confidence on the early development process, and it's pretty quick. Larger tests, they act as sanity checks when the product develops. And eventually we don't consider them as a primary method for catching bugs. When you consider your own mix, you might want a different balance. For example, if you want to focus mainly on integration testing, you will discover that your test suites take longer to run, but catch more issues between components. If you focus on unit tests, your test suites will complete very quickly, and you will catch many common logic issues. But unit tests won't be able to find any issues in the interactions between the components. For example, if contract between two systems, which are developed by different teams, is not working. So good test suite is just a blend of tests of different sizes, of different levels, or different scopes, and it should just be appropriate to your architecture and your organizational realities. And obtaining this idea of test pyramid is not something that can be done overnight. It's a lengthy process. So these are the principles that we follow when we try to change the pyramid. First one is test coverage and test levels should be discussed at the planning stage. What we do is, as soon as a new feature is about to be started, it gets in QA. Then QA and developers and everyone else is actively participating in all the discussions in feature kickoff. And after the kickoff, after all the documentation has been reviewed, QA and developers, they work on various test scenarios. So they discuss, they agree on the test coverage for the feature, they sketch the test plan of some exact test scenarios. And once it has been done, then coding for both feature and test start. Also, second principle for us is that tests may be of different granularities, but they should always add value. Remember, the higher the test is, the fewer tests there should be. So we are pushing tests down the pyramid as far as we can. But if a higher level test gives more confidence in the application working correctly for you, then you should add it, of course. Otherwise, it's better to stick to the lower level tests. Finally, we treat the code of the auto tests similarly to the application under the test. Code of the auto tests should get the same level of attention. Otherwise, we risk ending up in a situation where we have unmaintainable test code base. And that won't be much help for us when we require, and it will just require lots of efforts to work with. Now, I'm a QA engineer, and I more often work with the tests on higher levels, manual or end-to-end, and they occupy a major part of my working day, whether it's supporting a new feature or maybe doing some manual recheck of a tricky bug report. At the same time, during feature development, we discuss and review the tests on all levels, and a compulsory step for any feature is a test plan. And actually, at this stage, we as QAs, we also prompt developers that they need maybe add some accessibility identifiers for our tests or any helper tools that we need. So I take part in the discussions, but regardless of this fact, I still never feel fully involved in lower level tests ideation or development. And also, I cannot really advocate for moving tests from top levels down and keep the pyramid healthy. So I was seeking more involvement in the development of the tests on lower levels, and I didn't want us to have an extensive end-to-end suite. because we could have just potentially been missing out on the shorter test time or faster feedback or more efficient results. Basically, all benefits that you get from the tests on lower levels. Just to put you into perspective, so that's our end-to-end test suite. So currently on Bumble iOS application, we have around 900 end-to-end test scenarios in different test suites. The vast majority is run in parallel, and we try to do it as much as possible. And also they run on simulators, and they're relatively fast. So latest measurements showed to us that the average test scenario takes around 30 to 90 seconds to run, and that's including setup and tear down stages. So the full suite will run around 20 to 30 minutes. And we also, of course, have tests on real devices, on iOS real devices. That's a little bit different subset of tests. And often they just need something that is not available in simulator, like real iOS camera or push notifications or permissions. And on average, it takes 12 minutes, and the average test is about around 2 minutes. And we don't run these tests on every branch, of course. It would be just unsustainable. We have a smart logic which just carefully picks the relevant tests for the changed modules or features on the iOS side. For components tests, however, if you just move down the pyramids to component tests, so we have more frequent runs. They need less manual supervision, and we have around 12 to 15 seconds for one scenario, and in general we have in total 400 tests. So that's just a comparison of these two suites. And so I wanted to explore the component tests. I wanted to see either they're good or bad, and just to be able to understand what's happening there. And last year, we've introduced a nice initiative called Focus Fridays, when 2 Fridays per month, we actually have time to kind of reflect, think, relax, and work without interruptions. So that's a dedicated time for you to work on something that has been in your backlog for a while, or just you want to not to be distracted by emails or Slack notifications. So we don't have any non-urgent tasks happening on these days or non-urgent deadlines happening. So for me, it was a time to try component tests myself and just learned more about them. So once again, component tests are acceptance tests that go through UI. So for them, application is still a black box. They are based on Apple's XCTest framework, and all external interactions are mocked. So, and also they can be simulated, but generally there are no external interactions. So neither network access nor push notifications, for example. Our solution works as follows. So during the test development, tests are run against a live, real server, and all the interactions with server are recorded and stored. After the feature and tests are merged, tests are run only in playback mode, so against the mocked server. And also for these tests, we have a zero flakiness policy, which means you cannot have flaky tests on this level, unlike on end-to-end test level where we have flaky tests and they are unavoidable. So it's worth noting that component tests are not suitable for checking any external components, as network, server, or push notifications. And these are generally checked in end-to-end tests. Also, they're not suitable for checking user interface design, layout, or appearance, because this is checked in VRT tests. Finally, they're not used for logic that is defined in a set of classes without UI, or logic that is defined just in one class. We use unit tests for it. But they're suitable for client features, iOS client features, for checking the interaction between client features and how these features integrate with iOS system. For example, with camera or photo gallery. And for the new features, we add these tests straight away. But we have quite a few existing end-to-end tests that can be moved down the pyramid. We've undertook the investigation and we discovered various candidates to be moved down to components level. And I wanted to try it myself. I wanted to see firsthand the difference and the benefits, difference between end-to-end tests and component tests and benefits of component tests. Here is an example of end-to-end test that can be migrated to a lower level, and it doesn't require any external dependencies or server interactions, so it can be done on client level. After the migration, it will retain the same idea, same structure, more or less the same steps. Only implementation specifics, language, and framework will vary. And we can also see how the running time will be affected if we migrate it to components level. So here is the screenshot of our CI system, and this test as a part of end-to-end suite was run on our build agents for around 1 minute. After the migration, the same test runs only for 15 seconds. And apart from the noticeable increase in speed of the tests, we also have the improved stability because we have better isolation here. So we mocked server interactions. That's what I described earlier. And for me, it was an eye-opening experience. I really enjoyed writing component tests. I really saw the value in them. And going forward, our teams are still writing tests of different types. So it's not that we moved to component tests completely. And generally, no matter what application you're working on, it's always a good idea to keep the test pyramid in mind when you try to create test coverage or optimize test coverage. And you also should keep in mind the test pyramid when you try to understand where to focus your testing efforts. Even though end-to-end tests, UI tests are important, they're also the most expensive ones to write and to maintain. They're also the slowest to run. So it's vital that the team discusses the test plan prior to feature development and decides on the test coverage together also before the development starts. And we still continue to work on the improving the test coverage, and we are working on adding tests on every level of the test pyramid. And we want to have the right tests on the right levels. For the existing scenarios, we consider migration, and sometimes it's even 2 or 3 levels down. So it may well happen that once an end-to-end test will end up in VRT suite, or even in a unit test, or component test can be moved to unit level. So I have tried component tests myself, but now I understand their specifics better. I've learned much more about XCTest framework, its features, its internals, its limitations, and not only I personally have a better understanding of component test ecosystem, but also I'm eager to spread this knowledge with everyone else in the QA team or in a wider QA community or in developers community, because ultimately that's about the healthy test pyramid on our iOS for our iOS applications. And I hope that this talk was useful and it will help you also to be more effective in planning test coverage and to plan the work on the test maintenance and test support and migration in the future. Here are the links that I find useful. I will share the slides later too, so you can check them out. And thank you.
Okay. Hi, Ulad.
Hello.
So it was very nice regarding the testing thing. So we have few questions. So let's start with the first one. What is the scope of a manual QA engineer?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, then so we don't have in our company, we don't have manual QA engineers per se. So any QA engineer kind of should do manual stuff and automated stuff. So if I understood this correctly, so I'll answer this question. So we do, as I said earlier, so we do manual checks for releases, for something that cannot be automated, for any customer bug reports. Again, we cannot automate it straight away. At the same time, we also do automation for the features, writing tests, maintaining them, monitoring them. So it's just a mixture. Yeah, I guess definitely more than half of my time is about automation, maybe 80% even. Well, I said 70, 80, yes, definitely not less, because over the last couple of years, we've done really a great job with automating as much as we can, because otherwise we just cannot move as fast as we want to. Yeah, so we just don't have pure manual QAs at this point.
Okay, I hope this answers. The second question, how can a manual QA convert himself or herself into an automated QA, and how much code he need to learn?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think I would be a really great example of such a person, because I learned automation just again in the recent couple of years. But let's start with the fact that it's really hard to say where is the boundary between manual QA, automation QA, software development and test. So different companies have really different criteria. It's really hard to say. But as a minimum, I would say if you can read the code, if you have a big company where you can see people writing tests, you can actually just learn by example. It's much easier. If you have someone who can you ask, or you just see how tests are written, you can just start repeating. And some of the languages, as you know, are easier to learn, especially if you have no prior development experience. I try to say that Swift is more difficult than Ruby. I think Ruby is pretty easy if you just want to jump into it and just to be able to read it and to write it. Swift is more difficult, but still, and it's totally doable if you have an example in front of you. So you need to learn code. Yes, you definitely need to learn how to write some at least basic stuff, but you definitely need to read. Probably reading at the very first stage is more important.
Okay. I think this is the last question. I think that's it. Okay. Thank you again, Ulad, for such an insightful session. And Anna is here.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was so useful, for really so good. Thank you for moderating, both of you. Thank you for speaking. I hope to hear from you soon at our next event that we will have. I hope very soon. So guys, thank you so much for your help, and see you soon.
Thank you, bye.
Also, I have to mention, it looks like you'll have quite long break. I'll try to do some magic and make it shorter, but yeah, it's time to have some dinner, to eat something, to drink something, and we'll come back soon. See you.
Yeah, once again, I'd like to thank you, Geekle, for giving me the opportunity to play as a moderator. And I'll transfer my duties to Nikita, who will be moderating.
No, I will be. Looks like we don't have electricity in Ukraine now, so he can't join because we just don't have it because of Russian missiles. So yeah, I will moderate it, and I'll be asking questions and introducing speakers. So great. See you guys soon, and hope to make our break shorter.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Thanks, Eagle.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the iOS Developers Global Summit, and we are so excited to have all of you here with us today. And also, we want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Bitrise, for helping us out with this event and for sponsoring it and for helping us with the organization of the event. And yeah, just a couple of words about their product, what they do. So Bitrise is a mobile development platform built around industry-leading mobile CI/CD and DevOps tooling. So you can use it for your projects, and Bitrise ensures confidence, velocity, and continuous improvements across the entire cycle of app value creation, delivery, and realization. On Bitrise, teams easily realize and maintain high-quality apps through automation, rapid iteration, and improvements in the development process. As a result, apps deliver more impact for business while teams scale quickly and efficiently. So Bitrise was founded by mobile developers, and Bitrise is trusted by more than 6,000 mobile product organizations worldwide, including Rakuten, Vice, Bose, Virgin Mobile, Grindr, Compass, Mozilla, Philips, Hue, and many more like Marks & Spencer and others. And Bitrise counts more than 200 people across continents and has raised close to 100 million in funding to date from investors like Insights, Partners, Partech, Y Combinator, and more. For all your mobile CI/CD needs and DevOps tooling, check out Bitrise.
As a mobile developer, I build for the world's biggest platforms where millions of users connect, work, and play. Working on mobile involves repetitive, error-prone tasks that nobody in our team likes doing. Bitrise changed all that. It's CI/CD, built for mobile, Xcode, Fastlane, Android Studio, Flutter. It's all handled with hundreds of existing integrations, so I can build, analyze, test, and deploy my apps to the app stores. Thanks to Bitrise, I'm able to spend time doing what I love, building better apps, faster.
Hello again. Yeah, as I promised you from the beginning, I will moderate one of the blogs. So this blog came now. We have 3 amazing speakers that will share their knowledge, skills, personal experience during next 1.5 hours. So I will be with you. Please don't forget to send us questions. It's very important to know that you are listening, that you are understanding something. So it's really cool. Okay, so it's time to introduce our next speaker. First is this blog, Max Kalik. I'll add him to the stream. So yeah, hi Max.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Now ready to talk.
Perfect. Let me know what it will be about.
It will be about my personal experience in Triumph Labs, where I'm working, and I call it personally a simple transition from UIKit to SwiftUI.
Perfect. Then it sounds great. I'll give stage to you. I'll share your presentation with everybody. So we have next 25 minutes for your talk, please.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, hey everyone again. In this talk, I am going to share my personal experience using SwiftUI in UIKit. So let me introduce briefly myself. My name is Max. I'm iOS engineer at Triumph Labs. We are a fast-growing startup in San Francisco. We are focusing on game industry, mostly US market, and building ecosystem for game developers. And our products is SDK for mobile games in iOS and including Unity. Our SDK handles skill-based tournaments where players can win real money. Our SDK and applications consist a large amount of custom views, user interfaces, navigation, some animations. Almost all this view are created using SwiftUI on top of UIKit. We started our project just classically UIKit without storyboards, MVVM plus coordinators, design pattern. All our development process is going really quick. Sometimes my typical working day, I would compare it with like a middle distance running. Founders waits from me and my team new features constantly, and at some moment we figured out that we spend a lot of time to build just new UI features. So one of the best choice was trying SwiftUI. Using this framework, I personally wanted to solve the main problem to deliver features just faster. At the beginning, it was a little bit scary to use SwiftUI for production, and not only me, but eventually we got a result. For today, our developing process of new features is 2 times 2 times faster than it was with a UIKit. It frees up time for, let's say, focusing on logic more, unit testing, UI testing. Almost 70% of all our UI for today is implemented using SwiftUI, and I guess it will be probably 100% soon. So based on this experience, I would like to cover 3 topics. We will consider an option how to launch SwiftUI feature in UIKit and MVVM plus coordinator environment. We will put ourselves into the same situation, but initial project will be in Objective-C. Plus, also I'm going to show how to force to update SwiftUI view from Objective-C view model using published attribute. And if I will be on time, we will quickly go through an implementation of using UIKit in SwiftUI. So be ready for code examples, schemes. I gently prepared it for you. So SwiftUI in MVVM plus coordinator and UIKit. Okay, let's imagine we have an application, our first screen, let's call it home screen, which already exists in application. If we run an application, it starts some custom activity indicator, as you can see in picture. Okay, let's say in some time UI is ready to use. Yeah, actually this first screen has only one button, sign in. Let's imagine you as a developer got a task. You are, let's say, asked by some product manager or your team leader to implement new screen, and it should work in this way. Like on top of the sign in button, we should present a second screen. Okay, let's call it login screen or whatever. You as a developer decided to implement this whole screen using SwiftUI. Yeah, also you were asked to add probably some logic there. Let's say if the field of the if the field is empty, so we have to show some error alert. Let's suppose if all is done by user in the right way, we have to segue to the previous first screen, but only after some loading we will be get there. And here we come to the first home screen, which implemented, like I said previously, in UIKit, but with updated greeting label and button. So as I mentioned, all screens in the project are controlled by coordinator. So let's take a look at the project from coordinator perspective. As you can see, we have start method here. The first start method prepares, let's call it module with a view model and view controller, this first existing home screen. View model includes a couple of delegates, view delegate and coordinator delegates. View delegates delegates responsibility of showing this activity indicator at the center of the screen and hiding this. Coordinator delegate delegates responsibility of showing our new second screen, our login screen implemented in that supposed to be implemented in SwiftUI, but how we are going to implement this part. Okay, if you know the project like the back of your hand, or you can just start building this feature, but let's assume at this particular point you don't know exactly about the project structure. and you are working with the team. You respect each other, your colleagues and their work. So we don't want to break existing structure just because you want to integrate your SwiftUI stuff. So let's take a look at the view hierarchy. Most likely, you will see something like this: the view controller inherited by some, let's say, base view controller. Usually, base view controllers needs to keep some basic implementations, which is going to be used in all screens of the application. In our case, base view controller controls showing and hiding this activity indicator at the center of the view. If you will start implement SwiftUI module, then you will have to use UI hosting controller, and you will be right, because UI navigation freely accepts this controller in its stack. But we have a requirement. Let's say we have to use this exact progress view, let's call it progress view, without repeating ourselves. Of course, this progress view we can re-implement in SwiftUI, but what about reusability? As I said, we don't want to break existing structure. So for this situation, the proper solution is to prepare the same base hosting controller, let's say base hosting controller, inherited from UI hosting controller, and somehow from there to use a couple of methods that start and stop activity indicator right from the base hosting controller. As you know, UI hosting controller is also UI view controller. It means we can wrap somehow our two base controllers into the one entity. What we can do, we can use just a protocol. Let's call it base controller. This protocol could have this progress view and the same base methods like base view controller had. And here we go, setting this protocol to the both base view controller and base hosting controller, we get an opportunity of using the same progress view from UIKit and SwiftUI modules. So how it could look from our beautiful scheme. Our new feature sign-in module consists our sign-in hosting controller and sign-in view model. Sign-in view model, of course, has the same delegates as home view model, like view models, view delegates and coordinator delegates, and they do the same job, except coordinator delegates with pop our view controller, and we will segue to the home screen. Eventually, in coordinator, we got clean and easy to read methods. Let's take a look at them. First, we create a view model. The next line will set our coordinator delegate. And only this part is a little bit different. We are creating our SwiftUI view and setting it as a root view in sign-in hosting controller. And at the last step is to push it to the navigation stack, of course. And basically, that's it. As you can see, your code can be so predictable and readable for everyone in the team, even though if your colleagues don't know about SwiftUI, anyway, they will understand how to maintain the structure. In Triumph, we use the same pattern and successfully getting closer to use almost everywhere SwiftUI. I found it just useful. Okay, what if the project with Objective-C code base? I know it's getting more rare situation, but why not? Let's just experiment a little bit. Full cycle of implementation looks like this, like these three things: bridging header for Swift files, coordinator interface. We have to prepare coordinator interface to connect UI hosting controller with Objective-C code base, and we have to prepare a protocol observable and as object for SwiftUI view model interface. All this are custom things, so let's go through each of them. Okay, the first one, the first step. It's easy part. When you create Swift file in Objective-C code base, you will be suggested to create bridging header. Nothing new. From architecture perspective, we have to create the same method in coordinator like in previous project, but we have a problem here that UI hosting controller and SwiftUI view. You cannot just easily to create UI hosting controller, of course, with SwiftUI view in Objective-C code base. To solve this problem, we need to substitute a usual UI view controller. For this, we need to create a wrapper. I call it SwiftUI coordinator interface. In this place, we can store some methods which returns just a usual UI view controller, because as you remember, UI hosting controller is a UI view controller. Also, this class and methods should have an attribute Objective-C. Of course, you know and heard something about this, that it's needed for visibility from Objective-C code base. In Objective-C coordinator, we already can prepare our module with a view model and view controller that is already that is actually UI hosting controller. So I would call it also an easy part. Okay, to launch just SwiftUI view, we can use a coordinator interface that we prepared, but we have view model. View model implemented in Objective-C, and logic there as well, that how we can update our SwiftUI view right from Objective-C view model. For that, we are going to implement a couple of things. So the first one, it will be a protocol with only one thing, just a delegate with a view model did update method. Maybe in the future you can add something else, some specific thing, but we need only just this specific method. And the wrapper itself, called SwiftUI view model interface, implemented already in Swift, that is also just a usual class. So how it is going to work? Yeah, it means view model can freely force to update SwiftUI view using SwiftUI view model interface using delegate a view model did update. Let's take a look at observable NS object protocol. As I said, it has only delegate called observed model delegate, as you can see here in code. In view model, we can easily to call the method from observed view model delegate. Yeah, and it means in SwiftUI view model interface, we accept this delegation and we can update our view model. If you noticed, published property wrapper, you probably already got an idea. We are setting our observed view model delegate to self, yeah, and in this place we can use this delegate method called view model did update. Yeah? In this method, we just simply reset our view model with updated data from Objective-C view model. So in SwiftUI view itself, will be it will be updated because our view model it's observed. So that's it. With some extra steps, we can even work with Objective-C code base. And our coordinator again looks, it's pretty neat, readable, understandable. Even if we are using SwiftUI here, it's pretty understandable. So the last thing what I'm going to share with you, I know it's a pretty known issue that SwiftUI is still not ready to be fully used without UIKit. If it comes about some custom implementation, complex interfaces, or custom things. For example, I like this example. Pull to refresh appears only in iOS 15. But anyway, you can use it custom one. As a custom one. If I'm wrong, just correct me. So let's consider using UIKit in SwiftUI using UI view representable. You all probably know about this protocol. So let's consider using UIKit in SwiftUI using UI view representable, and our UI view will be just UI label. That will be centered in the view. In SwiftUI, we will have something like this, yeah. So not so big deal. But what if we want to have something like this? So we're gonna to use this alignment right from the SwiftUI, like a usual modifier. So for that, we have to do something extra, and it should be mutating wrapper, or you can call it even coordinator, whatever. So we have to use this mutator coordinator just to wrap it and to set it right in the make UI view method. So yeah, and of course we have to prepare this additional method for setting it into the wrapper property. And what about, for example, multi-line text? It's not so expectable, but using writing in SwiftUI view, you will see this result like this view, not wrapped by screen. So you will see just one line. The first idea you can get just maybe to add number of lines to 0, maybe line break mode by word wrapping. But anyway, you will get something like this. So what we can do with it? We can have this magic, I would say, magic method set content compression resistant property by default low, and we will see our label already rendered properly. But if we will add a border to this view, we will see that it's somehow spread by vertically. And a solution to make this dynamic height, because we as a developer we want to be we want to see more expectable our views, and this view have to have probably a dynamic height. So how many of lines? So the height should be dynamic based on multiple lines. So we have to prepare somehow our height should be updated from our UIKit view. And for that, here, as you can see, we prepared our height. Yeah, we set it to the frame as a height, and in UI view representable, you can use binding property wrapper, and right from update UI view method, we can update this height. So if we will use it in our dynamic height additional argument as an additional argument in initialization, so we'll see that our height will be dynamic. So thank you for watching. I hope all this information about SwiftUI in UIKit is useful, especially for those who still hesitate to use and starting using SwiftUI in UIKit. So by the way, all these examples already in GitHub. You can find it there. I have some articles in Medium also. You can use it there, read it there. So yeah. Thank you.
Great. It was so nice to hear the check, and I hope that it was very useful for others. I have to remind you guys that you can give and ask your questions. Please put it in chats, and we will ask them a little bit later after Craig's speech, because you have common Q&A for two speakers. So we'll give you some rest, and we'll come back to you very soon. So yes, it's time for me to call to the stage our next speaker, and I really would like to introduce Craig. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm really fine. Today I will moderate the speech and your Q&A session. It was a pleasure to meet you before, and I really like your topics and what you're doing for the community. So I don't want to take your time, because for sure my speech is less useful than yours. So please take stage, and I'll come back soon.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'd like to welcome you all here. I know you guys have been watching these all day, so I'll try to keep it a little short and sweet, but hopefully you'll keep your interest. Let's start it. Simplifying complex designs with SwiftUI grids, and we're going to get into it. So a little bit about me is probably something you guys should know before I get really into this talk. Is I started iOS back in 2010 when the iPad was first announced. I can remember that day. It was probably it was 2010, obviously, but it was in January, and I wasn't expecting iPad announcement. It just kind of was watching it like everyone else, and they dropped the iPad, and I think I was like all giddy and couldn't wait. As soon as that announcement, I literally signed up for the developer account. I had no clue about Objective-C, but I did know that I was going to be dropping some money, because yeah, it's Apple and that's what you do. And so I was like, whatever money you need, I'm giving you for the iPad and the developer license. It's on. I knew I was ready. But shortly thereafter, once I started getting into Objective-C, I realized Objective-C is not easy. And especially when you're teaching yourself. And I realized that it was a struggle. But luckily, I was fortunate enough to move to Tampa. And during that time, I ended up getting into a meetup group. And that meetup group ended up helping me a lot, because I was able to talk to other devs and interact with them and ask questions when I was stuck. Shortly after that, I ended up, well, I would say shortly, but a few years later, I ended up running the iOS meetup group in Tampa, St. Pete area for about 3 or 4 years. And that led me to writing 3 books, starting back in 2016. So iOS 10, iOS 11, and iOS 12. And after iOS 12 book, I said, I'm done but the book is still going. We are in iOS 15 and iOS 16 book is coming soon. So that's great. I love the fact that Ahmad picked it up and has done it. But I said after that I wasn't going to do any books, and then SwiftUI came out. So then I wrote another book called SwiftUI Projects, and SwiftUI Projects basically got me here. And I was at the Apple event, and I remember saying at an event that I was done writing books until I saw the keynote, and then I was really contemplating writing a book, and I hadn't even talked to Pact yet about it. And they were ready to ask me to write the book, so it was kind of, I guess, it was in my aligned. It was in my future to write SwiftUI projects. It took me a little over a year and a half, but my background is from FanReach, which is my very first job. I worked there for about 8 years, and I pretty much did NFL, NBA, and NHL apps for about 8 years or so, and sports is my passion. I absolutely love it, other than iOS. And so this was the perfect job for me because I got to do and work on weekends and get paid to watch sports, and do things that I never thought I would be able to do. After my 8 years, I realized that I needed to move on into something else, and I ended up joining EdFarm, which you can see my team, Daisy, Taylor, Alandis, and Sarah, giving them shout outs. So we work on what's called the Movement app, and the Movement app is basically people of today telling their stories of civil rights and all of that, telling the stories of civil rights and human rights from their voices. And it gives me I love the fact that we're doing it, and we do it in conjunction with Apple, and they help us with the funding, and it gives me the ability to have the ability to mentor. And this is what's great, is I get to mentor and help. So it's in 2022, Apple and EdFarm partnered up. I got the ability to work with other developers who may not have been had the opportunity to get into iOS. And now I started working with 2 developers, Daisy and Alandis, and then moved on to 4 more. So now I have 6. And again, it's a lot of work, but I enjoy doing it. Finally, I started doing design to SwiftUI, which then turned into design to SwiftUI on YouTube, which turned into, you may be falling asleep at this point because I'm telling you a lot of stuff. So next time I'll keep on the story, but as you can see, I do a lot and I'm involved in a lot, and we're going to get into it now. So what are we going to learn today? We're going to learn 3 basic things today. We're going to look at complex designs in iOS 15. We're going to look at intro to grids in iOS 16, and we're going to then cover complex design simplified in iOS 16. All right. So the first thing that we're going to cover are complex designs in iOS 15. So we're going to look at 3 designs that I basically did in iOS 15 and 16 and compare the 2 to each other. So we're going to start with the very first design, which is, of course, sports related, and it's a standings app for the NFL. And this is an actual app. You go to the Patriots, you see it, and I liked it. I actually did the design and helped out with a lot of the stuff that's in this app, but there are some challenges when you're using SwiftUI in this particular design that you may not think of when you first look at it. So the first challenge is multiple alignments within a grid. So how do I make the wins, losses, and ties make center? And if you look at the design, the person who did this had trouble doing it because, and the comps and the designs tied wins, losses, and ties should all be centered, and they're not, because it's very difficult to get that to work. And then you add dynamic type to that. So the next thing that's an issue is spacing, and how do you make that work? And then thirdly, flexibility. So let's look at how this looks in SwiftUI. So the first thing we see here is, this is the basic design. I created a header row with a divider. I used a VStack and a for each to create each item. Excuse me. So what did I do after that? So now that I have that, I go into the row header and I have to create an H stack. In this H stack, we have spacing that's set to 8, nothing big here. But the key part of this particular code is the dot frame min width 20. So I have to give it a minimum width, and that in the alignment center. So I'm able to give it an alignment, but it only affects this particular text view. So I have to copy the same alignment and frame in the data's part of it to make it kind of match. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. Right now, I have some more code that's not shown just because all of this code is pretty much is very similar. So it didn't make sense to show you the entire thing. And obviously there's more code down here as well. So if we go into the standing row view, we have an image with, an image of the team, the ranking, and their name. And that has to the name has to have more room, which you don't really, that flexibility isn't there. So how do you make it work? So again, I had to wrap it in an H stack, and then that gave me the ability to make it work. And as I said, I'm not showing all of the code right now in here, but you can see here where I have wins, losses, and you can see, again, I'm adding the min width of 20 and the alignment of center. That's the first design. Let's look at the next one. And then this one is an appointment booking design. And what I found unique is it has like 2 different sections going on right here. So what's different and what's unique about this one is I have the ability that we have 2 different types of sections. So how would we make this work? So again, we're going to have more code to write to make this work when we shouldn't. It's really not that much, but we have to write more code, which then means we have to make more adjustments to make this work. And then finally, this gives us far less flexibility in dynamic type and all of the different things that we need. So let's again look at the way that iOS 15 allows us to implement this. And of course, I should have opened up with the fact that everybody, everyone that sees this, you could probably write it maybe slightly different or whatever. There may be other ways to write it, but you're still going to have the same problems. So here, I'm writing the date, the time, and the doctor. And I'm creating, again, a frame that has a min width and a max width and setting the alignment. And obviously, I'm not showing all of the code. So right now you see date, but we're showing and displaying both time and doctor. Next, I have the data side. So we have the date, the time, and the doctor that we're displaying, and it mimics exactly what we did in the header section. After that, we have more code not shown. And then we have this H stack we just looked at. I minimized it, and right underneath it, I add a divider so that we have that line. And then we go to the next section. So here we have another V stack. We have to use, again, more code not shown, but the key here is the -18 in spacing. That is the extra stuff we have to do to make it kind of get in the padding in the frame that we need to make it work. Not a big deal, but it does need to happen. So here we have type and location that are added to the header in the second section. And then finally, we have our dentist, and then the location, and then the button. And so all of this is put into an H stack. And again, the spacing is -18. So this all works there. So that's our second design. So right now we've seen kind of 2 somewhat simple designs, but let's look at something a little more complicated. And we'll see that we have a movie theater seating. So now we're getting way more complicated, and there's a ton of challenges here. So I'll cover the 3 main ones here. We have different rows. So how do we handle that in iOS 15? We have spacing issues that we have to come up with, in particular aisles and rows where our aisles where people walk, we have to represent that in the layout. So how do we do that? And then finally, we have seating position, and when a user selects a seat, we know which seat they're selecting. So that's another issue that we have to deal with. And all of this has been solved, but it wasn't easy. And so let's look at each one of these. So as you can see, we have two different designs. One on the left, I'm using one different type of way of doing it. And the one on the right, I'm using a different way. Or I should say on your right and left. Either way, you get what I mean. So let's look at the first design. Here we're using lazy grids, and I had to do each row as a different section. So I can't use a lazy grid with odd number, or I should say, you can't use a lazy grid to go 4 and then 5. So the first row is one lazy grid, and that's how I did it. The second row is a lazy grid, and the third row is a different lazy grid, but it's done a little bit differently because of the accessible seats and how they work. And then the back row is another section. So in code, what you see is you'll see I have the screen, and then I have a VStack that has the front section, the accessible section, and the back section. And so that's how I did each one of these specifically. It's the code in here doesn't matter. It's way too much to try to show you. So I'm just kind of giving you an overview. So the next one, this is the one that was way more complicated, because if you use a lazy grid, it can only go a certain number. So the creative mind of my coworker decided, why don't we split it and make it do whatever we need on one side and then have it flip it and do it on the other side. So we were able to make this work, and this is dynamic. We can make it change layouts and do all of it, what we need to do. But the challenge was getting the letters and all the rows to be lined with A, getting the front row and the back row to have less seats, and then have the right side be in and inside of the aisle. Just a lot of different challenges going on here that weren't easy to do in iOS 15. And so here, again, thanks to Taylor, we have this entire thing of code that, again, I could not fit all on one screen, and really doesn't matter. But you can see it can be done. It's just very complicated, and it's very, I mean, it's simple. There, it could be refactored even more, but you understand what I mean and how this works. So that's what that is. So let's look at how grids work first before we come back to the designs. So when we create the basics is all we have to do is create a grid. Inside of the grid, we give it a grid row. And then let's say we want to create 3 rectangles. So we're going to create a for each. And inside of that for each, we'll add a rectangle. So now we have 3. So now let's say we want to add another rectangle right below it. All we have to do is add another grid row with a rectangle. Easy enough. Now, let's say we want to add another row with another 3 rectangles. We add the same grid row and we run a for each. So now we have 3, 1, 3. All we had to do is create 3 grid rows. And each grid row, everything inside of the grid row represents a column. So the first item in the first grid row will align with the first item in the second grid row, and then the third grid row, and so on. So now that we know that, if I want the middle one that has 1 square to be aligned to the second column, we can do that easily. How does that work? So first we start with the rectangle. We look at that, and we can do what's called color.clear and .grid cell unsized access. By adding that, we basically push our rectangle from the left to the center of the column. So now we can make it move. Okay, not that big of a deal. Let's go back. So let's say we want to do something else. We can add a grid cell column, and we can say we want this rectangle to be in both first and second column. So we want the rectangle to now, or we want the square to now be a rectangle and fit in both. So all we have to do inside of grid cell column is add a 2. And now we've got it in both columns. And I mean, obviously, if we add a 3, we have it in 3. And let's say we want it in 4. So what just happened is the grid cell column takes 4. The whole entire grid determines which of the grid rows has the most columns, and then everyone else adjusts. So earlier, the middle one had the least, and the 2 on top had the most. So 3 was the number. But because we made our middle row now expand to 4 columns, now all of them have 4 columns. All right. So let's look at a couple of other things. We can do some things with alignment. So let's just get some text on the screen. So we have a grid row, same thing we did before, but let's add some text to it. Boom. All right. And we do gumbo and $18. And we're going to do another grid row, and let's do shrimp and grits and $24. And then finally, we can add, let's do a cooking class for $200. All right. So now we have 3 different grid rows. So how do we make things work? By default, the alignment is center. So if we want everybody in this grid alignment to change or adjust, we can have that happen. If we want individual items, we can have that happen. So let's go back to Gumbo. Gumbo, we can make that entire first column align to the right or trailing by just adding .grid column alignment. So we only had to apply one modifier to one thing to affect every single grid row. So we could do the same thing with 18 by saying every one of them, but all of our prices are aligned to the leading. So let's add a grid column alignment and say leading. So now we have our gumbo, shrimp and grits cooking class all aligned to the trailing, and we have the $18, $24, and $200 aligned to the leading. Pretty cool. Still, we have some more flexibility. We can use a grid cell anchor, and that will give us even more flexibility. So we add a grid row, and then inside of the grid row, we're going to add an SF symbol of a square fill. And we're going to then add another square, but we'll just say circle.red and make it a width of 60, height of 60. Okay. And let's do the same. Let's add another grid row right underneath it. And inside of there, we're going to add the same SF symbol and the same color, but we're going to flip it. So we add our color, we add our image. So we can, everything is defaulted in the middle of the grid. So if we want to change that default, we can just go through the initializer and say alignment leading. So now everybody's moves to a leading alignment. If we want to change the spacing between the grid, we can use horizontal and vertical spacing. So let's change that. So now we have just one place where we can affect everything instead of having to affect everything in each different H stack or V stack. So now that we've got that, let's dig deeper into it and let's see how we can make even more changes. So our SF symbol right now is set to the left or to the leading, but let's say we wanted it to be bottom leading. Well, we can override the parent and just add a grid cell anchor dot bottom leading. We can also take the other SF symbol and we can override it by saying we want it to move to top trailing. And now we're there. So we've basically we've looked at the basics of grid. Now let's see how this works in the designs that we just looked at previously and how they now become easier for us to implement. So now we're going to do complex design simplified in iOS 16. So we remember the first design. We did our NFL app. Our NFL app, we had the standings and we had the issues with spacing and we also had the issues with alignment. Well, with grid, we can create our spacing in our initializer, set to 5 and set to 10 for vertical. All right, we'll close that down. And now let's see. The setup is the exact same as we did before, but instead of having a for each on an H stack, we do a for each on a grid row. So let's look at the header first. Inside of the header, we have a spacer, and we're saying we're setting it to 3 cells. So that gives us the space that we need at the beginning. We can then say, by adding this, we can put the grid cell unsize axis to vertical, which will also help with some of the alignment. And then we want to have all of the headers to align to the center. So we can apply .grid column alignment to center. So there we go there. So let's look at the row and see how that works. We have the rank, the image, and the name. And we have to apply a grid column alignment because we don't have a header that's actually applying these. So here you can see .leading for these alignments. And simply enough, that's where all we need. But the wins, the losses, and everything else will take whatever the parent gives us. So all of that was done in the header. So it's going to do what the header tells it to do in this particular case. Let's look at the second design. So the appointment booking. And let's see how that's different. So we added into an H stack and we set our spacing horizontally to 50. So we can minimize that. And let's look at the first row of the grid. Here we have date, time, and doctor. So by applying .leading to each one of these, we've set the alignment for everything going forward in here. So we have our first grid row. Now, if we add our data, they will automatically take the alignment. So all we have to do is just add text. Again, one source of truth for the alignment. We don't have to worry about it. We also have the divider, which is done a little bit differently. So if we put the divider inside of the grid, it will expand the entire width of whatever our grid is going to be. So in here, I added the grid, and then I put padding on it on the vertical so that we have a little bit on the top and a little bit on the bottom for spacing. And let's look at our third grid row. We have type and location. And basically, we're doing the grid alignment to leading just like we did above. And then finally, we just add the 2 text views and we add our button. And the key here is we give the frame max width for our button inside of the text. This will give us the ability to, when we rotate a device or go to a larger device, the button will fill the entire column rather than staying small. So this makes it really easy for us to work on any device, any rotation, and it really does make things simpler. And now let's look at our final design. So movie seating. We have a grid row. We're going to add the vertical spacing to 40. And here we just have an H stack where we have 4 items that we need, and we have it created. And this is somewhat minimized, but basically the overall idea is we have a grid row with 4 items. Then we have our second grid row with 5 items. Then we have our third grid row, which in here we do a little bit different. And I minimize this code just for simplicity's sake, but I have one section. I have actually 3 different sections of grid rows in this H stack. So we could have the left side of the accessible section, the middle section, and the right section. And all of that is wrapped in an H stack together. So that's the only real difference, but basically that's all I'm doing here. And then finally, the back row, since all of those are the same number of items, I can just loop through it 4 times and say I want 4 items each, and we're done. So what we learned here, we sat and we learned that in iOS 15, we had complex designs that we had to deal with a little bit more, and we had less flexibility. We looked at the intro into grids, and then we also looked at how complex designs can be simplified by using iOS 16. And so I am done. We are done. So now we get to ask questions Q&A with Anna and Max.
So what I can say, it was wow. Actually, I was looking mostly at your presentation, how it was designed and organized. So I was distracted mostly with the design. What is what it, but really, I can see that that's why I understood why you asked me some questions and how you were planning to do it. It was really done so well. So
Thank you.
yeah, I think Max will join us as well. Yep, so I can add him. Yeah,
Hey.
so yeah, again, thank you for your presentation. For now, I just have only one question. That is, that's why I want to ask, or it was that clear, or guys, you just forgot that we can type question on the chat and we will add them. So please, don't hesitate. Otherwise, I'll start talking about some weather and other conditions. So just don't forget to ask. So I have first question, and it's down. So UI hosting controller is the only way for the transition from UIKit to SwiftUI. Is it yes or no, or
no, of course not, because besides of UI hosting controller, we have UI hosting view. I don't remember exactly that we have two options, and UI hosting controller is just an easy way to use this particular situation. But we have a lot of situation when maybe some of the developers would like to use UIKit right from SwiftUI to show some controllers. So yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, so when I'm waiting for the next question that I hope someone will type us, I have my personal questions that I'm asking every time when I'm moderating. So since it's junior track and people who are watching us, they just started working with technology, or they're looking for some hints. So what can you advise them to boost their career to be like the best in the area?
Superstar.
Yeah, superstar. So what can you recommend them?
Craig can be said, I think. He's a teacher, I know.
Well, I guess I'll answer. So I don't know about superstar because I'm not even a superstar, but I would say
you are. Don't tell this. You are.
Definitely.
I would say that you start small, get a project from the beginning, and have that is the best advice I can give, because otherwise you'll be stuck in tutorial HE double hockey sticks. I think really just having goals, you can use the goals to then watch videos rather than watching videos and not having goals. This gives you a way to get an app in the store quicker, to me. So I would say doing that, and then just working on fundamentals and just getting better at Swift as a language and understanding all of the nuances of it.
I would add also, in my personal experience, I created an application which helps me to solve a particular problem. For example, when I learn Latvian language, it's so specific language, and I need to have some application for that. So I just made this application. I even didn't know how properly use Swift, but through this experience, I realized the patterns, how screens and controllers interact each other. So yeah, I think just to start the pet projects and just to start, yeah.
And then maybe someone will like your pet project and will invest in this. So it's also we had a case today earlier. So yeah. So this conversation was useful because we got 3 more questions. So let's start. Is it the time to adopt SwiftUI completely, or UIKit is going nowhere?
I guess. Okay, so the mentees I work with now, they learn both. Because you never know who's going to still be using UIKit. So UIKit has legacy code, and you're going to have to do legacy code. So we're at a weird transition now where there's both. So my suggestion would be learn both. Start with the one you like the most, and then do this, and then do a project in that, and then do the same project in UIKit. That'll give you the experience of experiencing both, and it also benefit you in having the one leg up because most people haven't really dug deep into SwiftUI, so it'll give you an advantage there.
Cool. So we have next question that is, what minimal iOS version would you recommend to start with SwiftUI?
Max is laughing. He gets to answer this.
Yeah. I would say, in my personal experience, iOS 14, because I tried to use it in iOS 13, but it was hard to use properly. Yeah. So I would say from iOS 14, you can easily to start using SwiftUI.
Okay, so we have one more question here for now, that many companies still hold iOS 11 or 12 as their main deployment version. How can we convince them to move to iOS 13 so that we can practice SwiftUI? Let's say that let them move directly to iOS 14.
Exactly. I think there's two strategies to that. One is you kind of have to look at the statistics of your app that you're working at and see where people are adopting. So if we at my old job, we had like a percentage. If it was less than 8 or less than 10, we moved up. We didn't wait because people are going to wait, and that's just on them. So I think that's one. Two, if your company doesn't want to move yet, then you just need to learn it on your own. And just wait until they are ready so that when they do the transition, you already have a leg up on pretty much everyone else because you've been doing it. So I would suggest learning it regardless of what your job is doing.
Perfect. I think that we can say thank you for all questions that we got. It was so good to hear you and have you with us. And I really hope to have you soon at our next event that we are announcing very soon. And it was really a pleasure. So have an amazing day, evening, night. It depends on your time zone. And we still have because actually for me, it's 11:41 p.m. So
we're both in Florida, so we're both at the same time. It's only 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I got one question. Yeah, Flutter, React Native, or SwiftUI? Or actually,
I won't answer that question because I'm a hater, so I'll let Max answer. Or if you want to answer, Anna.
I can answer.
Love with Flutter, so because it's like my child event. So they're doing actually very well. Last update, what they are doing and how they're improving. Of course, it still has a lot of backslags, but Flutter for now. I even was trying also to learn it, but because they have 4 events that they have to do, I literally didn't have time and my PhD. So, but I still maybe one day I'll do it. So now I can give turn to you to answer more professional.
Max, go ahead.
Yeah. I personally started from React Native in 2018-17, and it was a lot of experience and thoughts expression. But what I could say, I was so excited to have this transition into the native iOS development. So I would suggest using SwiftUI. But if it comes about the platforms, because somebody wants to see the same results in Android, So as I know, Flutter and SwiftUI for the first site, it looks a bit similar, So maybe someone will consider to use Flutter because the result should be in both platforms. But if it's only iOS, definitely SwiftUI, in my opinion.
For some easy projects, you can just add some widgets, and app is ready. So that's how Flutter might be.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe ready. Okay, so thank you again so much for your time. See you soon, and I have to announce another speaker for today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Awesome.
See
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
So yeah, this is the time to announce our last speaker for today, Michael Vorontsov. He will speak really amazing topic, and he's from Skyscanner. And I don't want to take time. He will say everything about his speech and what is it about. So I don't want to double it. I'll come back for Q&A with Michael in 35 minutes.
Hello guys, my name is Michael Vorontsov. I am a senior software engineer at Skyscanner. And today I'm going to talk to you about code reliability and how we write tests and mocks at Skyscanner. Our agenda will be to, if anybody knows what the unit tests, right? Metrics and how we measure that our app is reliable. We talk a little bit about clockwork. We talk about common problems and our Skyscanner strategy, how to solve them. We talk about how to write transparent mocks and consistent mocks. And as a bonuses, we talk about how to brush your teeth and how to look in the mirrors. Let's begin with what is the dragon? Everybody knows what it is, aren't we? Can you imagine the dragons? See it with your internal eyes. Okay? Just check me. Is it a dragon? Yes, it is. Definitely, it's a dragon. Is it the dragon you imagine? Probably. But that is dragon as well, and it's quite different. This is dragon 2, and even more different than others. And I told you about this crew dragon, actually. Many of you imagine that one? So you see, the problem about unit tests is very similar about problems with dragons. Everybody knows what the unit tests are. Everybody can imagine unit tests. But different people quite often imagine different things when you talk about them to them about unit tests. And that causes confusion, intransparency, and problems. Let's imagine our application as a clockwork. So how clockwork works? So clockwork assembled from cogs according to the design. Each cog matching its own design requirements and behaviors. And if one cog is faulty, entire clockwork can stall. So how to test the cogs? First, we can assemble entire clockwork and see if it works. If it's not, disassemble and try to find misfit. It can be difficult. It can be hundreds of different cogs that you need to find. And even if you find the misfit, it's not guaranteed that it's only misfit and that your clockwork will work. So you need to assemble it and test it again. And that can take quite a long time to know that all the cogs is correct. Or you can put cog on a stand. The stand that's unique for each particular single cog design. Stand that's 100% predictable and reliable, that's all its parts is tested and known how to work and can be relied upon. And this stand should be as simple as possible, so it will be easy to verify that it's working or not and why it's not working and why the cog that's inside it will not work. And of course, this stand can and need to be covered all the cogs and all the cog behaviors. So how we know our application is reliable? What is the metric? How to compare our application is better than last week? Is it a number of crashes and defects user reported? Is it a number of severity of bugs that our QAs found? Or maybe it's number of tests? Only really objective metrics that we usually have is a metric about code coverage. More code coverage we have, better our application is. What the tests we have that can contribute to code coverage? We have a unit test that can test each particular cog individually. It can be behavioral tests in case of Skyscanner and snapshot tests. We also have integration tests to assemble all the cogs and match the design. We have a UI test to verify particular user flows, and we have a stress test to know that our application or our systems can work under the pressure. So let's go from COGS to the application and see how particular stand in terms of application works. Let's imagine we have a fetching service that's loading some model from the backend, and we're using network service to fetch the binary data from the network, and we have a data parser that's actually converting our binary data into the model object. And let's see how we can put it on stand. So first of all, we need to abstract all dependencies that we have. We shouldn't work with a specific network service or specific data parser. We need to wrap it up inside the protocol and create minimum interface required for our fetching service to work. So like networking protocol to send the request and get the binary data from whatever we use. And another one for data parsing that will convert our binary data to the model data. And then we can put our fetching service that we want to test on stand. So instead of real-time objects, we will put a mock objects that just mimic the behavior of our protocol, but actually will be controllable from our tests. So what we can test? So for example, we can test, so when our load model is called, then we send a particular request with particular parameters to our network. Or we can test that given our load model is called, when we receive the data from network service, then parsing is called correctly. Or when parsing call, given that we have loaded called and data received, then this model returned to our fetch service. This is how we structure behavior of our fetch service with different dependencies. So what is prominent about our behaviors? First of all, out of conditions, we have our subject under test is ready. It's created, set it up, is all necessary mock dependencies injected inside. Then we start to configure it. We give a particular condition either to our subject under test or to the dependencies. We triggering action either in the subject under test or again into dependencies. And then we checking out that a particular outcome is reached. So this is behaviors. What's the difference between behaviors and cut coverage? So 100% cut coverage guarantees that at least one behavior covered. It's no more than less. 100% behaviors doesn't guarantee 100% of cut coverage. If you have all behaviors covered and still have low cut coverage, what does it mean? So it means that, first of all, your code may be not working according to expected behaviors. It's doing something more complex than expected behaviors. It means that probably you have some redundant code that can be removed. And removing redundant code makes your code base smaller and easy to maintain. Or alternatively, you can have some undocumented, unexpected behaviors. Also, they needed, but not documented in regional requirements. So you need to update your original behavior description to match these unexpected behaviors. So they will be expected. Is cut coverage enough? What does cut coverage mean? Covered line, it means that line is executed in test at least once. It's not about execution of this line. It's not about correctness. It's not about possible lines, possible values that can be passed through this line of code. So basically, if you have 100% of cut coverage, means that at least in one case, your application guaranteed not to crash. So when you're relying on metrics of cut coverage, you need to honestly answer the question, why are you writing tests? To ensure that our application is reliable, it's a good goal. To ensure that you cover all edge cases and all possible behaviors, good call. Find point of failure as soon as possible with smallest scope and fix it as soon as possible. Good call. Because your tech lead told you to do so. It's still viable reason, but maybe you need to think a little bit better why tech lead asking you to write the test. Or maybe you have some hook on your CI that's not allow you to merge the pull request until you pass some minimum requirements for code coverage, and you want to pass it as soon as possible and merge your PR as soon as possible. I hope this is not a reason why you're writing the tests, because this shouldn't be. The common problems that we have in Skyscanner about the test is that we have a false tests. Tests that are either false positive or false negative. We have a flaky tests. Tests that's failing occasionally in an unpredictable way. We have non-transparent tests. Tests that's not clear what they're testing or what they're doing, what's happening inside them, because they're so complicated that maybe only their writer can explain. We have a lot of non-indicative tests that involve whole mechanisms of failing, but no single point. And if it's failing, it means that something is wrong, but nobody knows what exactly, and it will need a long investigation to find out. We have unreliable tests. Tests that's basically testing the test itself, but not the application. If you change application, this test will not change. And that's a big problem, because we expect them to provide some reliability, but they're not. And we have a lot of inconsistent tests, because every single person thinks about Dragon their own way. Every single person thinks about how to write unit tests, mocks, and everything their own way when they come to the company. And it causes a lot of inconsistency between different code and difficult to comprehend and difficult to understand each other. So, for example, one of the reasons why I start working on the reliability in Skyscanner application is that my first months of the company, I found this test. And it is faulty, because it's checking out that our parameter in the input of the test is one way, but it's a setting that this, after converting these parameters and passing it to the different format, we have arrival date that's not nil. And arrival date, it stands for return flight date. That should be nil for this particular cast, but it's not. So I start digging out why it is, and is it a problem in this application, or is it a problem in the tests? So I go to setup method and found that my handler, the subject under test, is initialized with a mock gear client repository and mock travel parameter builder. So we have this clockwork, the way how I expect it to be. So basically, when we have a given dictionary to the mock builder, to our handler, the dictionary should be passed to the mock builder. Mock builder should create and pass travel parameters into our handler, and our handler will convert this travel parameter to search parameter. This is how this functionality roughly works, according to expectations. But when I go to the mock travel builder, I found out that it's not recording any calls or not actually care about the dictionary it received. It just returns a round trip. That's why we have the tests not correct, because it disregards the parameter it received. It just returns trip. And that's not a very good way of doing the tests. So we did a quick fix for that functionality. We just replaced our mock builder with real builder. It means that instead of testing one particular component, we're testing combination of the two cogs together. And this combination of two cogs together working, okay, but if it starts failing, we will not know, is it because of the builder is not working, or is it because of a problem inside our handler. So what we really want, and how we finally fix it. When we have a given dictionary passed to our handler, we want to confirm that this dictionary, exactly this dictionary, passed to the builder without any changes. This is important. And the second test, that when our builder returns us a travel parameter, given that this dictionary is passed to it, it's converted to such parameters. So there should be, instead of one test, should be two tests. And we converted our parameter builder into a more predictable mock builder, making the mock call so we can configure how it reacts on the command to build something from our tests. And we, first of all, make sure that when our handler make parameters past a dictionary, it is a dictionary that is sent to the builder. So we have this test. And then we disregard the dictionary. But because we control what travel parameter builder can return to us. So when we have our handler called with anything, we have given parameters returned, and we can confirm that it's parameter we expected. So this is how we change and how we fix it. But other problems that we have in Skyscanner is, for example, reliability of the tests. So here we have a test that looks very good, but in fact it's using the mocks that have very complicated data format logic inside. So what are we actually testing inside this test? Are we testing that our mock is working correctly, or are we testing that something that's using our mock is working correctly? We're not even sure about that. And biggest problem we have in Skyscanner is consistency. In different teams, in different squads, and even different people inside the same squad, they're writing tests, or used to write the tests slightly differently. And it begins with the mocks. We have mocks with the logic, we have mocks with hard-coded parameters to be returned, and we have a mock that's recording some arguments that we're passing to the mocks, and it is regarding some other calls at all. What is the best way to write the tests after all? How are we going to fix it? So our strategy is make consistency. Through consistency, we make it to transparency. Transparency of the tests give us reliability, so we can rely on each other because we can understand each other. And reliability give us quality. This is our strategy. How to bring consistency? Documentation. We need a lot of documentation to write that explains how tests should be working, and that everybody will be on the same page. Everybody understand the test same way. So we will describe that dragon is a crew dragon with particular technical characteristics, not a just random dragon. We will create code labs and samples for the new joiners. We have a lot of pairing programmings between the squads. We have a hack days when all the people working together and trying to use the same approach to solve the unit tests. So we collaborate to win, and we're making one step at a time. And step one is actually consistent mocks. If mocks consistent, it's mocks that everybody knows what to expect from. If mocks consistent, everybody can rely upon these mocks. And if we think about mocks consistently, we don't afraid to screw up somebody else's mocks because we don't understand them. It gives us more transparency, it gives us much more productive PR reviews, and it brings us more cohesion about how we think about tests and how we write the tests. So what we need actually from the mocks? We want mocks to be transparent, deterministic, and fully controllable from a test, any test. We want mocks to know each method is called and confirm that this particular method is called in the mocks. We want to record parameters of each call of each method. We may want to enable opportunities to fulfill expectations when needed, so we can wait until some calls is made and make some asynchronous validation. we need to control results of the call from a test. So if we need the results of the tests. And sometimes we even need to execute some code from the tests that can be more complicated. Maybe having some assets or returning some spies. In order to do so, we introduced a call stack. Call stack can verify if particular function is called. It can record parameters of a call. It can make function call return an expected value that's predefined in call stack and controlled via call stack. It can execute expectation, or better, it can execute a given from the test a specific closure. And we want to make a call stack generic. We want call stack to be supported for any calls, for any mocks. So how we make the call stack? First of all, we make them generic structure with argument type and return type. And we defined the closure of this call stack. It is the type that it will be covering. It is the argument type that will be a tuple and return type. So this is what we will be covering. We have arguments and call counts in the structure. It is latest, we recording latest call. So we can verify that latest call of the argument of our particular method is correct. And we can confirm that our function is called expected number of times. We can change easily from latest call to array of the calls to record all the calls if we need the call history, but we just don't need it at the moment. And we want to record each call. So it's a mutating function because it's changing our structure. It's when we call this call stack to record a call, it increases the number of times function called and save arguments and call a specific call mock with our argument. And what is a call mock? It is a closure that's taking input argument and return us result argument. And we can control what this is called, what the call mock is, by changing it using a function, helping function mock call. So we can, in our call stack, mock a particular call and pass a particular closure and change the mock behavior of our call stack. So how are we creating the call stack? We can create call stack with a given closure, giving a particular closure we want to implement. If we have just to return a default return value from our call stack, we can return it with a closure of default value. And in a particular edge case that is very popular when return type of our call stack is void, that's we trying to mock the function without any return argument, we can create the call stack directly without providing any closure, with empty closure, with default in it. How we creating the mocks using the call stack? So let's see, we have a protocol that we want to mock, and we just creating inside our mock structure or mock class, we creating a structure that represents all the functions that will be called with the call stacks. And in the call stacks, we're passing the tuples that just represents the arguments of our calls. Just copy pasting it basically. As easy as that. And to record, when we're creating the functions, we just going to particular mock calls, log did select country, for example, and calling it with record of input arguments for each function that we are mocking. And if we want to validate, we have plenty of methods to validate. So for example, if we making a call with a one-way parameter, we want to confirm that data formatter is called with a particular data format and with a particular date. So we can make sure that we're calling it once, and that data format of our mock helper will be MMMM, and our date is the date we expect it to be. Or if our format data return as a, let's say, mock June, you want to see that it is part of the biggest string that our mapper is making for us. So for example, like that. We don't care in this case what's the parameters we're receiving. We can pass any parameters at all. But in the result, when our mock is returning us the mock June, we should see it this way. And that's what we're testing. Or we can pass a more complicated mock inside the call. So for example, we can assert something that's all parameters that we're receiving inside the mock is particular string format. And every time we're making the call, we return the keyword mock. And then we can make a more complicated logic or more complicated tests if you want to, up to us. Our results, we're trying to adopt this practice in the company-wise, but we started with one particular squad, and so far we have determined about 30% of our tests had problems with it. They can be unreliable, or they faulty, or they're not testing exactly the behaviors we expect them to test. So we found these tests and fixed them. Prior to do so, we reduced the flakiness of the test from 20% to 0%. So our tests no longer flaky, none of them. We increased our code coverage significantly by covering all the behaviors and predicting our mocks. And for new modules, when we're writing the tests from scratch, we're reaching out now about 90% of code coverage for all behaviors. As much as that, we found and fixed more than 30 small missed defects that we never recorded, that we never heard about, but sometimes we're passing a wrong translation lines, or we're passing wrong parameters, or we're passing wrong format, and all of that will be highlighted by converting to this behavior test and the mocks. And we removed about 10% of our code due to redundancy, especially a lot of unwrappings and guards that's not needed, because it appeared that what we thought we needed to have optional values, we never actually use them with optional values, so we switch it to use non-optional values and so on. So we reduce a lot of code because we have our behaviors much more described and much more stable and much more formalized. So bonus one of my talk is hygiene of the tests. So one thing to bring more hygiene to your tests is modularization. You can break code in the frameworks that will be working on particular parts and test these particular frameworks. But even after breaking the modules in the frameworks, you can break the tests in the frameworks for each module as well, and have, for example, dedicated snapshot tests and dedicated model logic tests and dedicated business logic tests that have different inputs, different dependencies in each group, and will be compiling and running much faster and much more stable when you group them together. Second part of hygiene is a Xcode performance. Minor things can have a major impact. So if one of the tests have improvement of performance, let's say 0.1%, but if you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of tests globally in the company and you apply this 0.1% of the approval for hundreds or thousands of tests, you have improvements of performance can be significant. So one of the improvements, for example, is make all the test case final, because you're not subclassing the test case, are you? When you're writing the test, it's final. So making it final make Xcode works better and makes compilation time a little bit shorter. Make all member variables private. Again, they will be not highlighted, they will be indexed as a global variables. You will not able to access them from another stuff. They will not pollute your editing tools, and will make compilation faster slightly and Xcode working slightly better. You don't need to import all the dependencies inside the test as a testable. I spotted it quite often. So you just need to prioritize what you're testing and make testable only one dependency inside the module. And generally, you need to limit amount of mocks and support data for each test module and try to group them together, so that will optimize how your tests running, how they performing, how they executing. And last part of hygiene of the tests is about memory management. It's something I found very interesting recently. It appeared that, for example, you're testing your view, and if you insert two locks inside your view, one in the init freeze frame, for example, initialize it to print when you initialize your view, and second when you deallocating the memory, deinitializing your view as well, you find that is very interesting behavior. So first of all, if you have private variables inside the tests that's initialized during the creation of the tests, all of the tests initialized at the same time before any of the tests executed, not only in one test case, all global tests. Indeed, for each test written as a test case, they initialize the number of times, the test cases initialize number of times you have them, number of times you have tests in them. Meaning that you have, if you have one variable inside the test, that should be the subject of the test view, for example, it will be initialized number of times that you have the test, and it will keep in the memory all these views. And they will live in the memory all the way while your test is running, quite a long time. And if you have, again, thousands of tests, the memory footprint of your test is huge, and it definitely affects the performance, and it definitely affects about how long your test is running, and stability of the test as well. You can move the tests to setup. And before knowing about this memory problem, before finding it, I used to run setup with error that will override the same subject under tests. And okay, I hope that when the test is finished, my subject under test will be initialized alongside the tests. That's actually never happening. For each test, they created a separate test that's living in the memory, and they never deinitialized. So they not initialize at least at once before every test running. They initialize when the test is executing in the test setup, but after that, they never clean up from the memory. And your memory build up while your test is running, again, until you have the problems with the test that can cause some flakiness, of course. So what you need to do actually is to write tear down and nullify all the values. In this way, when your test is getting ready to be run, your object is created. When your test is executed, your object is deallocated. That's the way it works. It works as well when you have a local scope of memory object created inside your particular test. So if you're initializing some subject under test in each test case as a local variable, when you're exiting the scope of this test, the object will be destroyed and you don't have any memory footprint lost. So either use tear downs or use local objects. That's my advice. Okay, second bonus is how we test the UI in Skyscanner. It's quite widespread problem. So how we test the UI, how we test view controllers, how we test particular views, because unit tests is not specifically designed to do this view lifecycle logic. So we're trying to separate logic from the view. So we're using model view presenter pattern, and we have a view state layer, very thin view state layer. In the presenter, we creating view descriptive, basically view state that's described what the content of our view is. For example, title of the view, like some values inside the view with particular formatted inputs and localized strings inside. And then we're passing it to our view controller, to particular view to render. and it is presented on the screen. View control doesn't have any logic. View state doesn't have any logic. If our view supporting some user actions, like button, for example, it's passed as a closure or as a bindings through the view state, and we're setting up this closure inside the presenter. So all logic lives inside the presenter, and view state is just a simple medium to pass the data from presenter into the view. So in this way, we can create given view state, we can apply it to the view, and then we can assert the snapshot of the view. And we can repeat this for all edge cases that we have. We can create view state with a long strings, we can create view state with empty strings in particular cases, we can create and run the tests in write to let mode, we can write it in dark mode, and so on. So for example, we have a destination card view state that have image URL, title, some quotes that is embedded inside, and we have it as a separate view state that will be applied separately to each subviews. We have a footer, we have accessibility identifier that defines accessibility identifiers of all other items inside. And how we apply the tests. So we're building default view state that is just a default view state we want to run the test with, and we're rendering it and applying it, and see that it's matching our snapshot. Then we're applying the same for the dark mode and see that it is correctly rendered and correctly presented. And then, for example, we want to see that our word wraps and processing of long values is working correctly as expected in the design. So we're building it with a long text, applying it with a long text, and see again that layout is correct, that we have expected number of lines as maximum and expected breaking the line on the top. All good, all as expected. This is how we write the tests, UI tests, snapshot tests, in Skyscanner. So that's all, folks. Thank you for attention, and I'm open for your questions.
So, hi. Hi, Michael. How are you doing?
Good. Excellent, actually. Looking forward to questions if you have any.
I have one. I really hope that people will start asking quite after our small talk because they need time to type it after checking everything. So we actually have one that sounds like why tests are important. I think you already explained in your presentation, but I like this part of the question. What is fun about the work you do? And what do you enjoy most?
So it's definitely a question for especially mobile developers. What is the fun about the work and what is the fun about writing the tests? So benefit of being a mobile developer is that you're working with a cool technology and you're working with the cutting edge technology, and you can see the results of your work immediately because you're writing the applications that you can use. And if you compare with the backend logic, that's basically all the output of you is just like some JSON or some binary data that's like hardly anybody can understand. Maybe like some matrix gurus can read this code and see that it is some images of beautiful girls, but indeed it's just like a binary data. But on application, mobile developers, you create application easily that you can see the results and benefit from it. But about tests, you will not see the results of your tests, of course. It's not so rewarding, of course, as writing the real production code, but somebody needs to do this work. It's first. And second, it is beneficial for you to know that your code is reliable, that your application is running. And it is beneficial for you as a professional to talk to your stakeholders and whoever going to paying you salary, that your code is reliable and your work is worth it. And if you're working for yourself, again, you want to know that your code is worth it and that you can rely on your code.
Yeah, it's actually a really good answer. And we have one more, but before I read that question, I have to tell that since we are talking about tests, in 1 week, we have QA Global Summit 22.2. So please check the website. You can join for entry-level track just for free. So please don't skip it. check. And I'm sure that you can find more about testing than just here in few talks that we have. So yeah, I hope you heard me. So it's here. And it's time to read next question. Is it good to write UI test cases in Swift, or we can use other tools like Appium, Selenium, or and go with Java?
So it's up to you how you write UI tests. So basically, there is a plenty of tools, plenty of mechanisms how you can write the tests. I definitely advise you to write UI tests on Swift because basically UI test cases, it is something that Apple provides you. Apple release new operation systems and updates and new cool features every year. And while they release it, the old legacy tools is no longer working or not supporting all the features that is released. So if you want to be on cutting edge, you need to, from the first date, you need to follow basically Apple guidelines and Apple tools, because when they release a new operation system, they release a tooling for it immediately at the same time. And you immediately can cover up it and you can write the tests with it. But if you're using Appium and Selenium, you need to wait until Appium and Selenium will release the tools. And indeed, even if they release the first version of tools, you can't guarantee that it is as expected, as predictable, and as reliable as UI test cases from the Apple. So it's a controversial. And another point of view is that if you are a developer, so like who is writing UI tests? So sometimes it's a dedicated QAs who writing UI tests. Sometimes it is developers, depends on the companies. And if you are a developer and mobile developer and you're working on Swift, probably it makes you sense to write the test on the same language, main language as you're using for your work.
Yep, sounds very clear even for me. So I don't see any more questions. Just wait one more second. But it's time for my favorite question. I hope you heard it when you were at backstage. Yeah, what can you recommend for junior developers to be pro and to really be a professional?
So first of all, never give up. So if you start working on something, you need to continue working on something, and you need to work until you achieve your goal, and never stop. Basically, even if you achieve your goal, if you junior developer, you became middle developer, don't stop on that. You go proceed farther and farther away, and you need to raising your bar constantly, and you need to find yourself curious, indefinitely curious. And again, one of the benefits being mobile developers and working with mobile platforms, Apple, Android, I personally definitely like Apple more, is because Apple releases new tools every year, and you have every possibility to learn something new. Every year we have some updates. Every year we have new features. You can't be tired. You can't stop learning. It's not possible in mobile world.
Yeah, and it gives me information and materials to do next events. Also regarding iOS others, because they're doing updates some updates every year. So I hope that we will get this event next year as well, based on the updates. So and you can share also what's coming, what others have to learn. Also, I have to mention that tomorrow we'll see Michael on senior track as well. He also prepared some interesting speech for us. Tell us what we'll be about. Just in 2 words. Maybe someone decided to come.
Yeah, so this one will be about actually some cool features that you can see, not just the tests. So tomorrow I will have a talk about building discovery BFF and rendering the BFF on a mobile. So BFF, from who don't know what it is, it's a backend for frontend. It's how we can control what we're rendering on the UI from a backend. And it's not about backend itself. It's how on a front end or how on a mobile application, actually, because it's not entirely correct to call it front end. So how on mobile we can actually interpret different data that we're receiving in the same payload and render it seamlessly. And indeed, how we can mix up infinite amount of different states, views, and components, and how we can multiple teams working on the same view and not stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, and we get, I think, the last one question. What is the best architecture recommended to use so that writing test cases become easy? MVVM plus D or clean or any other?
So basically, what is important is this, from my perspective, if you know what I mean, is a solid principle. So when you're following this principle about making all objects simple, reliable, scalable, and not tied too much to each other, everything is good. So every object had to have single responsibility, can be put in a single kind of like a single cog from your clockwork, and can be tested. And another one important part is that you need to separate logic or any like complex logic from view layer. So you can't rely or keep everything in the view controller because it became untestable if you have some view layer involved with the logic, because it will be difficult to test because unit test not supporting nicely view controller lifecycle. So you move, basically you can use MVVM with when the view controller or any UIKit layer or any SwiftUI layer is just a view in this pattern. You can use model view presenter, you can use Viper, you can use anything else. It's just a matter of fact that you're abstracting the logic from what you're presenting. And then you can test all the components.
Great, thank you for the answer. So we'll see you tomorrow, and it's time to say thank you all speakers, and especially you for this long day, really long day that we had 9 hours of content. And tomorrow we have another 9 hours. So see you guys soon and have an amazing day, evening, night. See you soon.
Thank you, Anna, for inviting. Hope you have a time to sleep before 9 hours tomorrow. See you.
Yeah, I also think so. Bye.